Hi, gay.
Ruby C? Is that where we are? Ruby C? Oh boy, oh boy. I did not have all my stuff together at the start of stream, but we're okay, we're getting there. And the internet tech was in, and it seems like it's good. It seems like everything's okay. They replaced some equipment, and we might be fine. Fingers crossed. Fingers crossed, no more hiccups. That'd be so nice. Nitro, thank you for the hydrate. I set up that little thingy to block chat, so we're good. We shouldn't have a chat being read now, which is good. Just a nice little. I don't assume everyone wants their messages read if they're typing in party chat or something, so little extra security for them. Hello, gamers! Are we ready to play? Well, not quite. Players in Q23. We're almost ready to play. Oh yeah, location the Ruby Sea. We are indeed at the Ruby Sea. Hi Pepper, hi Golsif, hi Ray, hi Sweetling. How you guys doing? Pepper, how they treat you? Dude, we're level 66. I'm pretty sure our quests are level 62. This is the problem. We're very over leveled. Ruh-roh, Raggy. We're leveling a bit too quickly. Boop, boop, boop. Day shitty. Oh, Sweetling, I'm so sorry to hear that. Vibe out, relax, unwind. Is work day over? Want level 69? Yeah, we gotta stop playing at level 69. Good, you got to see boyfriend tonight. Let's go. Hey Viola, welcome back. No work today. Still a poopy day though, eh? Thursday off day, let's go. Tansui! Tansui, let's go. What brings you hither of all places? Were you not bound for Authored Shores? Oh, you were at hospital for Oma. Oma is grandma? Question mark? Hi, Val. Oh my god, the pogo. Oh, Maiko's grandmother. Yeah, okay. I see. I trust you've not forgotten our previous conversation on the subject. No? Then do you want a second opinion? Very well. Come with me. I will take you to Captain Rasho. Just like that? An audience with their leader? How very accommodating. We must needs choose our words carefully. You leave it to me. I've always been good with people, and this will also give me a chance to use the Eastern greeting they showed me in Revenant's Toll. The Eastern bow? I would anticipate. Hither and thither. I hate it. I hate it. As much as I love Eorzea, I hate his old-timey speak. There's a reason that our language has evolved beyond that. It's because it's a mouthful. It's difficult to say. Hello, Rasho. I just realized I'm missing a couple blue ambience and backing light. There we go. Now we're good, I think. Everything should be on and good. I haven't been live for one day. I forget how to stream. Greetings. You must be Rasho, leader of the Confederacy and so on. I realize this is all a bit sudden, but the thing is, we have a little favor to ask. You know, it's also muffled. He's not Sweetling. How could you? Sweetling, I trusted you. Oh, gods. I've probably broken half a dozen rules of Far Eastern etiquette already. Well, I'm sorry about that, but you have to understand we're in a hurry, so I'm going to stop talking now. Pants grab. Oh, the little Eastern bow. Hi, Jolly. Welcome in. Men who revere manners and tradition can be found the world over, but not here. Your candor is appreciated. Speak your heart. Guys, I have new pants. Do you see my new pants? I got new pants. I can't decide if I like the shorts or the pants more. I think I like them equally, so I'm kind of like at a toss-up. Gosetsu, a former leader of the rebellion. I know him. Why he bade you petition us for aid and succor, however, I know not. Hi, Izagi! Muted at the moment, says I'm currently working. I give you this. I give you this. At the risk of repeating myself, to join the Confederacy is to renounce all other ties. We are beholden to none, allied with none. When Doma was invaded by the Empire 25 years ago, we did not rush to her defense. Knowing this, do you honestly expect us to help you drive the Imperial force out of Isari? The Garleans have long maintained a presence in this region, and we would be fools to break the peace, fragile as it is. Besides, you are capable warriors, yes? With guile and preparation, you can surely resolve this matter yourselves. It is imperative that our presence here remains secret for as long as possible. For us to openly engage the Imperials at this time would endanger everything we have come here to achieve. You have told us why you cannot fight, not why we should fight in your stead. If you would speak to me of lives saved, I would speak to you of slaughter. How many will die when all pretense is lost and the Garleans declare war on the Confederacy? Thinking emoji. Had to AFK a little bit, but back now. How are we today? We're really good. We're good. We had the internet tech in this morning, and they replaced the wall socket. They said there was I didn't really understand what they were saying, but they were saying that there was a gap. There was a gap between like where the coax cable comes out and where the internal wiring is. I don't know what he meant. I don't know how there could possibly be a gap. He's like, there's a really weird gap here, so I'm gonna replace this. And I don't know why the previous tech would have left the gap. And I'm like, okay, I trust you. So they replaced that, and then they also replaced the modem itself. And then I did like an hour-and-a-half bandwidth test, and I didn't have a single incident. Whereas my previous bandwidth test yesterday, I had in it was, I think, a 2-hour period. No, a 1-hour period. It was a short period. There was 11 instances of like unstable internet. So hopefully we're good. Hopefully we're okay. I am praying. So far, so good. I don't have any drop frames, whereas the previous times I went live, I had at least a few dropped frames. Hate is a luxury we cannot afford. You are free to come and go as you please, but you will receive no further aid. Thank you for your hospitality, if you would excuse us. Also, I changed my sword. I got the Hailstorm sword from Idleshire because I just really was jealous. I had envy of Elize's sword, so I needed it. I needed it, so I went and I got it. And it didn't cost me any gil. I've been spending too much gil on glamour. So what's the plan now, Lise? Hey, sir. I know that didn't go well, but I'm not prepared to give up on them yet. Gosetsu told us to come here for a reason. He must have believed we could convince them to help us. We just have to work out how. My thoughts exactly. I'm glad to hear we're of the same mind. 'Tis little wonder they refused. We have done naught to persuade them. The real work begins now. Oh, we're gonna do their laundry. We're gonna do their laundry, guys. So Tara, how are you liking 14 Japan so far? The aesthetic of it is very nice. I really dig the aesthetic of it. We need to learn more about the Confederacy, what their needs and weaknesses are. Once we know that, we will know how to earn their trust. Kugane is lovely. Yes, it really is. Whoop. Gather information around Onokoro. Huh? Huh? What? There's a red area here, but I see not. Was I meant to talk to Bankai? Ah, here. I will not lie, I do wish to see you suffer the Kugane jumping puzzle. Maybe, I don't know, maybe we do like a thing, like a, I don't know, I don't know how streaming a jumping puzzle would work out. A number of crates and barrels have been stored here. On closer inspection, however, most are empty. Unless we like briefly did it on Saturday as like a, if I fall, I drink, like we used to do with Getting Over It. Suddenly surprise extra Final Fantasy stream on a Saturday? Could not be. Excuse me, 7T website is 403 forbidden. Are the 7TV emotes showing up in that chat over there, Vel? I'm stopping by, but don't want spoilers. Gotta head out. Paragon, enjoy the game. Enjoy. I'm so glad you picked it up. Taking an interest in the ship. Heh, good eye. She's not much to look at now, but once upon a time she was a beauty. The Confederacy flavors flotillas of smaller ships to capture and board errant vessels. The larger ones, like the Sekibune, only take part in major engagements. Not that we've had any of those recently, what with the Imperial bastards throwing their weight around. If it wasn't for them, well, no use moaning about what you can't change, eh? Ah, we have to kill the Imperials for them. That's what they want. Easy, just kill all the Imperials. Punk, thank you so much for the host, by the way. Guys, we only have, what, 3 more days of hosts allowed? And then they're gone forever? So sad. A shame you missed the Costa del Sol jumping puzzle. I mean, it's not going anywhere. It's still there. Jolly Val, thanks for the hosts. Who else am I meant to conversate with? Someone over here. Spaz, thank you for host. No, Terry, it left. It left? What do you mean it left? Excuse me? Doing a follow you drink on that would probably kill you though. In the Costa del Sol one? Not the Kugane one? Oh, it was only here for the Moonfire Fair. I got you. It was an event thing. All right, Alize, we just need to kill the Imperials. We just need to kill all the Imperials and then the problem's solved. Had a good look around. Then we just need to wait for Lise. Sorry to keep you waiting, but I wanted to talk to as many people as I could. It's just as Tansui said, they have no intention of standing up to Yotsuyu. I don't know if you two got a different impression. Under the right circumstances, they might help us. Let's say that. Such as killing the Imperials. I agree. It's obvious that they are struggling to survive and that they blame the Imperials for their recent troubles. Even if we do nothing, it is inevitable that they will come into conflict with the Empire sooner or later, and deep down they all know it. The only thing holding them back at the moment is the belief that they lack the strength to survive the coming war. So we need to prove to them that they're not all talk, that we can be valuable allies in the fight. But if we tussle with the Imperials, then we're completely going against our whole purpose in asking for their help and being hidden. What better way to demonstrate our worth than by seeking out people with mundane problems and offering them our expert assistance? Okay. Wouldn't be the first time we've had to earn someone's trust by helping them out with this and that, and you know it won't be the last. I'll look around the western end of Onokoro. You two take the east. Good luck. Guess who got their fucking command center back? Is it you, Marwick? Is it you? We got Eastern Bow. Is it you? Is it you? Are you all set up? Is everything happy and healthy and not a wiring disaster? By the way, you guys will never, ever, 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 ever get a picture of my setup. Ever, 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 ever. Because it is, behind this camera, there is no cable management. It is all chaos. It is all disgusting. It's like computer gore. It's just all cables everywhere. Hey, you, let's go, Warwick. I'm so proud. I'm so happy. You're finally back at full strength. The solace of the sea. Oh, the setup is a fucking disaster, but I'll fix it later. See, I said that too. It's been like a year and a half, Marwick. It's been like a year and a half. Kami, take me. What kind of pirate cannot suffer the sway of the ocean? A new recruit from far-flung shores? Listen well, I have a task for you. Go first to Aokumo, below and receive of him medicine for men of the earth. Then to Quickscape Pier and hapless Domin bemoaning his wretched fate. Quickly. Okay. Ba-da-dun, ba-da-dun, ba-da-dun. My common romance tomorrow? Be jelly? You going to concert tomorrow, sweetling? Be safe, have fun. I am jelly. My inner emo heart. Story NPC? I guess we should help with the mundane tasks around here. Warrior of Light already holding a bucket, mop, and broom, literally. I've been through this rodeo. I know what's going on. Come at the behest of Afumi for medicine. My very best is yours for the taking. Donka donka. How pitiful the lot of this Domin unable to stomach the sea. A true Confederate could raid a dozen ships while in his cups. What does that mean? Mayhap this one should return whence he came. Rude! Oh, he's all the way down there? Okay, let's pick up these other quests first then. Whee! Honestly, really fucking jealous because I was supposed to see them in high school and they got canceled! Pepe hands. The arrows of misfortune. You strike me as a strong and capable individual. I have a job for you, Westerner, if you are courageous as well. On the beach far to the west lies the carcass of Gyuki, feathered with arrows. I would have you go and retrieve those, which may still be of use. While you're about it, I should be glad if you were to butcher its tail for meat. Very good meat and Gyuki tails, you know. Ew. But I did say you would need to be a courageous sort, and I meant it. The beast was young. Do not be surprised if an angry mother mourns its child. Roger. Hi, Prey! Prey, how are you? Not gonna lie, I'm tempted to get the maid outfit for my bunny boy. Hey, let nothing stop you, Jolly. Let nothing stop your behavior. I didn't even know them until after they broke up. I never thought I'd get to see them. It will be worth the 8-hour drive. Validation for the emo phase I was never allowed to have. You need trip pants? Yes, you do. Yes, you do. 8-hour drive though? That's commitment. You there, you. Have you seen a bumbling clod of an aura? A new recruit I ordered to patrol the northern edge of Onokoro. He is late in returning. A strange boy he was, quiet and brooding, reluctant to speak unless spoken to first. Better that than a fool who never holds his tongue, perhaps. Much as I would enjoy dragging him back by the ear, I cannot. Duty compels me to remain. You, on the other hand, have no such obligation. Okay, I want to try the Eastern Bow. Is it just / Eastern Bow? He's cute. He's a cute fancy bow. Why must disinfect the stream? Why must my UK ass suffer buffering? Immense pain. Immense and unimaginable pain. And now I know for sure that's on your end, Jolly, because I just glanced over. We have no drop frames. We are living. We are living in our fixed internet era. It's great. I miss my drip pants. Turn it down to that crisp 160. You get a whole 160 pixels of Terra as a treat. I know it's on my end because I'm not allowed nice things. RIP. Hello, seasick Domin recruit. you. Medicines? Give them here. They may look down on me for resorting to such measures, but I would do aught to render the world stable and motionless once more. You are kind, as is Afumi. You may tell her that I will return to my duties as soon as I am able. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom. Even if I do, I still buffer. But is it better? Is it slightly less so? What? You're not a gookie. You're not a gookie. I want nothing to do with you. I don't work this Sunday, so I get a 3-day weekend. Let's fucking go. Are you gonna do anything for it, Pray? Are you gonna leave the house? Because that's cringe. Don't leave the house. It certainly does something. Yeah, it gives you a whole 160 pixels of Terra. Boom, boom, boom. You cast about for the Confederate recruit, and at last spy a young Ori man lurking behind the rocks to the west. Is him hiding? I might, depends on if my new car is ready to go at the dealership this Saturday. I forgot you got yourself a new car. Who are you? You don't look like the man of the Confederacy. I hope you, I think I made this joke already, Prey, but I hope you liked having money, because now that you have a car, all gone. You're a broke bitch now. Congratulations. You have, like, you can freely move around with travel, but you're now a broke bitch. I see, 7TV is doing maintenance, so your swapping to Halloween emotes is being interrupted. Forgive me. 'Twas but yesterday we bid farewell to one of our own, and I was worried that she might have lost her way. We laid her to rest in a boat and pushed her out till the current claimed it, for the sea is our home and now and ever after. But those sent thither, I hate the word thither. Oh, hey Tara, fun fact, you can get Kryle's outfit on the Mog Station. I think you guys told me that when we first saw Kryle. I'm not in love with her outfit. I'd rather have the fat cat outfit if anything. But those sent thither were burdened, with burdened hearts may drift back to shore, it is said. Out of concern for her comrades, she strove to earn far more than her keep. She hunted rare and deadly game in treacherous waters and lost her life for it. But my vigil is ended. Her vessel has not returned to Onokoro. She has made peace with this life and placed her faith in us to live on. Aw, bro. Bro, what? That's so sad. I just want to not feel like crap. Body's numb. Did you miss out on meds, Sweetling? Yeah, Jolly, I remember you guys talking about that one too. Actually, I think I asked about that one because I kind of wanted the hair. I saw Metal Hellsinger on Game Pass Ta, and I was tempted, but I didn't have the time to check it out yet. It's literally Doom, but a rhythm game, and that sounds really heckin' cool. Can I just kill any Gyuki? This doesn't seem right. It should have a quest marker, right?
You're my superstar.
Absolutely crazy how long I've been part of this community. Sometimes it feels like I literally met y'all yesterday.
Literally, Echo, and yet it's been 15 months. What do you mean 15 months? That's crazy. Echo, thank you so much for the 15 months of support. I hope new job is going awesome. Have you been there a couple more times yet? You need to play it. The music is God tier. Bet. Woo! Hello. Do. Yesterday, yes, I had to leave the hospital this morning because withdrawal. Ugh, that's so painful, Sweetling. You gotta stay on top of that, even with all the med checks. Why is Tara so cute? No, you, Panic. Hi, Panic, how are you? It's been 7 months. I still remember when I met you during Celeste. Dude, a part of me wants to go back eventually to Celeste and do like farewell. Because I think I started doing some of the B-sides and maybe even the C-sides, but I don't think I did farewell. And I kind of regret it. You can get Gosetsu stuff and Americ stuff too? That's so cool. Tired, started working with your mom cleaning houses, and it was 5.5 hours of cleaning your poor, oh my god! Hello? Your poor back, Panic, your poor back. Marwick, hello? Marwick, are you celebrating the battle station being back up and running with 5 gifted subs? Hello? Marwick, thank you for the 5 gifted. What the heck? What the heck? You sweet soul. I'll be having training every weekday for a while from 9 to 4. Today you sat in a Zoom call and a mentor and you literally asked her for notes because they're so nice. Oh. Are you going to be working with this mentor or are they just here to train you? Because that would be even better if you're going to be working directly with them and you get along with them already. Basically, Mog Station has an outfit for most characters that are important. Most of the core characters, that makes sense. Panic cute. I agree, Panic cute. You've been away for some time, perhaps in search of a young Yuki corpse. Yep, there you go. And there's the arrows. There you go. I see I did not misjudge you. Thank you for your help. Would that I could have tended to my own kill, but such is life. A pity the meat is not as delicious as it is nutritious. Under normal circumstances, we would not bother hunting Yuki as game, but as you may have heard, these are not normal circumstances. Arrows too must be reused when possible. A prudent measure become necessary, alas. With every passing day, our future grows more uncertain. But this day, we shall have full bellies, and in that we must take solace, and wayward travelers need not risk the ire of vengeful Gyuki by wandering near my neglected kill. Panic, I have a streamer question to ask you, and anyone else who streams like in the community. I had a pop-up in my OBS like 10 minutes ago. Have you seen it yet? It popped up at the bottom of my chat and said, now would be a great time to remind viewers to follow the stream so they don't miss your next streams. I was like, hello? I'm pretty sure people know how to follow like a stream that they're enjoying if they are enjoying the streamer. And it just caught me so off guard. I was like mid-sentence and I like stifled. So if you see it, don't get caught off guard by that because I guess that's something that they're doing now in our chat. I've never seen it before. In OBS. In OBS. I was like, what? Strange sight passes your lips. Have I said something odd? No matter. Thank you again for your aid. Let's go. It's so weird. I don't typically make a habit of like reminding my community to follow because it's like you're not gonna force anyone to follow you if they're not enjoying you. They'll press the button by themselves if they're enjoying you. You know what I mean? So it was so weird to see. I was like, what the heck? Thank you, OBS, but like, thanks, I guess, but I'm not gonna do it. So what of my recruit? Did you find him napping on the beach or something? No, actually. Much more grim. What? All this time he was standing watch for the funerary vessel? Huh. So rarely does he give voice to his thoughts. I had no idea our comrade's death had affected him so. Too quick was I to judge him. It's good that you went in my stead, else I might have misspoken and made a fool of myself. Please accept this as a token of my gratitude. Money! Thank you. No, but Twitch just released a thing saying they're only compatible with certain browsers now, so RIP Opera? RIP Buckma. RIP Buckma. RIP MacGirlNet. Oh my god. No wonder Mac has been having so many problems with the Opera Twitch, like browser. Holy shit. RIP Buckma, RIP Mac, and anyone else who uses Opera. What the hell? Why would they do that? Maybe there was too many issues with it and they're like, we give up. We give up. There's only like 2 people using Opera. And it's Mac and Buckma, so they just gave up support. Opera has an ad blocker. The pieces of the puzzle, they're falling into place. Couldn't log into Twitch the other day, thought I got banned or something. That would be so scary. Oh my god. Okay, Panic, when I launched OBS yesterday, it was like a known issue, but I didn't know it was a known issue. And like, I couldn't connect OBS to to Twitch, and I was kind of like, am I in trouble? Did something happen? There was like that brief moment, right, where you like turn it on yourself because we're self-centered creatures and we think the world revolves around us. But I was like, I did something went wrong. There's a reason I can't connect, but then I found out it was like a global issue. Panic, I would say you were panicking. I'll see myself out. You should. I heard it has to do with hate raids. It's easier to make a bunch of people, multiple accounts. Oh, for Opera. Or it's because they have a built-in ad blocker and they're just trying to like disguise it as something good. Twitch is so bad with communication. Yeah. I love this platform, but whoo, it's got its issues. The Doman was raised in the mountains of his homeland. The first time he saw the sea was after he fled his homeland and came to us. Hello, Bravo Becca. How are you? Becca, okay. Becca, also streamer. I just have to tell you, if your OBS does a thing where it pops up a little like thing in the middle of stream, don't be alarmed, because it just did it to me. It was like, take this time to remind your viewers to follow the stream so they don't miss a stream. But I was like, hello? Hello? It looked like the same kind of box as like a first time chatter, but it was like, hey, do the thing. And I was like, hello? Did we nuke the Minecraft server? Sadly we did, Todd. There wasn't enough activity on it. So we were like, okay, we'll kill it. That's gonna start. It caught me. I was literally mid-sentence. I got caught off guard by it. He tosses and turns in his sleep. When he takes to the water, it's not long after he can no longer stand. But he will grow accustomed to his life. He is hardly the first, after all. The captain, too, was once of Doma, though he cast all aside 20 and 5 years ago. Why would you say it so awkwardly? When the Imperials took his lands and the lives of his parents and brothers. Perhaps you too will renounce your ties and join us someday. Aye, I mistook you for a recruit before, but I know your tale now. Tansui unfolded all. Think on mine offer, Westerner. You may find small joys in the land, but the sea holds salvation. Do. Did we do enough laundry? Do they like us now? Did we do enough laundry for the villagers? That's 2 I learned about today. Two separate Minecraft servers going. This is so sad. This is so sad. Wait for there to be like another big Minecraft update and then everyone will be back on the bandwagon. It's what we always do. We stop playing Minecraft for several months. New update drops. We all fly at it. Pour one out, literally. I must peel away from the command center to forage for food. Marwick, I love you so much. Thank you again for the 5 gifted, you sweet, beautiful soul. And of course, let us know what you're getting, what you're eating. It's very important. These gloves are cute! I'm taking those gloves for glam. Fingerless gloves. Look at that. Look at it. Do they fit with my current glam? Not really. Almost, but not really. But they're cute! And a grilled turban. What is that? Oh, it's a food. It's a food. Can we have a eulogy, Tara? If I was creative enough, I would. We've got to cull the thieving bastards regularly, so happens I sent 3 of my mates out there before you came along. Still, the more the merrier. If you can kill 2 or so, that ought to be enough. Take a few of those rotting fish as bait. I'll not be needing them. Oh, and maybe see if you can't find the other group. They've been away longer than I like. Oh, they're dead. They're dead for sure. Let's take some rotten fish. Oh my god, I've been completing quests all wrong and only looking at stats. What is wrong with you? Do you not know fashion, Sweaty? What is wrong with you? Was a member of HoloLive server. Just found out the admins discontinued it. This is so sad. Alexa, play Despacito. Tara will start getting veteran rank rewards. Dude, okay, I just want to say really quickly, if they take this, if they ever take this from me, I'm quitting. I'm quitting the game. You take my little sprout icon, I'm gone. I am checked out. I no longer care about the video game at that point. You take my precious little check mark. Oh, that's a cool looking shark. I planned my whole outfit using Eorzea collection. Oh, I've been looking at certain glams from Eorzea collection. Don't you worry. I'm just gonna melee you. Yeah. Oh, this might take a while. Yeah. Can you please die? It does like 50 damage. Yeah? There we go. I have, in fact, seen the beauty of Becca Goth J Bun Bun Boo. I have indeed seen that. It is quite magnificent. Your bun girl is very, very nice. Very attractive, very nice. But then I can work towards Mentor Crown. Don't I need to be a healer in order to farm that kind of commends? Also, somebody doing this? What is this? Ah! Oh my god, it's a level 70 mob and it almost killed me. Run! Holy Jesus Christ. It was terrifying. I was just trying to look. Need max level of each roll? That's not that bad. Summoner alone gets me 2 of the 3. So the rank rewards are the Strife outfit, the Tantalus outfit, Wild Roads, and Squall. What are the rank rewards? Like, what? How do you veteran rank? Like, what does that mean? I overloaded Terra last stream by giving him lots of minutes. It was too many. It was quite frankly too many. I have the attention span of a gnat, and I was like 47 minions? What happened? Oh, the amount of months subbed. So you get cosmetic rewards if you stay sub for a long time. That's cool. Extra little reward. My little steed is cute. Thank you. It's called Kieran. It's the pony you get for collecting all other ponies. Somebody helped me collect them, and then I got this one. And this one is my favorite. He's a pretty pony. Leveled my Scholar through Summoner because I don't even know how to play. Wait, you don't know how to play Summoner? Because I'm the reverse. I don't know how to play Scholar. Sharp Shell of the Red. Oi. Hey, hey! Oh, I got hit by that. Oh, you don't, so, okay, you're in the same boat as me then. You don't know how to play Scholar. Yep, neither do I. It's my worst healer, it's too complicated. That's what I've been warned by like a friend. They were like, you could play Scholar, but it's like the most difficult healer. They have the most buttons. And I was like, oh, Kami be praised. I don't know what I would have done if you hadn't come along. My partners and I got separated when we fled. You haven't seen them, have you? Damn, before the Kojin started chasing us, their leader asked us if we were Domin. They're Yotsuyo's catchers, I know it. First Isari and now this. I've got to tell Rasho and the others. Call to arms, maybe? Ooh. Have you considered playing Bard and never playing anything else? Yes, but then I had class envy and started playing the other classes. Wait, Panic, why are you sore today? I typically don't cue in on people's conversations when they're back and forth, but I was curious. You're both so sore today. Hands are all bruised from holding cables. Is this just from cleaning or is this from something else? Becca, did you ever get your setup set up? Do you know what I mean? I'm trying to ask cryptically. A certain setup you were talking to me of. Did you ever manage to do that? Bard main for 4 years! I started with Bard, but then I had a bunch of class envy, so I bounced around. Jim Gingadingus and her boyfriend, a high school friend of yours, went to High Ropes aerial course, and we're all old. It takes something physical like that to actually like put you in your place and remind you. I don't know if there's other locations for it, but there's this place called Activate, which is like a lot of like running and jumping and like laser dodging and like all this like mini games basically. And holy shit, going there as an adult, it's like aimed towards adults. Like they even say it's like it's not meant for kids because it's so like active and dangerous. But yeah, you feel it 100% for like 2 days later because we're old. a new Minecraft server, but it's RLCraft. The other thing is I don't personally have a lot of spare time to play Minecraft right now. So like in the future, I'd be down to throw up another server, but not at the moment. Also, Terra, I hate to do this to you, but once you get to Endwalker, you'll most likely lose your Sprout icon. No, I'm never getting into Endwalker. I'm never doing it. You did, but 14 performance only has 3 octaves you can play and can't actually play notes at the same time. People get around it with macros that play a fraction of a second apart. So you'd have to use macros. That's kind of a bummer. What the heck? Your aerial course is at work, and when you're on top of the silos, harnessed to the traverses in the winter. Pray, your job sounds incredibly dangerous, and you work here for like 17 hours a day, and I don't know how you do it. You're like 20, right? That's how. That's actually how you're doing it. I could do that, but this is like you're strapped into a harness and suspended in the trees and have to do all these games that are just balancing an upper arm strength, and I'm weak with both. I love you, Panic. I'm just picturing like little shaky noodle arms while you're like hanging up there. 25, sir. Yeah, it's basically 20. There you are, sir. I heard you went shark hunting. We too did our fair share of beast culling. I think Lise made a stronger impression when she bested a drunken pirate in a sparring match. Fastest knockout to date, I am told. I should like to think we have proven ourselves to be rather... Why do I get the feeling you have something important to tell me? Kojin mercenaries rounding up Doman Confederates? Surely Yotsuyu crossed the line now. We must go and speak with Rasho immediately. Even he cannot deny this changes everything. At least, I should like to think he cannot. I don't know. They are aggressively neutral. Hi, Jolly. To be honest, I was remaining Red Mage at the beginning of my adventures, but I discovered Bard and it's more for me. I like mobility and distance. So that was the most jarring thing about going from Machinist to Summoner, because I was Bard till 50, then I was Machinist because I wanted Shooty Boom Boom Pow, and then I went Summoner as I returned, and I just got thrown off. Guys, the thing I was talking about just came up again. It's so scary. It's so scary. Remind your viewers to follow. This could be a good time to remind viewers to follow you so they can catch your next stream. Why? Why are you doing this, OBS? Why are you popping this up in my chat? It's so upsetting. What was I talking about? Right, I went from Machinist to Summoner and the cast times was like, ooh, ee, ah. It was very jarring, but now I'm used to it. And Red Mage has this like weird kind of like cast go flow to it because of dual cast, and I really find it fun. Boa noite. What does that mean? Julie, I love you. Julie, how are you? I feel like I don't get to see you as often, and mwah, love you.
Our most compassionate acquaintances return. For your deeds, we owe you many thanks. But something tells me our thanks are not sufficient. The strange thing is, I was certain you understood our position. And yet here you are with that same look in your eyes and those same words upon your lips, I'll wager.
Good night, Julie. Wait, are you going to bed, Julie? Because if you are, I love you. The amount I just sat down and scooted across a swinging log. Don't panic, I love you. Oh, good night as in good evening, as in hello.
I speak only the truth.
Hi,
the
good evening.
Confederacy will not be spared Yotsuyu's wrath. You have always known this, that one day you would have no choice but to stand up to the Empire.
Tell him.
I say to you that day is today.
Tell him.
And come once more to ask that you join us in the fight.
Do it. Do it.
How convenient that recent events should lend such credence to your claims. Tell me, do death and destruction always follow in your wake?
I mean, yes. Don't lie, Alize. Technically, yes.
They had no part in it, Tansui. You know this. We all know
like,
this.
it's not our fault, but yes, it does happen that way. We came to Rulger's Reach, and then, like, 2 days later, it got attacked.
Took our Doman brothers. They will torture them for her sport. Murder them for her satisfaction. So we attack and get butchered for our trouble, or do naught and let them have their pound of flesh.
Butchered! Let's get butchered! Yotsuyu is Dami Mommy, right? Like the really psycho
choice,
lady?
I say we suffer the ignominy. We endure. We survive. There is no better path.
Come on.
Until the day our enemy is grown weaker and we stronger, there can be no retribution. We will wait for a sign. Such is the judgment of the Confederacy.
Come on. No, dude. Bruh.
So that's it then. You're just going to abandon them to her.
Mm-hmm.
They'd die for you, you know, for the Confederacy. They would die for you, but you wouldn't even think to risk your lives for theirs.
Accurate, poetic. Welcome in, by the way. How you doing? Dummy mommy or steppy mommy, however you wish to address her. Steppy mommy. Literally, you have the Warrior of Light on your side now. Fight. You are not going to get a better opportunity than this.
If you will allow. I'm afraid it's not very good as ideas go. It's exceedingly reckless, in fact, and you may well come to despise me for ever having suggested it. Assuming we survive, that is. The question being, do you trust me?
Yes. Actually, do you know the moment that I trusted Eorzea, kind of implicitly, was when she was super sentimental and upset about the kobold or the goblin. I can't remember which one is which in this game. The one that lost its parents. When she was like super by its side the whole time and super sentimental with it, I was like, I love her. I trust her. Gabu, yes. Tara, I now have a new game to bother you to play. Baron Breakfast, I've heard of it, but you can't play on Switch because it crashes a lot. Play on PC. Aw, that's a bummer. You're playing Terraria. My heart. I love Terraria so much. Isn't there a big like 1.4.4 update coming? I think I saw a YouTube thumbnail for it. Replace 20 emotes for now. Do you even need to ask?
I love you, bitch.
I love you too, Longo.
We can't stand by and let innocent people suffer, here or anywhere else. I'll do whatever it takes.
What's your plan,
Let us
Eorzea?
roll the dice.
What is your crackpot plan?
If it's a sign you want, we shall give you one. One rousing enough to make you drive every Garlean out of Isari without a second thought.
Huh?
You are wary of invoking the ire of the Imperial forces stationed in Dome, correct? Know then that once we have rescued our comrade and freed Isari, we mean to liberate the nation as a whole.
Well, I mean, that was always our goal. Your new mount has such a menacing face. Just want to play the new melee stuff. Is this in the new update? Going pure melee on master mode. Guys, I need many prage from all of you because Sunday's election day and we're hoping to defeat evil. Prage for Julie. I also hope you guys defeat the evil. Whoop.
You will doubtless require assurances that we are capable of achieving this, and that is only fair. Accordingly, we shall demonstrate our seriousness by depriving the Garleans of a key ally, the Kojin.
And how do you... We've only met one good Kojin.
What, the three of you, just like that?
And aren't the red Kojin just, like, completely sellswords? They'll just do whatever.
Actually, my esteemed colleague here will attend to it on his own. But the how of it is not your concern, only the outcome.
I'm signed
If
up for
you
this?
succeed, you help us liberate Isari. If we fail, you lose nothing. A simple enough wager, if you have the stones for it.
I like his purple highlights. It's very nice. Muffin!
This does make it hard to refuse, does she not?
You guys literally lose nothing out of this.
Words are air.
I mean, true, Jolly.
We will weigh you by your deeds.
Bet. We'll win you over yet. You will join the fight. I'm literally the Warrior of Light. I have plot armor. I love your face. I love your face. How are y'all doing? Tell me all the gossip. All right, I'll tell you some gossip. It's not quite gossip. So the other day, Zimmy's been doing this thing lately where he's so annoying and he wants food and then he'll like follow you around and meow while asking for food. And so I was right by my apartment door and I picked Zimmy up, like really lovingly. It wasn't hard. This was not mean at all, but I picked him up and I was like, why are you meowing? What, you can't have supper right now. You're getting fed in like an hour. And he was like, meow. you know, like the whole time. And I like ranted at him like that for like 5 minutes, or if a long time. I was like giving him a little like joke scolding, and then I put him down like, no, buddy, you're gonna get supper soon. Not yet. No, you can't just yell every time you want supper. Like I was doing that sort of thing, and I did that, and then oh my god. So there was no noise from the hallway outside. There was no noise from the hallway outside, but then I heard my like right across the hall neighbor's door close. So I don't know if they were just like really quietly in the hallway, like heard me talking, because when you're by the door, like it echoes throughout the hallway, but you don't hear your neighbors otherwise, only when you're right by the door. And so I heard the door like close right after I was done ranting. I was like, oh my god, no, my neighbors think I'm psychotic. Because I went on like a 5-minute rant to my cat, and then they like crept inside their apartment after the fact. I was like, fuck. Love it when cats are talkative. I do until it annoys me. I can't believe they gutted the ore broadswords this hard. Oh right, there was a massive melee change in Terraria. I forgot about that. Boop 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 boop. Boo doo 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 doo. So alone you will deal with the Kojin. If you are set upon this course, I shall give you a word of advice. 2 factions have the Kojin. The mercenaries who serve the Empire belong to the red. Those who belong to the blue are traitors. They have made no pact with the Imperials, and so may be willing to aid your cause. Seek the blue on the Isle of Becco. There you will find a cave. The rest is up to you. Thank you, Captain. We shall endeavor to not keep you waiting over long for your sign. Right then, let us head for... Wait, where's Lise? Cannot leave without her. Lise? Imagine if your neighbor thought you were talking to Spess. Well, that's the thing, right? The entire conversation, I never once said cat. I never once said cat. It was just me standing there scolding Zibby.
Welcome to Match Mojo, and today we're counting down our picks for the top 10 ways to remind your viewers to follow.
Honestly true. Golsif, holy shit, thank you for the 22 months. You beautiful soul. I appreciate your face. I like to talk to myself a lot, but I don't do it as much now that I live with Kuro. You're scared of the judgment, are you? Believe me, Kuro would not judge you. Streaming has only I always talk to myself out loud, but streaming has only compounded the issue. And I just walk around talking to myself all the time. It's kind of problematic. My cats are super talkative now that they're comfy and it's so cute. I just go, oh yeah? Do go on. My favorite thing to do, my favorite thing to say to my cat, and I'm sure you guys do it too, cat owners, is when they start meowing, you go, what? Well, where did you hear that? And then I usually go, you know, you can't believe everything you hear. That's just dangerous rumors. What, did you hear it on the internet? That's even worse. That's how I talk to my cat. I'm ridiculous. I do that shit. No, who told you that? That's just not true. Who told you that? Yeah, exactly. I feel like it's a pretty universal like cat thing. But also, if you don't want your cat to be talkative, don't talk to your cat, which is impossible to do. But like talking to your cat trains them to talk with you more. So they'll just become so yappy. And that's what's happened with Zimmy. They removed the plat broadsword Beyblade to death. This is so sad. Now that I think about it, getting a cat is a good excuse to talk to yourself in public. Yep, get a cat, Julie, get a cat. I fully endorse this. I was to say, excuse me? What did you just say? I'll be like, language. You dare talk to me with that kind of mouth? God, I love my cats. I like it, my sister hates it. Unfortunately for her, I've won. Oh no. Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to wander off. I wanted to have a think. I like how she like wandered off in the middle of a very important conversation too. You're worried you won't be able to live up to our promises? No, it's not that at all. If anything, I'm frustrated that I didn't think of it first. Ida and my father had a way with words. They knew how to inspire people, how to bring them together. I'd always hoped I might have something of that in me too. I'm starting to think I don't. What am I even doing here? No, Lise, come on. God, listen to me. I don't know where that came from. Forget I said anything. No, Lise. We have places to go, Imperials to fight and friends to save. We're not going to get any of that done by standing around here moaning, right? I have 2 kitties. The boy is Buddy and the girl is Pepper. Those are adorable pet names. Right? Before we first traveled to Garabanya, I was in Limsa Luminza visiting a friend, a young child who had been through a great deal. That's neither here nor there, I suppose. Anyway, on the way back, I passed a patisserie, which sold some of the most exquisite-looking tarts I had ever seen. I've always preferred cookies, to be honest, but nevertheless, I decided to stop and try one. I'll treat you to one when this is all over. And I won't take no for an answer. What about Ishtola? We never hear the end of it. All right. Ishtola 2. Once she's better. Deal? Good. Then let's hurry, shall we? We have a million things to do before then. What did that have to do with anything? She's like, what? Hang on a second. Did I miss something in the conversation? Lisa's like, I don't even know what I'm doing here anymore. I'm losing faith in myself. And then Alisaie is like, anyway, so I had these tarts. Like, did I miss something? Did I misread? Like, what happened? We have to keep fighting for tarts. What? Like, I'm here for it, but I don't fully understand what just occurred. Time for you to suffer last near raid. Enjoy. Training done. Proper hello. Least chill. Have a pastry. Literally what Alisaie just did to her. Izagi, how's your day? Wait a second. How do I get across? How do I get across? How do I get across? I just swim? Am I swimming? Is this happening? I think this is happening. Yeah, I'm swimming. Okay. Wow. Well, okay. Also, do you guys want to see something really cute? Look at this. We not swim anymore. We done swimming. You got glasses and you can't read SMH. Is that surprising though? Float out to sea. I wish you could. I wish you could like slowly float away. Also, I think I was in the middle of a rant. Jolly, thank you for gifting Muffin a sub, you sweet, beautiful bean. I saw it, but I think I was in the middle of ranting. Love you. Thank you so much for the support. I took a picture. What? How are you in a boat? What are you doing here? What are you doing AFKing over here? I'm gonna pet them. I'm gonna drive by pet them. How do I get in there? I'm gonna drive by. Yeah. I pet them. I pet them and there's nothing I can do about it. Haha! Cause they're AFK! Woohoo! I don't know. I don't understand what's going on there. They're ERPing run. No, they were alone. They were alone. And they were AFK. Osaka style, yeah. Why are we going in the ocean? I was pooping. We're going across the sea and we don't have a boat, so we're just fucking swimming it. We're just swimming it. I just think for pets. Lise, what is my worth? I'm only copying my father and sister. I'm useless. Alisaie, so once I made a huge ass cake. Yeah. Accurate. I don't know if I just like didn't comprehend. Why does it say there's a crystal here? Hello? Is it underwater? Tama Mizu. Mizu means water. Tama, what does Tama mean? Underwater Atlantis? I want to go to underwater. It is underwater. I thought so, with those little glowing lights. I want to go down. I want to go down here. Lurk, vacuum time. Enjoy vacuum. And they didn't have a carbuncle, ergo no ERP. Ray, the absolute concerning implications of what you just said. What does a carbuncle penis look like? No, I'm just kidding. Oh my god, I didn't ask that. I didn't ask that. Do not answer that. I will ban you, maybe? I don't know. I regret talking, ever. Anyway, so this ocean, huh? Bonk honestly deserved Nitro. Honestly deserved. Ban Terrabellum, accurate and deserved. Crabs. It's butt kicking time. But DPS queue. So it's butt kicking time in about 10 minutes. Rest in pepperoni. Do you know that if you ate 40,000 bananas in 10 minutes, you die of radiation poisoning? I think I've heard that before. I think that's accurate. Also, between waking up with a wine hangover into randomly remembering the bitch that got me fired like 10 years ago and being mad about that again, doing okay, shooting aliens about it. Why do our brains do that to us? Why do our brains randomly dig up like old trauma or old upset moments to be like, you're mad about this again? Yeah. Ooh, that thing you did in 6th grade that was super embarrassing? Everyone remembers. Nobody remembers. Literally not a single person but you. But then you're like sweating about it. I think this is the Isle of Becco, though, to be honest. It looks the same to me as however many other islands are around. Rasho said there was a cave that would lead us to their village. We should search further inland. You did that yesterday? Why does it do it? To make you work through it, but I don't work through it. I just stuff it down. I just stuff it down even further. Dealing with trauma? Shoving that shit down? Yeah. If you eat too many, you die of radiation. That's so cool. I mean, that's not cool to die of radiation, but like, it's cool that bananas have such a trace amount of radiation in them that if you ate 40,000 of them in quick succession, you would literally die of radiation poisoning. I don't know, especially when I already have a headache and nausea. Oof. Well, there's your problem. I don't think so. I think it's fine. I think it's healthy. I think it's a measured response, and then I just blow up in like a few months over like the tiniest thing. Like there's a rock in my boot and I just start crying uncontrollably. I think that's healthy. I think that's a healthy way to process trauma. It's not, by the way. Do not listen to me. Hi, Lise. What's up? How much further do you think it is? Much. Do I just jump? Oh, no, I go this way. I mean, I'm tempted to just jump. No, I'm gonna go this way. The gospel truth of mental health. Yeah. You heard it here first. No. Oh my god. Eorzea, why are you so much further ahead of Lise? Why are you doing this? Guys, do we miss the shorts or do we like the poofy pants?
Is that light I see up ahead?
Wait until we see us again. Do we miss the little shorts? Or do we like the pants? I like that they're a little bit poofy, but I can't tell you what my heart. What? Hello? We underwater?
We appear to be standing inside a giant bubble. By the 12. I think we're on the seabed.
It's so pretty, right? Yeah. Show me more. Show me more.
Well, well.
Soraban!
I heard familiar voices.
Someone please hydrate this place. It's good. It don't need it.
Soraban, what are you doing here?
He lives here, silly.
What a curious question. I live here.
That's what I said.
Then this is
Zimi,
the
can you
home of
not
the
be
Blue
near those
Koji.
cables? But you're stressing me out. Why are you here? You've never done this. Come here, bud. I'm gonna pick you up. Oh, I'm gonna pick him up. I'm gonna pick him up. You guys get free cat show. Come here. Come here. Come here. Oh, yeah, there you go. There you go. There you go. What you doing? Jimmy, can you not be near all the cables, please? It's very concerning. It stresses me out, but it makes me stress. Yeah, so my emotes are based off of his little face. His little face. Mwah, mwah. Don't do it, okay? Lay down over there. You like laying down there. Right there. Oh, is it because it's flipped over? Hang on. There. There, lay down there. You like it. There's a squishmallow he likes to lay on, but he's not doing it. Whatever. I tried to make him happy. Ooh, okay. Where were we?
Just so. I bid you welcome to Tamamizu.
Danke. Zimi, you're so warm. Can you come back? Come here, bud. Sit in my lap. Come here. Kitten. He's just staring at me. How fortunate that we should find a familiar face in this place. Well, we should tell Soraban about our situation. If anyone here can help us, it's him. Agree. Do, 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 do. Ew! Disgusting! I don't want it. Please tell me it's not an upgrade. It's not an upgrade. Barely not an upgrade. So tell me, my friends, what strange tides bear you to our home? That is indeed a most dire predicament, but perhaps an opportunity for us to craft yet another profitable arrangement. Very well, I shall introduce you to our leader, Bunchin. It will be up to you, however, to present your case. I heard dire? Hi, Dire Fox! How you doing? Is that their Aether right there? Wait, he's so cool looking. I must attune. Is that a manta ray? Wait, I want to be friends with the manta ray. Guys, we have to go make a friend. We have to go make friend with manta ray. Somebody introduced you to Super Auto Pets, you lost 2 hours. Dude, same. The first time I saw Super Auto Pets, I literally played it for like a week. And I had to peel myself away from it. Hello, manta ray friend. He's so pretty. He's so pretty. Manta rays are cool, dude. Have to Kojin tribal. Oh, you can get a personal manta. Sissy Pancake. Current team name is Creamy Balls. 10 out of 10. Name.
Welcome, guests. Gratitude to you for aiding Soroban in his negotiations.
Negotiations. My pleasure.
We thank you for your hospitality, honored elder. Pray forgive me my brevity, but I wish to discuss an urgent matter.
How do we get the red turtles to stop being assholes? King of Shroff Manta Ray. Would it be tiny because I'm Lalafell? I want tiny Manta Ray.
So, you seek to compel our red brothers to forego hostilities for a time.
We do.
That's right. We know your two clans have your differences, but what with you being brothers and all, we thought you might be able to share some secret knowledge or something.
Why is Lise like this? Ida was
From
not this
far
awkward.
above, you have journeyed here in search of our wisdom. You shall.
She's like tripping over her
All
words.
creation is a tapestry through which the divine is interwoven. Kami are legion, and they can be found in the great.
She has zero self-confidence anymore, right? I guess when she was under the guise of Yida, she had false confidence because she was like, what would Yida do? But now it's, what would Lise do? Which she doesn't fucking know.
Certain vessels. The ancient, the precious, the exquisite. We Kojin covet these vessels, these treasures. We go forth and bring them home to keep them safe and bask in their divinity. They bring prosperity and joy to us and our children.
Are their shells fake? Look at this. Wait, where's my finger? Look at this. They're like backpacks. They're like backpacks. I don't think their shells are on their bodies.
Yet, how are we to seek these treasures above?
What the fuck did I come back to? Don't worry about it. Me ranting.
Empire.
Why does it look so sus though?
Far-reaching as they are.
They are.
Wiser to join with
Are
them.
they just like backpacks? I hate
So
this.
resolved the Red Kojin.
cautiously and carefully, for the Garleans are blind to the divine, nor will they suffer their subjects to see. So the Red masquerade as mercenaries who seek money and power, and never speak of their faith in the presence of their masters. To honor the divine, they deny it. A twisted and misguided path.
So we gotta go beat some sense into them, right? Violence solves everything! In Final Fantasy. Release.
Aye. Kami will not abide such foolishness. This they shall learn to their sorrow.
Yes. Release conversation. When you've spent years pretending someone you aren't, it's hard to be confident when you suddenly start being yourself. Totally fair.
While
totally
our Red
fair.
brothers live by the sword, we Blue Kojin uphold the old ways, engaging in trade and valuing peace. Alas, men distinguish not between our clans.
It's because they're
Judgment
racist.
for the doings of the Red falls unjustly upon the Blue. Thus do men grow more and more reluctant to deal with us, denying us our treasures. This cannot continue.
Not the treasures.
On that point, we are in agreement. You are willing to aid our cause, then?
There is a way that the Red may be driven to retreat into their shells.
I'm still not convinced that the shells are part of your bodies, though. They look like backpacks.
But to share with
Look,
you this knowledge,
look, it's like strapped on.
the secrets of the divine. Assurances must first be had. Trust forged. A bargain struck.
Well said, Elder. In great crises is great profit to be had.
Delight not overmuch in such things, Soroban. Now, tell our guests what must be done.
As you wish.
Are they wearing masks, or is that just what their face is like? It's a little bit concerning.
Well, I've no idea what we've gotten ourselves into, but so far so good, right?
Right. Lise, honey, I want you to be confident. I want you to find your mojo. I want you to find your mojo. You're making me sad. Just be like Yida again, but make it you. Be Yida, but like least flavored. Come on. Listen well, my friends. We require your assistance with the search of a priceless treasure. Is that the manta ray? Oh my god. This jewel, this most sacred of Kojin relics, was in the possession of Hingashi until they decided to present it to the Garleans in a gesture of conciliation. The Red would not abide this, so they plotted to seize the vessel, bearing it to their imperial masters. Alas, though they succeeded, in the ensuing chaos, the Magatama was lost to the sea. We wish to recover the sacred jewel before our brothers. However, were we to come into conflict with them, it would be problematic. Therefore, we turn to you. So you want us to search the ocean floor for this treasure of yours. I'm not sure how we're supposed to do that without, you know, gills. Drowning? Fear not. There's a ritual I can perform to imbue your bodies with a powerful blessing, but first you must prepare offerings for the sea. I require twisted ruby coral, several fist-sized sea snail shells, and a freshly harvested unkyu carapace. Hi, Warlord! That's quite the shopping list. I will see to the shells. At least, can you look for the coral? Sir, would you go find an unkyu and relieve it of its carapace? Sure. Terra, wait, bonk works? Yeah, bonk working. And pets working. It's so pretty. I want one. I want one for myself because on a Lalafell it'll be tiny. It'll be little manta ray. It'll be so cute. It'll be precious, and I want it. Hello, Blue Mender. Can you mend my stuff? Thank you. Thank you, thank you. You're my superstars.
It's only been 3 months.
Who is pressing buttons? EJ! EJ! Thank you for the 3 months of primer, you beautiful soul. I can't believe it's been 3 months. You just found me, EJ. You just found me. How is it 3 months? What even is time? Did your ISP get its shit together? So, Mac, I think so. We have been live now for an hour and 17 minutes, and I don't have a single dropped frame, like via network. If I've dropped any frames, it's the usual like rendering stuff, not the network drop. I did a network test yesterday. I think I posted the image, and we had 11 drops in like a 1 hour period or a 2 hour period. And then after the tech left, I did another bandwidth test up until I went live, which lasted like a little bit over an hour. Not a single drop. So whatever they did fixed it. Bless. And that, my friends, is how you cover up being late to stream. There's no such thing as being late to stream. You arrive in exactly when you're meant to. Hiya. Do I want pickles, you said? Ketchup, mustard, mayo. Yeah. Thank you. Guys, I'm having burgers today. I know, Sabila, you were here so early. I was shook. I was shook. You're not usually here that soon. I will liberate your carapace from your body. Carapace? Got it. Wait, what music do I want? I want Titan music. For me, the moment I see the time is 11:21, I go, fuck, that means I'm late. Oh no. No such thing, no such thing. I'd say it was TikTok, but in reality it was YouTube Shorts. Okay, oh my God. Does anyone else have this problem? I'll find myself wasting time, like on TikTok. I'll be scrolling TikTok and I'm like, ooh, okay, I have to stop. I have to stop scrolling TikTok. I'm not being productive. I'm not getting anything done. Then I immediately open YouTube and start scrolling YouTube Shorts. So it's like, I just replaced what I was doing with the same thing, but different flavored. Oh, yeah, Mac, about Opera. About Opera. Supposedly, Twitch is just like dropping support for Opera. You might want to look into it, but Panic was saying that when they were in here earlier. So, rip you, rip Buckma. EJ, thank you for host. God, I'm so tired. I can't wait until I have money again. I think I'm gonna start buying Red Bull in bulk. I have like a 4-pack of Red Bull. I might actually break one out today because I didn't have any coffee. I have like this, but this is like not caffeine. It's like a tiny amount of caffeine. See, what I do is I close TikTok, then 20 seconds later reopen TikTok. That's what I do, but it's YouTube Shorts instead. I go on YouTube like to check like what I want to upload or how an upload I have is doing, and then I see a short and I'm like, oh, that sounds interesting, and then suddenly I'm scrolling for like another 30 minutes. It's almost as bad as scrolling Facebook on your computer and then picking up your phone and scrolling Facebook. No, it's so different, Izagi. It's totally different. How splendid they are. The kami shall be most pleased, I'm sure. I got it, the ruby coral you wanted. And I, the sea snail shells. They're about the size of my fist, though I realize now you may have meant yours. These shall more than suffice for our purpose. Next, we must make ready to present them to the sea and perform the ritual. Once it's been completed, you'll be able to move freely through the depths and find Yasakani no Magatama. Out of curiosity, how large is this sacred jewel of yours? Unless it's far too large to be carried by the three of us, how are we supposed to even find it? The Ruby Sea is not exactly small. Surely you realize we've been searching this whole time. The area we wish you to explore is but a small fraction of the Ruby Sea. Already we have scoured most of the seabed near and within our territory to no avail. All that remains is the region to the west. The shellless of Sui no Sato can provide you with better guidance than we. You would do well to visit them first. Shellless? You mean the Kojin aren't the only ones living under the sea? Of course not. The Ryan have been here as long as I can remember. Shiosai, the overseer, I believe, can tell you more when you arrive. But we are getting ahead of ourselves. We have yet to carry out the ritual. I'm not taking that ugly robe. It's disgusting. For some reason, I can't get 4-packs of the regular size anymore. Only for the small. Oh, I only get the smaller cans. And that's the only thing I sell them in 4-packs. You can order a 24 pack of Red Bull for $60 on Amazon. Ooh. Sounds like a pretty decent deal. Actually, that sounds kind of expensive, but like Red Bull itself is pretty expensive. So I know you can install Firefox on Mac. Pretty sure you can install Chrome too. Why the fuck can't I free rotate an image on my PC? I'm being scammed. Mac, I have no clue. Mac, I have no clue. I think the solution is get off of Opera. Think about to get to the dungeon with gear you can't use. What? What do you mean with gear I can't use? Are you ready, my friends, to explore a world unlike you have ever known? Then let us go to the western part of the village, where the water twists and turns in their complete preparations for the ritual. It's all skimpy swimwear? Oh no. I wanna be where the swimwear is. I wanna see some titties. No, just kidding. Boom, boom. My brain is still broken from converting decimal to binary to hexadecimal. I don't know shit. Why did you need to do that in the first place? Weren't you in a hospital? Sweetling, your life confounds me. Actually, a little cheaper because 4 packs are $10. 24 is just under 60, so value! I mean, are you gonna drink all 24 of them? Yes, obviously. So, I mean, you might as well. You might as well buy bulk, right? Save money. Boop, 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 boop. Absolutely, I will. So, I mean, there you go. He dove into the water a moment ago and said to wait here until he returned. Sploosh.
It is done. Your offerings have been given to the sea.
How did he do it? Did he just like throw them in the water?
The ritual can begin at last. Come and stand before me, my friends.
Okay. Oh, homework. Programming homework. I will use Chrome solely to moderate this place. Thank you so much for your sacrifice, Mac.
Yes,
we appreciate you.
Listen to my words, and let all else wash away. Listen to my words, and feel them flow into your heart. At first a trickle, then a flood.
Do, 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 do.
O Kami of the fathomless waters of the fallen, the ascended, the flowing, and the becalmed, caretakers of the shallows and of the depths.
Okay.
Receive of us our meager offerings.
Ooh.
Cleanse these ones of earth
I'm a
and
bubble
stone,
boy!
And grant them your blessing, that they might drink deep of the divine.
I'm a bubble boy! Oh, I'm not a bubble boy. I thought we were gonna get to keep it.
The ritual is complete, my friends. You may now breathe in the depths as you would upon land.
Strange. I don't feel any different. Are you sure it worked?
What if we go out there and just drown?
Reasonably. The
Reasonably?
does have its limits, of course. While it will allow you to dwell in the depths, it will not help you traverse them.
I can swim well enough. How about you, Alize?
I can doggy paddle. We're good.
Oh, like a fish. In contrast to my doggy paddling brother.
Oh no! No! Dude, imagine if I was in Alphino cosplay right now. Holy shit, I just got put on blast.
Somehow the boy just isn't very buoyant.
Fuck. Same. I should be in Alphino cosplay.
Your bodies are ill-suited to the sea. Your cause demands alacrity, and you shall have it.
Have you considered getting
let
good?
Us take to the water.
No. Do 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 do. Whoop! And away she go. Oh my god, I don't know if it's just me right now, but I'm picturing like a Kingdom Hearts. Like, you know, whenever you enter a new world in Kingdom Hearts and there's like the big like world name. That's I was seeing it in my head.
Air.
Now I shall summon for you noble steeds of great strength.
Noble steeds? Hello? Can I use my pony down here? Manta ray! Manta ray! I don't mean to alarm you guys, but I'm getting a manta ray. It's just that easy.
Oh, look at them. I bet they could take us all the way to the deepest depths of the sea.
And so they may. After we've won over the Confederacy, rescued Kosetsu, and liberated your respective homeland.
Should you become parted from your steeds, return to me, and I shall call them again. Take care, my friends.
Okay.
And may the Kami speed you on your way.
The closed captioning translations are funny as hell. I need to get back on the one that I was on because it was more accurate, but the plugin for it broke, so I have to try and fix it again.
We'll find that treasure in no time. Come on!
You got the part for your dishwasher. This one doesn't fit. Oh, it doesn't. Yeah, how long did you wait for that? I think the 3D printing stuff and measuring wrong. Oh my god. Hi, manta ray friend. Oh my god, I'm like the size of its mouth. Please don't breathe me in by accident. Please, I'm only little. Diving unlocked. Owing to Soroban's blessing, you may now dive into deep water and stay submerged indefinitely. Underwater settlements like Tamamizu and Suinotsato can be accessed via circular portals. To leave deep water, you need only swim toward the surface. Conversely, to dive into deep water while swimming on the surface, press Control and Spacebar. Should you become separated from your steed, speak to Soroban in Tamamizu to mount a striped ray. You and all your flying mounts have received the Kojin's tribe's ancient blessing and can now breathe the water indefinitely. To dive, you must first be swimming in a body of water that allows diving. Next, you simply need to descend as you would with any flying. Default control space. If you are riding a flying mount, you can go from flying to diving by descending into the water at the proper angle. There are special emotes, such as water flip, that can only be used while underwater. These emotes are indicated by a unique icon. What? Can I do that while on this? No, I can't do it while on this. This is so sad. Whee! Very cool. Very spicy. Ooh! Ooh! Look at this area. Just gonna say fucking replace the whole thing at this point. Terra, I love you, but I've gotten several cutscenes. We'll play in sequence. I'll be muting while. Oh, good luck, Muffin! Good luck! I'm praying for your health. Sploosh. Danke. Danke, danke. Danke for food. I got tots. And I got burger. I got tots and burger. Hey Noble, thanks for the stretch and the water. Food! I want burger, meow. Is smash burger. Spess has been obsessed with smash burgers lately, and so have I. They've been very good, very tasty. They're like thinner patties, so they get like a little bit more crispy. Where's the mayo for the tots? You put your tots in mayo? Are you okay? Ah, they're hot. I'm German. Doctor. You eat tots plain? Yeah. But drown your nuggies? Sometimes I'll have tots in, what's it called? Ketchup? Or like dipped in ketchup. The fuck? Best dipping sauce? Honey dill. None of you guys know what it is because it's a Manitoban thing. And it makes me so sad for you guys because honey dill sauce is to die for. So good. Ew, what? What do you mean? Ew, what? I will fight you. It is literally the best. It is literally the best. Nope, In-N-Out is the one I'm blacklisting. What? Fight. French fries with mayo dipping is awesome. Okay, you know what? Should I go get a little bit of mayo? Should I try this? Should I try my tots in mayo? Is this like a thing? Oh, it's a Tobin thing. It's a Tobin thing. Yeah. Yes. Okay, I'll be right back. I'm doing it. Oh, I hate. Are you kidding?
Good work.
Guys, why would you give Spess idea? Wait, why is it so well drawn? Why is it so well drawn? What the fuck? What is it even on? Where did you get this stick from? There's $1! There's a Got him. I'm not drinking this whole cup. Fuck you guys. I'm drinking 15 because Valora's a 10 out of 10 mod. Okay, here we go. 15 beverages being consumed. Okay. 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 I got it. I did it. I did the thing. I'm gonna try it. I'm gonna try it and I'll let you guys know if it's disgusting or not. Tater tots in mayo. Tater tots in mayo, everybody. Oh, fuck you guys. Of course it's fucking good. It's mayonnaise. Of course it's good. Fuck. I didn't need the extra calories, Sweeling. Oh my god. Of course it's fucking good. Like, I'm surprised. Fuck. Woo! I like it. You're a big boy. You're fine. If you're feeling fancy, can add garlic salt. That's too ritzy for my blood. Are you kidding me? High steel. Oh, never mind. Never mind. That's a shield. Now he's gonna eat tots with mayo now? 100% I am. Also, Coco, did you grow up in Toba? Or nearby? Honey dill is, it makes me so sad that it's not a common thing everywhere. Because tenders and nuggies without honey dill is like not worth eating. Well, of course they are, but like it's just so much better. The reason for the In-N-Out blacklist is because they sneak religion onto their wrappers and boxes.
In a world where Potato existed, I met my favorite streamer.
Now, he is your second favorite streamer because Potato is dead. Hike, thank you so much for the 4 months. You beautiful, beautiful soul. I appreciate you. Oh, yo, Kenora, let's go. We used to be like, not neighbors, but like we used to be nearby. If this is Suino Sato, then Shiosai and the Overseer should be around here somewheres. I dare say one of the locals may be able to point us in the direction. Though, now that I look around, I get the distinct impression we're not welcome here. Favorite dipping sauce would be the Chick-fil-A sauce. Is Chick-fil-A in Canada at all? I don't think I've ever seen one. No, it isn't. Rip. Mantario, good for you. Chick-fil-A is homophobic. This is where I just revert to saying that everything is evil. All people suck. All businesses are evil. Cause like, dude, if you dig into anything or anyone, there's a reason to cancel them. 100%. Hey, there's Shiosai. Hi. Shiosai, probably a tax evader. Look at him. Looks like a tax evader. 100% doesn't pay his taxes. And what else? I don't know, something else. What corporate isn't evil? Exactly my point, Marwick. They literally donate money to anti-gay politicians. Fuck them. That's even worse. Okay, that's exceptionally worse. What the? Oh, the fish. Fuck Chick-fil-A. So, this is our man? Shiosai, tax evader. Leave this place and never return. We have no need of wide-eyed wanderers. Sorry, I didn't mean to stare. My name is Lise, and these are my friends, Sir and Alize. We're looking for the overseer of Suino Sato, Shiosai. That is you, isn't it? The Kojin of the Blue sent you hither, did they? I am no overseer, nor ever would I claim to be one. I am the high priest of Shisui, of the Violet Tides. So you are the man we're looking for. Great, we need your help. We're looking for this jewel called the Yasaki no... Stop, I will hear no more. We will suffer no outside troubles in our sanctuary, especially those of would-be treasure hunters. Chip chip. Hello? Hello? This little thing? Quiet, Isobe. There will be no dango for dinner. Ahem. I can do naught to aid you. I say to you again, leave this place and never return. He's a baby! He's a baby, you guys. You've had Chick-fil-A on your blacklist since you were a kid. Frick 'em. Frick 'em. Grumbles, here goes $400. Probably. Ugh, sigh. Being a homeowner blows. Yeah, it does. I must away to help my wife with dinner. I shall be back. Bye, Ray. Be safe. Don't burn yourself. Don't cut yourself. At the very least, sir, you might condescend to tell us of your village and of why you are so loath to show us even the most basic courtesy. Suino Sato is our sanctuary, under the benevolent leadership of the Ruby Princess, sovereign of Shisui. We, Ryan, enjoy humble yet fulfilling lives, but it was not always so. Long ago, our forebears were driven from their ancestral lands. Beneath the waters, they sought refuge from the ravages of war, and here they flourished. All that we are, our culture, our traditions, was born of the sea, as was I. Though we have engaged others in diplomacy, it has ever been with the utmost caution. Isolation and independence are essential to preserving our way of life. So it was when Doma fell 25 years past that the Ruby Princess, in her wisdom, decreed that we would take no part. As it was, so ever shall it be. Forever and ever apart. Forgive me, I understand how highly you value your way of life, and how you will suffer none to endanger it. You may be assured that we have no desire to do so, and I would hope that we have given you no cause to assume otherwise. You have not, but this changes nothing. Regardless of your intentions, it is not my place to break with tradition. A huge part of me is so glad no one hears my voice yet. Even a bigger part of me is pissed y'all ain't heard my... Why is that, AJ? You want people to hear your voice, but you don't want people to hear your voice? Make up your mind! Everyone says buy a house. Nobody warns you about all the surprise expenses, and there are so many. Like, I don't know how it is everywhere, but if a pipe bursts, like, on your property or even on, like, the boardwalk that, like, you have to take care of, you're billed for that, which I think is ridiculous because it's, like, government piping. And why are you responsible if it bursts? It's just crazy. I'd rather deal with the house than a shitty landlord, which is what I had, but it's still garbage. Right, and as we were establishing a couple streams ago, you guys don't necessarily have the same, like, renters association that we have. Or, like, the securities. Can you go lay down for a bit? Echo, I love you. Mwah. Oh, that's... EJ, that's everybody. That's normal. I must consider the wishes of all who call Suino Sato home. For me to defy their will and permit outsiders to remain would be a gross betrayal of my responsibilities. Please do not ask this of me. Thank you for your time, sir. Rip the dream. Chime in, little otter friend. I thought they would come to our aid. Lyric separate consumption. Enjoy. And so it continues. Another village, another deaf ear. Clearly, Girabanya is not the only place with walls. I'm starting to wonder if this was all a huge mistake. Gosetsu couldn't have known we would take this long. I only hope he's still alive. I've had such a craving for Chinese for so long, Sweetling. You can get that otter as a minion. I think someone may have already given me it. Meanwhile, in the Tavern of Isari... Best boy!
I tire of this filthy tavern, and it's still filthier clientele.
Oh, EJ, I put it there for, like, the gamer's privacy. Otter. There's an abroader otter, which is summer word. That's so cute. Yeah, Jolly gave it to me. Thought so. I did it for the gamer's privacy. So if anyone that I'm in a party with or a raid with or whatever have you, just so they're not, like, outed in whatever they're talking about.
Reward for your treachery, aye. A painted woman of your rich
to hide in game chat, correct.
Deserves a better class of customer.
Name calling. Is that what we've been reduced to?
Oh.
Orphan of the Nayuri. Widow of Sashihai. What joy it must have brought you to be revenged upon us all.
She said, oh, name calling, is that what we've resorted to? And I want to say, Steppy Mommy! I want to say, beating the crap out of a defenseless old man.
Not enough.
So much better.
Not nearly enough.
Still not sure if I like it. You don't have to like it. It's just going to be there.
My appetite for your agony is as an abyss.
Bottomless.
Bottomless.
Insatiable. Pee break? Julie? Yeah, Julie's been here, Mac. Stomp me, mommy. It's better than some people that just do like a sensor blur. Yeah, and I missed having on-screen chat. Felt like the best solution.
Before you die, you will cry and beg and prostrate yourself upon the earth. You will crawl on your belly through the muck and the piss and debase yourself for my amusement.
Yeah, I'm so not into her.
All of you.
All of you.
I'm so not into her. She's so unhinged.
But you think you are made of sterner stuff?
Who's Julie? You're cancelled, Sweetling.
Rather than have him beat you, mayhap I should have my oaf go and fetch your master's head.
I was joking. Nope, cancelled. Straight to Twitter.
Poor, poor Lord Cayenne. Kami rest his soul. Noble leader of a fallen nation. A fine puppet he made for the Viceroy. For a time.
Yeah, super not into her. Haha. Who would be? Haha. Definitely not me. Haha. No, I'm not. She's too unhinged.
He was content
if she was like
to serve his
40% less
masters as a
unhinged,
dog.
I'd be into it.
And then everyone had to rise up and get themselves killed. Tell me, how did it feel to fail him that day? To live with the disgrace of his death?
If you think she's bad, wait till you meet the other one. Oh no. It gets worse.
Not that you were a stranger to living with disgrace, of course. In the what was it? 25 years since you were humiliated and tossed into an imperial jail? You had plenty of time to get used to it. Oh yes, I heard the stories. About the samurai who would do anything to return to his master's side, even if it meant pledging his blade to his sworn enemy. They say he walked with death, that he slew 1,000 men in the Empire's name. Truly a tale for the poets.
Ooh.
I do not deny
Bitch needs
my
med check in
sins,
Discord. Agree.
but I will not be reproached by the likes of you.
Oh, I mean not to reproach you, but to praise you. You're a survivor, samurai. Just like me. So, let us not dwell on the past, you and I, and instead give thought to the future. To wit, I would ask you again to help me resolve this vexing matter of Doma's missing heir. Living or dead, it makes no difference, really. But the Garleans are most insistent that we put this problem behind us. And I know you helped him flee. So tell me, what became of Lord Hien?
Sweet, like, oh my god. I feel you,
dismay,
but like...
The details escape me at present. Mayhap your dog could jog my memory.
Get on with it, and mark me, brute. There is no limit to how far you can fall.
Wait, did he?
All the bloody
Oh, it is Gernwatt.
stupid.
Or Grindwatt. Greenwatt?
When I get back to Eorzea, I'm gonna find that little shite, and I'm gonna make him pay.
You talking about me? You talking about me? Because that's quite the opposite. There's a cat cafe in Denver! Let's go! No sword for me here? No sword for me here. I'll take the Grimoire just in case I jump back to Summoner at some point. Cute. We seem to have reached an impasse, and to make matters worse, every solution I can think of will only take more time. I don't suppose you have any ideas, do you, sir? Maybe we'll ask Sorbonne, yeah. Ah! We could find Red Kojin, encourage them to talk. Encourage them to talk? The thought of administering a little encouragement does have its appeal, but I would need to be convinced that the Red Kojin knew anything before resorting to violence. You are the ones who came from above, yes? If we could have a moment of your time. Whomst? Whomst? Ihanami. Mine apologies, I did not mean to startle you. My name is Ihanami, and this is my wife, Yudagi. We were wondering, have you any news from Doma? If so, we should like very much to hear it. May I ask why? If you must. Our daughter fought in the rebellion. We have heard naught from her Wait, is this Yugiri's parents? Oh my god, no way! Took me too much to hope that you know her, but her name is Yugiri. I was kind of thinking the mom looked like Yugiri. Oh my god! Kami be praised, she lives. We're looking for her too, actually, but I'm sure she's alright. I forgot how sickly her mom looks. She's just old, Izagi, don't be mean. We had no idea she hailed from Suinosato. How did she come to serve Doma as a shinobi? It all began when she was a little girl. She and another child crept out of the village, and having grown curious of the outside world. To Doma they went, where they met a young boy, a proud son of Yangja. His tales of imperial oppression left a lasting impression on her, when she returned, she spoke passionately of Doman's plights and urged us to take the boy in, but my wife and I would not hear any of it. We thought the matter closed, but she never forgot his words. She became convinced that the Garleans would one day come for us, and it was in search of the strength to defend us that she left years later to learn the ways of the shinobi. When the then Ruby Princess learned of this, she forbade Yugiri's return, lest she bring misfortune to us all. We protested the judgment, but there was naught we could do, and so our daughter, who only wanted to keep her people safe... Surely there's something we can do for these people. They who gave her aid and succor when no other would. I am but a humble stonemason, but if it is the Yasakani no Megatama you seek, I may yet be of assistance to you. The jewel is known to possess an unusual property. To the naked eye, it is jade. But when bathed in a particular light, it shimmers with a divine resplendence. I have mined similar materials before. To find them, one must use these lamps. They cast an invisible light, under which the stone sparkles. In the deepest depths, yet they are invaluable. He give us flashlight? Now do them over and over to get a near jacket? Oh my god. Good luck, Jolly. There's a sunken ship to the east. Is the near content soloable, or do you need to actually find groups for it? There's a sunken ship to the east, though the currents may have spirited away her cargo. You should begin your search there. Thank you so much. We will do just that. I hope you find that which you seek. I only wish there was something more we could do to assist you. Know that you will be in my prayers. And when you next see our daughter, pray tell her not a day goes by that her parents and brothers do not think of her. We will, I promise. Oh, it's an Alliance Raid series. Hey, Rando, welcome in. 24-man Alliance Raid. So, not soloable. Not soloable. This is a side quest, which is probably an ether current, so I should pick it up. Quests themselves are only back and forth segments. Gotcha. Doodle-doo, doodle-doo, doodle-doo. Yep, ether current. Boink. Oh crap, I didn't pay attention. Yeah. I'm only gonna pay attention to very specific side quests that you guys tell me to pay attention to. I can't fly in here, right? No, I cannot. Oh, this actually has a hang on a second. This is a side quest? And you are? We've already met. Chirp, chirp. Lady Kurenai, what brings you here? What? My lady, you of all people must realize how incredibly dangerous it was of you to entrust another with our secrets, much less a newcomer whose intention we know not of. What other choice did I have? When the seal breaks, we will be forced to drown the palace and all souls within. Would you sooner have me sacrifice my sister and my people than turning to outside help? And you think this man has some hidden power, capable of delivering Suino Sato from untold disaster? You can fly in there once you unlock flying for the zone. Got it, got it. I realize it is not your nature to ask for assistance, but like it or not, there's little else we can do. No outcome could be worse than losing the Ruby Princess. Even you must realize we stand only to gain by requesting this man's aid. You have the right of it. Very well. I will give your friend until the next high tide to rescue the princess. If he fails, however, I will destroy the dome. Or he will... Wait, I will destroy the dome and atone for the deed with my life. Remember, my lady, should it come to this, you shall be the one to inherit the throne. Holy shit. Gonna go hang out with husband. Have a good night. Marwick! Have a good night. Here, take this scroll. I will permit you pass into Shisui of the Violet Tides. I presume you are aware of its location. Not to worry, I will show him there. The palace lies just beyond the turquoise trench. Before we leave, however, there's one last thing I must share with you. I was not entirely truthful in everything I've told you. That's okay, I didn't read all of it. Terra also moved his mic. Help, I'm scared and confused. Who else moved their mic back? Wait, was the Shisui dungeon not required for the story? I quickly grabbed a side quest because it had an aether current on it. It is nothing that affects our current predicament. But it is nevertheless a lie I mean to set straight once this is all over. Forgive me, it was something I could tell you now I would. There's so much change. Chat on screen, bonk working, mic moving. You can't handle it, it's too much. Is there an etherite here? There's like it's a settlement. Oh, this is the quest for the dungeon. It's just been too long, I didn't remember. It wasn't a part of the MSQ. Oh. Oh. It's a great dungeon. There is no ether. Okay. So if I want the ether currents, I have to do this. But if I don't want the ether currents, I don't. Also, where is it? Oh, it's far. Okay, well, we'll deal with that later. For now, we will focus this direction. Pew. And I can't wear any of the gear. What if I glam it though? What if I glam? That's a disorienting transition. Under the sea, down where it's wetter, that's where it's wetter, take it from me. Up on the shore, they work all day. Out in the sun, they slave away. Hypothetically, if I were to become a furry VTuber, would y'all judge? Of course not. This is literally, I say this is a judgment-free zone. This is a judgment-free zone. We joke about judgment, but it's a judgment-free zone. Tara, when are we getting Christmas peepos? After October. Literally, people will murder me, Julie. If I had Christmas peepos now, and October is not even done, they will murder me. I have so many feelings right now. What? Why? Muffin, are you okay? Oh, several cutscenes playing in sequence. Muffin! It's okay, I'll be there soon. What X-Pack are you in right now, Muffin? I should give Julie her peepos. Fine, oh wait. I mean, if Mac does it, then I can be like, it wasn't me. Mac did it. If this wreck is the self-same vessel which Soraban spoke, then if the gods are good, the Magatama is nearby. Ready your lamp and keep your eyes open, sir. We're going to need to take this slowly. Move too fast and we risk overlooking something. Find the Yasaki no Magatama. You will need to search the area marked on your map. Use your lamp to pinpoint the precise location of the treasure and claim it. My lamp? First, give me the lamp. Though you cannot say for certain, you think you glimpse a flickering light in the distance. For an instant, you spy a flash of light. You are getting closer. Warmer. The flash is unmistakable in the dark, but you are unable to pinpoint its exact location. Just a little closer. Warmer. Right here. Ah. I'm getting closer. I'm getting closer. Whew. You're doing like 79 quests, so that's Shadowbringers? Endwalker is 80 plus, right? It is never too soon to be happy, Tara. Hypothetically, I need a PC in order to be, yeah. Yeah, it is important. Wait, this doesn't feel like I'm closer. This feels further. Back in a bit, going through drive-through. Be safe. For now, we do have the Christmas people, that's true. So like right here? Just a little closer. Just a little closer. There! Peeping up from beneath a fine layer of sand, you spy something shimmering. Shimmering object. Hello? Thanks for the follow. Welcome in. Tara just swimming past my dead body. I saw you flip. Oh, how do you water flip? Oh, that's cute. That is cute as heck, dude. How you doing? Welcome in. Gonna also dress up and give candy for Halloween. What are you gonna dress up as? I swear, looking for a needle in a haystack would be quicker. Gosetsu will have died of old age by the time we finish. You haven't found anything, have you, sir? The Yasaki no Magatama. This is it? The Yasakani no Magatama, exactly as Soraban described. It would seem that our fortunes have finally changed for the better. We take the book. Mac, you and me both. You and me both. Purple sword. Alright, I don't think the sword itself is purple. Just the gem. That's not fun. If they were both purple, it would be fun. Much as I would like to return and thank Yugiri's parents for their assistance, time is of the essence. I say we make for Tamamizu at once. Hold on to it for now. Demon, you're a demon. Smiley face. Hold on to it for now, sir. Once we arrive, present it to the Elder, and then we can finally learn how to deal with the Red Kojin. Okay. The question is, EJ, there's a lot of different kinds of demons. Is there one in particular that you're going to be modeled after, or a similar kind of demon? Or are you just gonna like slap on some horns and call it a day? You're returned, and with the Yasakani no Magatama, I trust. There you go. Yes, there was no mistake. Well done, well done. So, about the Red Kojin, you said there was a way to make them retreat into their shells. Are you ready to tell us now? Hi, Froggo! I did indeed, and yes, I am. For you see, pardon me, divinity resides not only in the material vessels, but in individuals. As laying claim to this most sacred of treasures, you have demonstrated an affinity with the divine. To treat with men and women such as you is to invite fortune into our homes. Gladly we will aid your cause. Poundland. Oh, is this like, wait a second. Is Poundland the UK version of like a dollar store or like a Dollar Tree, etc., etc.? I've never heard that and it sounds very lewd. It sounds immensely lewd, more or less. Okay. I'm just saying I wouldn't mind going to Poundland. It sounds like a good time. Poundland. Dench. There is a ceremonial knife of some sort. Before this blade, that which is sealed shall open. The treasure vaults of the Kojin and the Isle of Zeki. It is there that our most prized relics, be they of the red or the blue, are kept safe. Fiercely do the red guard it, for its contents are more precious than their lives. Frog, you want a kiss on forehead? Give me 1 second. Were the vaults to be attacked, their response would be, response by necessity be immediate. Kojin would be summoned from malms around to defend their treasures. And were we to sow enough chaos, the Reds in service to the Imperials would have no choice but to answer the call as well. Given the Confederacy the sign they've been waiting for, without the Kojin, the Imperials don't have nearly enough troops in Izari to hold off the pirates. However, you must understand that the vault is holy ground, home to 1,000 kami. To intrude upon it without paying the proper respects is a sacrilege we cannot condone. So, if we were to pay the proper respects, it would be alright? Great, how do we do that again? The Yasakani no Magatama is one of the 3 most coveted treasures of the Kojin. The other 2 lie within the vault. Were you to deliver the jewel unto the others, and thereby make them whole, the kami may forgive your trespass, and instead delight in your mischief-making. We have Poundland Americans have fanny packs. True. Poundland does sound like a gentleman's club for sure, right? I love that the Kojin was like, no, don't change it. Just keep it as Yasakani no Magatama. Right? Just keep it as the mouthful. Welcome back, Warlord. How was supper? So if I understand you correctly, you want us to take the sacred jewel coveted by your red brothers and deliver it to their treasure vault. More or less, the Yasakani no Magatama belongs on the Isle of Zeki. So long as it finds its way there, we are satisfied. The Magatama has chosen you to bear it to its brothers. Had it not, you would never have found it, and we would not be having this conversation. Thinking emoji. I shall inform the Confederacy of your plans and bid them to make ready to act when the time is right. What did I come back to? Talking turtles. And talk of Poundland from the UK. The Isle of Zeki lies to the west of Suinosado. Look for a cave beneath the waters. May fortune favor you in this and all other endeavors. Boop. Right then, I'm not normally in the habit of sneaking into heavily guarded treasure vaults, but if this is the only way to convince the Confederacy to act, then so be it. We should be prepared for a fight, the bigger the better, the kind where you'll wish you had 7 of your most battle-hardened friends at your side. Did you just blow me a kiss? What the? How can I blow kiss? If you tell me it's Mog Station. Don't tell me it's Mog Station. I will shit. I will shit. There we go. Mog Station emote! But that one's so much better than the blow kiss. What? That's so lame. The regular blow kiss. That's the dote emote. There is blow kiss, but dote is Mog. I want to slash dote. Where's my kiss? Speaking of kiss, Froggo. There you go, there's your kiss. There's your kiss, you little bean. I forgot. I forgore Froggo. It's pretty cheap, like less than $2. I don't know about you two, but I'm as ready as ever as ready as I'll ever be. Me too, let's do this. Right. Not left to say then. To the Isle of Zeki. Right, let's go and find that cave. Boom, boom, doo, doo. Help! I'm being doted upon! At least I can swim fast now. Don't mind if I go on a short rant about work? It's not really the place for it. As long as it's light and not like something really heavy, go for it. But like really heavy things, typically don't boil over well in a public Twitch chat. Thank you for the clarity, Terra. No problem, no problem. 3 hours to win your first game of SAP. Surviving at prostration. What is SAP? What is SAP? I don't know what that is. Oh, Super Auto Pets! You literally mentioned Super Auto Pets like not an hour ago, and I'm like, whoop, instantly forgot. Imagine remembering anything. Wow. Oh, we got a runway here. A runway of purple jellies. I think we have an exclamation mark memory command specifically because of the way I am. The way that I be. Assuming this is the right cave, it should lead us straight into the heart of Isle Zeki. Have you got a plan for once we get to the Isle? My students tell me shit all the time and I never remember. How about 2 of us get the guards' attention while the 3rd heads straight for the vaults? Afterwards, the other 2 join them there, and together we make a stand with our members. It's not feasible to do anything more complicated, I think. Yo, studs! Oh wow, I see Twitch has rolled out pay for Senpai's attention as a feature. What do you mean? Is this the boost thing, studs, that I've seen in a couple people's channels? I don't know how I feel about the boost. I don't know how I feel about that. Elevate a message? What is elevate a message? Huh? I saw that, since clicked on it, immediately ran away. How do you elevate a message? It's like Nancy Drew, Becky, I love you. Mwah. Chaos, hi, welcome in. Gonna log out a game for today, just watch stream, vibe out. Basically, I'm so sick of working in customer service because you always have to act happy around people who don't want you to. Oh, Froggo, I feel you. My main job is customer service, so I feel you 100%. 100%. You pay money, and Twitch makes Senpai notice you, I assume. Pay money to show it. That's cursed. That's cursed. So, wait. This is YouTube's super chat, right? They took YouTube's super chat thing and made it in Twitch. But people already did that by like having TTS. Love you too, Chaos. Why would we do that? I don't know. It's bizarre. Yeah, so we have super chats now. Exactly, you guys have highlighted message. Hello? You read my mind. I also had a mind to ask Sir to be one, given his peerless martial prowess. Hi, Chaos. Then it's settled. You two will make your way through the strongholds, creating as much chaos as possible. You know, have some fun. Meanwhile, I will attempt to locate the vault and gain entry to the ceremonial knife. When I'm inside, I will contact you via Link Pearl. At least you're drowning. This ain't about her, Golsov. This ain't about her. YouTube. What if rich people could suck all the air out of every forum or platform? Twitch. Wait, say that again. Twitch, can you one more time for us back here? I'm Slow Echo wants everyone to remember we have Peepoween. Also, do we want fall peepos? If there are fall peepos, we absolutely want fall peepos. Guys, I want to eat my burger. Should we take a quick little break and I eat my burger? It's staring at me. Peep bottom. Check the BT. I don't know if they have specifically fall versions of the peepos, but if they exist. Will the music be banging? I want spring peepos because representation matters. No. Oh my god, I'm just kidding. Julie, you have to think about the angry Western audience who would throw a riot if we had spring peepos in fall. What is this? Oh? What just happened? Oh, I see. This is how you surface. If your Borker is staring at you, you should probably let it go. It survived the slaughterhouse and the meat grinder after all. Oh my god. Spreepos, you might call them? Spring peepos? Okay, yeah, I'm gonna take a quick little break and sit right here with the ominous music. And eat my burger. Let's sit right here so we're not drowning. Are we drowning if we sit here? No, our head's above water. We're fine. We're vibing. Spreepos, feepos, suppos, and weepos. I can't wait for the weepos, honestly. Guys, I'll be right back. I'll be like, not long. I'm literally gonna devour this burger. See you in a couple minutes. Hang on. We will return it to nature. Yeah. There it goes. It's free. Look, it's flying. It flew away, guys. It's totally still alive and just flew away backwards. No. Let's get some squat music going. Beep, 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 beep. Why do I ever open my mouth? All right, phone, get ready. Couple of hams over here. Ham Central. Buddy. Can you see his little tiny head poking up? Oh, I died. Hi. He's being such a cute boy right now. Hi. Hello. I have to move closer to my computer, sir. No, no, oh my god, I was just frozen just looking at her. Hooked on murder, do 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 do. Bang and boom, do do do. I am killing you. Contents under pressure. Please be cautious. Do not shake violently. Do not expose to open flames. Hang on, guys. Are we just a hairspray bottle, low key? Floor? Yo, pubic hair. Thanks for the. Oh my god, damn it. God damn it. It's one of those. God damn it. Thanks for the follow. Pubic hair. I'm gonna celebrate with a drink. Refreshing. Delicious. Do we get in the linen room? That's godlike. That's godlike.
Jesus, stay back!
Ah! Ah! Are you fucking joking me? The camera in one hand, being like, selfie while I'm getting stabbed. Put the screwdriver down. My girlfriend! Bro! Ramped, eat my booty once more, please.
Very well.
Eat the booty.
As Kingseeker,
Eat the booty, eat the booty.
I shall now instruct you, the Lord's successor.
Wait, we can get our own booty shot. Their whole modussy into it, if you know what I mean. I am the best at riding lifts.
Oh,
And fall in love with Donald not healing you. You're on 1 HP and Donald is like fucking lightning spell. And then he heals himself while he's at like 75%. Fuck you, Donald. Fucking heal me. I'm dying. I'm dying, Donald. Cast your heal magic on me, you fucking duck. Sorry. Sorry. I can do a deeper voice. Hang on. Wait, hang on. Nothing came out. Hang on, nothing's coming out. I'm trying to do the deepest voice that I can to be absolute daddy voice. Hang on. I can't, nothing's coming out. Nothing's coming out, I'm just breathing. I'm just exhaling. There's no voice. Okay, I can't daddy for you, I'm sorry. Your nut butter. Oh no! I was thinking it was.
Juzo, thank you for pets. Hang on, let me line up a bit better. Oh yeah. Ooh, pet me. Oh yeah. I'm sorry, that was gross. Holy fuck. Nobody clip that, please. That was disgusting. Oh god. You ever do something you immediately regret? Oh.
You know that moment when you're playing a horror game and you come across a situation like this and then they show you a room that's gonna fucking time close itself? You know you know it's not gonna end well. I'm gonna get fucking sawed in the ass. Yeah, it happened. Okay.
I cannot believe. Bro! Oh! Bro, hang on! Ezra just stole fries! Ezra! My cat! Y'all! My cat just ran off with 2 fries. Ezra, are you kidding me? I have to go hide my fries. Holy crap. He grabbed them, looked at me, and then settle yourself. Oh, Zimmy, do not turn off my computer right now. Admire him. Look at Zimmy. Love him. Zimmy. Oh, yes, buddy. You're so cute, boy. It's his now. It is his. All right, now I gotta put this back so it's actually getting green screened. Wait, did it just work? Nope, not quite.
I'm looking for some head fixing.
Zimmy, can you eat it for me? Guys, what if Zimmy eats it for me? Zimmy, eat this. Eat this for me, please. Please, Zimmy, please save me. Please save me from this. I'm like shaking. I'm like shaking trying to open this. It's childproof plastic. I don't know how to. Oh! Just kidding, just kidding. Oh, you guys, did I forget to put the cooldown back on that? You guys, that's supposed to have a long cooldown. Hang on. Hang on, let me go fix that right now. Before people start spamming. No! Why cooldown? Because this. Because this. Oh my god, you guys. Oh my god. Okay. Whew. 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 Just keep playing while you guys repeatedly smash the key screen. Oh, sheesh. Okay. No, wait.
Okay. Here we go, dude. I was about to come back, but then I saw the technology clip playing, and I love that clip. When I forgot to give it a cooldown. Never tell your chat room that something doesn't have a cooldown, because they will immediately ruin it. Oh man. Hi Vanilla, welcome in.
Hi, Gay.
Never get a case with a button on top. Yeah. Oh, that clip played, didn't it? I stepped away from the computer for a little bit. Zimmy turned off my computer, didn't he? That little fucker. The music here is so, like, stressful. I feel anxious. 10 months already, Jolly. Oh my god. So that means when I first played A Realm Reborn, it was 10 months ago. Then Endwalker came out and ruined everything. Endwalker came out and made everything Q Simulator. Technically it was 11 months. Actually? Okay, fair enough. Studs, thank you for pets, by the way. I appreciate you. Clearly like to step on my power button. It's the worst, especially if you're like in the middle of a multiplayer thingy zoggy, and your cat's like, Lamau, no you're not anymore. It's traumatizing is what it is. Q Simulator? Q-U-E-U-E? Q-U-E-U-E. Q. I am queued up to play the game. That kind of Q. Bring, 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 bring. Lol, meow, your cat literally. Ah! I triggered the fight. Help. Oh no. Oh no, they're striking my bottom. Please do not do this. Bring, 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 bring. By the way, Jolly, if at any time you want me to stop gushing in your DMs on here, please let me know. Oh, are you, are you, what's the word, venting? About what just happened in the story for you, Muffin? I'm so curious, but obviously I can't know. But I'm so curious. I mean, if you just did the 79 quest, I can guess what you're talking about. Oh no. That means you're like right on the doorstep of Endwalker as well. Very exciting for you. Oi! Get your AoEs out of here. I ate my burger too fast and I feel a little sick. I need to stop eating so fast. You're a sight for sore eyes. I hope Alizé's alright too. Sir, Lise, can you hear me? I found the vaults. Head northwest. There's a passage leading deeper within. Hurry. How do you do the thumbs up again? Is it just thumbs? Thumbs up. There it is. So cute. Let's get Shiva music. Ah, shit, Nether Current. I need this. Gotta go back to work. Froggo, enjoy your day. Be safe. And then you lose your sprout icon. No, it's the saddest. It's the saddest eventuality. Chicken Borg with garlic aioli, or however it's spelled. You missed an I. A-I-O-L-I. I just looked over at my network, and if I've dropped any frames, we haven't dropped a single frame. So whatever the tech did, fixed it. I'm so happy. I was like too scared to talk too confidently about it, because the minute you talk nicely about something, it breaks. But I think we're in the clear. I think we're in the clear, you guys. I think my internet's okay. I think we're gonna make it. Couldn't be happier. Pew pew. There you are. The entrance is straight ahead. Good timing, I might add. It sounds like a whole garrison is headed straight for us. Ayoli. Exactly. Studs has got it. Studs has the correct spelling.
Thieves! Thieves! Come to steal our most precious treasures? You will pay for this sacrilege.
No, actually, we came to add something to your vault.
That's the spirit. Now don't be shy. I'm more than ready for another round.
You haven't buffered once. It's a goddamn miracle.
Seize them!
At least from my end, it seems to be working better than before they broke it. The internet? The internet, Izagi? Is working nice for you? Boom, 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 boom. Wait, is it a red mage weapon? Imagine. Kind of looks like a sword and a catalyst.
What in the world?
It looks like a red mage weapon. Wait, do I get this? Oh wait, no. Maybe I just, maybe I was just getting too excited. I think it's more like a spear or something. It absolutely looks like a sword and a catalyst though. Who?
Who hath made us whole?
Hello? Wait, what the fuck, Grilled? Wait, what the fuck? Grilled? Balls. Waffle. I forgot I'm calling you Waffle now. Waffle, what the? It pins to the top for you guys? Studs literally came in and was like, I'm not gonna elevate my message. Waffle, I love you. Thank you for the dollars. Oh my god. Dude, that's hilarious. That's hilarious. Oh man. What the fuck is that, literally? Fun fact, you can get a red mage. There's a red mage variant of this? I need it. I need it. Paige. Waffle, I love you. I hope your day's been good.
Great kami stirs. Yes, yes. A great kami of the sacred treasures.
You're my
Oh my god!
It's my anniversary.
Your actual 1-year Terraversary. Waffle, you get a planet badge now. You're a full-grown planet. I'm so proud of you. I'm so proud of you. Waffle, thank you for the whole year of support. An unbroken year at that. Mwah. Too sweet to me. Holy shit. Thank you for the beautiful, beautiful year. You beautiful, beautiful bean. Oh, it's one of those craftable boss weapons. Can also be dropped from the extreme. Okay.
Oh, great kami, we beseech your intercession. We who have guarded your blade and glass for generations.
Scold them.
Your faith.
Scold them.
Corgin.
Scold them now. Do it. Be like, you have cavorted with bad people, etc. It is I who made you whole. If I made you whole, it was not my intent, but I carried the trinket. I'll just say the first one. It feels conceited to say the first one, but I mean, technically.
Thou didst freely deliver our jewel unto thine enemy's own treasure vault?
Yes. The little nod.
How auspicious. We do commend thee, son of man. Such audacity is deserving of celebration, exaltation,
celebration,
contest of wills to mark the occasion. Let lines be drawn, let sides be chosen, and for their loyalty we shall stand with the caretakers of our greater part.
Oh, perfect. A contest of wills, just what we need.
I love Alize. She's all sass.
Hearken to us, shelled ones. Upon this day, your wish.
Oh fuck, is it a primal? How did I not realize?
Neither your fate nor its executor, children of man, for we are of the divine, of both heaven and earth. The ringing silence, the raging calm. All riseth and falleth at the whim of capricious fortune. Assume your marks upon the stage and embrace the coming chaos.
You didn't notice because he wasn't summoned? You know what? Fair enough. I notice now. Celebration equals fight. Of course it does. Why would it be anything else? Ooh. We fall at the rim, he's gonna rim us to death. That'd be an awful way to go. Yo! Every time I hear that like whistle, hit me with the yo! Wait, it's like Ravana. Kinda.
We are Susano, and in revelry do we rejoice.
It's 100%. It's 100% a primal.
That's a primal standing in front of us, right?
Yes, Lise, it is. Thank you for noticing.
And a horde of angry Kojin at our backs. Oh, this contest is getting worse by the moment.
He's the party primal? Is he Dionysus?
Lise, help me clear a path.
Wait, the music do be banging
Leave them to
though.
us and save your strength.
Basically, okay, fair enough. Like stabby Dionysus, okay. Think about it though, this primal spoke to you on equal terms, was not summoned, nor is he attempting to temper you. He's just here for a good joust.
Spoil not your appetite.
He's also hung as fuck.
Children of man, the dish will be served whether you will it or no.
He's just laughing. He's just chilling. He here to party. I want his sword. That's a cool looking sword. Look, it even, dude, that sword even has a red bandana like my hat does. Tell me that would not be perfect with my glam. Look at me in the eyeballs and tell me that sword was not made for my current glam. Look, we have red little bandana. The sword, also red little bandana. Tell me. Tell me. You can't, because it was. It was made for me in this particular glam. So I'm gonna have to do some farming is what I'm saying. Oi! Mind your business! Mind your business! You minding your business? No, you're not. You nosy ass. Some sad news for the Eorzea band fans. Last 3 shows in their tour was postponed because the stage was damaged. Oh. Oh no. That was not part of the plan. A Kojin primal was most definitely not part of the plan. Though I am sure there's a perfectly logical explanation involving the ether stored in the treasures and the religious fervor with which the Kojin guard them, or something. A pity Alphino isn't here to provide it. And just when I thought our fortunes had changed, I swear, if Soroban and his people knew this might happen. No, somehow I doubt that. Even the Reds seemed surprised by what happened. All rises and falls at the whim of the capricious fortune, does it? Then the same goes for him. We have to defeat the primal. Poof. What is this little winter adventure outfit? How precious. And the little hat. The little hat. The version you can buy from the marketplace, between 200k and 100k, has a watery effect with like electricity. Honestly, Terry, you should give it a look next time you're in the market. I will. 100% I will. That sounds exactly right up my alley. Not the Druocole. The Lord of Revel. As before, our numbers limit our options. I wish I could claim to have a brilliant plan, but I don't. All I have is a desperate one. Lys, you and I will do our best to draw the Kojin away from the Primal. We'll lead them on a wild dodo chase all over this isle. The rest of the plan, I'm afraid you can guess. I'm sorry, sir. I truly am. But neither of us can even approach Susano, much less hope to defeat him, which means you're on your own. Well, who knows? He does have an awful lot of adventure friends. Maybe, hey, there's one right here. Maybe some of them decided to take a fishing trip to the Far East and are surprisingly close by? Yes, I am. I speak fluent Hingan. Come on, there's no point putting this off. Do-do-do-do-do. Unlock the vault door. Okay. I love how they make an excuse to have a party. What, the Kojin? You mean these people? Doodaloo, doodaloo, doodoo. Bwong, the pool of tribute, now accessible. Joseph, are you coming to heal? I'm sending you an invite. Oh, you're like, I'm sure he has some friends nearby. Wait for me! I'm logging in. Okay. Anyone else? Are there any others? Some Zelda-ass stuff going on here right now? Yeah. A little bit. I'm excited for the music. If we had a little taste of it in that previous cutscene, I'm excited for this boss's theme. No, Waffle! No! Queer, not queef. Diddly diddly doo doo. Time to see what the G pose is. Ah yes, very cool. Guys, I've been learning G pose. It's very fun. You can take any animation that you previously did and you can like pause it and you can like change the angles. Fletch kind of has a crazy animation. What is all that? I like G-pose. It's very cool. It's very cool. I like it. Bum, 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 bum. I stab you. I stab you with my sword. I'll do it. I'll do it. Boop. Mats, are you on yet? Yeah, you are. Boop. Boop. You can stab me, Terra. Ooh. Ooh, okay. Okay, sure. Red Mage has fancy moves. Yes, they do. I liked, earlier I was playing with this one. I hope I don't die while I'm in G-pose. Earlier I was playing with this one and... Whoop, whoop. Wait a second. Whoa, Jesus. No, 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 don't end group pose, no. Hang on, hang on. Where is it? Ah, there it is. Look at that. Look at all the blades. Unlimited blade works. You don't have flying in the zone, rip. Right, you wonderful beans. I need to haul my ass to bed. Love your faces. Love your face, Muffin. Have good sleep. G-pose is cool. Speaking of getting stabbed, Snugs has a picture in their camera roll of a classical art interpretation of Doubting Thomas fingering the... What does that mean, Studs? I thought you should know. I don't even understand what it means. Alright, let's do this shit. We're queuing up. Wait, that's not right. We are queuing up. Pools of tribute, go! I'm gonna Vercure you. Thomas, one of the apostles, is supposed to have put his fingers in Jesus' wound when he visited them after coming back to life. Ew. Ew. That's gross. Oh, so the Messiah see. Oh my god, I hate this. Haima. Oh, this is an 8-man thing. Wait, 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, 8. I hate that. Same. Do-do-do-do-do-do-do. It's my headcanon that Jesus was at least bi as fuck. I mean, people thinking that the Bible was not against homosexuality in general is like a mistranslation in the first place. Exactly. It's not called the Bible for nothing. I know we already saw this, but I just want to see it again because it was so cool. Flashbang. I'm ready. I'm ready. I'm ready. I'm gonna cheer.
Let the rebels begin!
That rolled R was very good. Rebel. I can't roll my R's, but I like that. Why are they moving closer with that target on them? Oh, because it leaves a stack marker. Okay. I was wondering what was going on there. I'm emboldening. I sure hope he doesn't switch phases.
The seas part for we alone.
Whoa! The seas did in fact part. Oh, stack marker. Come here, you! A test of your C flexes? You did not. You did not.
The seas part for we alone.
Alright, which way are they parting? Which way are they parting? Oh my gulai! Okay, we're fine. That was very scary. What is that? Storm cloud. So, ooh! Why is it so hyper focused on me?
How our hearts sing in the chaos.
Oh! Phase change? Oh, oh, oh! Yo! Let's go!
Wild and pure and forever free.
Wow, this is so cool! Him have big sword. What? Is somebody blocking that? What the fuck? That's so cool! What? I'm obsessed. I'm obsessed. And now the other tank gets to block it? Oh my god, that's so cool! Dude, I can't get over that. Oh my god. Tanks get to anime style block the sword. That is so cool. I literally can't get over that.
Resilient souls, I salute you!
That is fucking cool as hell. Oh my god, I'm just gonna embolden.
Earth and stone at our beck and call! Yeah.
Oh. What the heck? What the heck is happening? It was playing like a little card switch up game? Oh no, somebody's dead. I have my Ver raised now. I could have insta-raised them. Right, I should be thinking of that now. Now that I'm above level 64. Keep an eye on which is which. It traps someone, you have to guess correct. Otherwise they die! Okay, got it. Whoa!
Such ferocity.
Let's go, that was so cool. That was so cool. The sword block part, wow. I like how the arena's kind of split now. Wild and pure and forever free. That was so cool. Hey Tom Daniel, you can have an updo. That's a cool sword you got there. I like how casual Tom Daniel's outfit is. Oh, I like this one. Cedric, that was so cool. That was so cool. I don't know the last time I've seen something that cool in an MMO. Meanwhile, off the coast of Otherd. That was so fucking cool. Susan is a fun bot. You do not call him Susan. Best fight in the game. That was so sick. Dang, I missed the Jolly Giant Turtle Giant. Yeah, you did, Ray. The sword block thing? Ah. Susan O. Studs, get out. When I realized that one person was holding off the sword, I was like, what? That's so cool. Literally the whole reason to play a tank.
That's enough to make one wonder.
Imagine being like a noob little tank and getting to do that. You'd be shitting. Hi, Hobbit. Hobbit, how are you?
The Red have sounded the alarm.
Alarm?
The Isle of Zeki under attack. Fierce fighting in the stronghold. The vault breached by outsiders and strange tales from deep within. All this the Red cannot ignore.
Non-tanks can do it in normal mode, but they need a lot of help, right? Because they don't have like defense cooldowns, right? I don't usually play tank. I wanted to for this trial. That's why you were like, wait for me, wait for me.
Even now,
that's so
they
cool.
abandon their posts and flock to the Isle. The Garleans are powerless to stop them.
Hello, I just had edamame for the first time. Edamame is so good.
Well, Captain, wagers notwithstanding, I dare say we will not have a better opportunity to drive the Imperials from Asari and rescue our men.
Indeed, indeed.
On the other
Join
hand,
the fight.
Naught was put in writing.
I'm a fuck.
But if your mind is made up, then
oh shit. Tansui's a piece of shit. It tastes like potato? What kind of edamame? I'm sleepy. Also, your computer is dying. It keeps crashing and freezing. Oh no.
I should add
the worst part about that is it
if
could be
you
anything.
were to change your mind, none would gainsay your decision, nor think you beholden to your past.
No.
Nor would anyone
Get
begrudge
out.
you a spot of revenge into the bargain. Like the little miss said, we knew this day would
Get
come.
out, sir. You guys are joining. Like, starch. Huh? Potato? What? I repeat the question. What kind of edamame? I'm a main healer. Usually let the newbie block it and keep them alive. Get the whole experience. Ah, there was 2 sprouts in there. I don't think anyone thought to suggest it. I had no idea it was coming either. I wouldn't have known what to do, but God, that was so cool. I guess with enough like healer shields, you could probably do it, right?
May be a rotting husk, but at least the tavern keeper never watered down his drinks.
Fight with us.
Well said for a temperate man.
You went healer just in case I grabbed it? I wouldn't have even known. I've checked all my drivers. They're up to date, but you know it's an old potato. Need to save up for a new one. Yeah. Sometimes it's just best to get a brand new clean slate when your computer's old enough.
We made a bargain with the Eorzeans, and I mean to uphold our end.
Let's go!
I mean to remind the Garleans that this is our sea.
Hell yeah.
That all here belongs to the Confederacy.
Hell yeah. Let's go, King.
All that is theirs is ours for
I should put on this mask.
And take it we shall. We will strip them of everything they hold dear.
The Confederacy. Yeah, a little bit, but like still, it's not the Imperials. It could be worse. It could still be the Imperials. He's tired of beating his ass.
This one is iron. My hands will break before he speaks.
The Confederacy out. Get out.
Kami, give me strength. Are you good at anything?
Boop, 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 boop.
I had hoped this might prove more productive than blind inquiries, but I see you are determined to waste my time.
Hey fellas, see that
Very well.
up arrow next to the bits icon in your text box? You can pay to pin a message on chat, mess with Terra, and pay him at the same time, since Twitch being rude to streamers again. While I think it's cool that we have super chats now on Twitch, it's also just like, it's weird timing. Do you know what I mean? Like, with all the things that Twitch have been doing lately, it's just like, strange. I think it's cool, but strange. Ah. No, he's not good at anything. He's terrible. I want to unalive him. He's ran from us in combat now twice, and I would like to just put him out of his misery.
Kill one for every question he refuses to answer.
Oh!
Hurt them, and you will get naught from me.
Oh.
You have given me precisely that thus far, so what have I to lose? Mark me, samurai. I will find Lord Hien, be it with your help or with your heads.
That's a tough situation to... That's a tough situation to be in.
Scum! You will pay for that!
Oh, they're already attacking? That's why they were sailing off.
They've come to save us!
I didn't know it was going to be like that fast. They mobilized like instantly.
And this after I took such pains to cow them. Even pirates have their pride, I suppose. Enough to march to their deaths, no less. Oh, the stupidity of it all. It truly is a sickness.
That smile.
I shall just have to lance the boil. Drain them of every last trace of honor and compassion.
I don't like her.
Every last drop.
She's taking Dami Mommy to like the psychopath route.
Lady,
I'm not into it. Evelyn, hi! Oh, kill him! That stare, dude. What? She's a good villain since I don't like her. 100%. You're 100% accurate.
The Kami are not finished with you yet.
She's a red flag, but red's my favorite color.
Exactly. For me, she's like 30% too unhinged. I was like super into her when I first saw her design. I was like, ooh, hello mother, hello. But then she was like, kill your parents. And I was like, all right, I'm out.
There's no end to them. They just keep coming.
Then we must be doing something right. We have to hold out for as long as we can. He's counting on us.
I'm already done. Did nobody tell them? I won.
Susanoo is slain! Slain by the Shellless One!
I can fix her ultimate. I love when people call it that. I can fix her extreme. Look at me just waddling out. Hello, cute little bean hath arrived. I did the thing.
Is it true? Did you defeat him?
My glam's so good. Is this your first time seeing the new one?
In that case, how do you fancy helping us keep the Kojin occupied until the Confederacy make their move?
I figured a red mage should probably be red, is why I changed it. I can change her unreal.
Speak of the devils, that's coming from Isari.
I think we've done all we can here. Let's withdraw and make for the village.
Right. Although, they don't seem keen to let us go.
But I am here, and I just killed their god. What are they gonna do? Your red mage glam for a while was blue? You monster.
Hear me, Kojin of the Red. We have no quarrel with you. Only your Imperial masters.
Oh, I did switch one thing today, Evelyn. I switched out my shorts for poofy little pants.
No
I can't tell if I like them more or less,
this
but
day.
I still think they're
pray
cute.
You let us go in peace.
You dare speak to us of peace? Your flesh will feed the fishes, thief! Attack!
We stole nothing. We only killed your god, though. No more shorts. Both are cute. I'm literally split down the middle. I'm 50-50. If I like the shorts or if I like the poofy pants.
Now's our chance. Don't worry about her. She can handle herself.
Also, I'd just like to acknowledge really quickly, the whole while we were questing with Alphino, we were both summoners, or like, what are they called? Arcanists. And now that I've moved on to questing with Alize, we're both red mages. She said that so fast. I'm glad I'm not the only one who realized that, Curlo. I was gonna comment on it. Shikiti kai episode is how she said it. You'll get the ass. Ooh! Ooh! I'm in love. I love Alize so much.
I can't let you take all the glory, can I?
Is it like cheating if Alize is taking my favorite Scion spot from Alphino? They're basically the same person. Alize just has way more sass, and I'm living for it. When can Sword Art Online become real? They've tried. Isn't there like janky VR versions of it? I'm convinced that Dancer was supposed to be a melee healer and they decided not to. That would have been so cool. Why didn't they? They're different people. Fuck's sake, man. Oh wait, we're way faster traveling underwater. We should go back down. They're completely different, but aesthetically they're the same. But personality-wise, Why is there a big shark under here? Is it friendly? Can I even click it? I'm just gonna wait for it to pass. I don't like underwater things, guys. But aesthetically they're like identical. She's red Alphino. But personality-wise, honestly, they couldn't be more different. Oh, why? Is it okay? Like, is it just ambience? I don't like it. I should go up and see how big it actually is. It's getting bigger by the second. I can't. It sends shivers up my spine. I don't like underwater things, guys. It's completely safe. I don't care. It's making me uncomfy. I can't handle underwater. It like literally makes me violently uncomfortable. 11 Dancer was a pass at melee healer. It did not work well. 14 did not make the same mistake as Guild Wars 2. No underwater combat. Oh, bless. Bless. I hated how Guild Wars 2 tried to give you like a whole different like kit for underwater because you barely used it. It's like, just let me use my regular shit underwater. Just because they look the same. That shark is massive. It was getting bigger the closer we got. It was actually making me uncomfy. Oh, I think we're safe. I didn't see any Kojin following us.
You're my
Oi!
superstar.
Open the door, let's go. 10 months, you're my chaotic ass ain't going anywhere. Also, Terra, I got some news. I might be getting a 2D model to replace Ping model.
No longer PNG tuber! 2D model! Lilith, hello? Thank you for the 10 months. Holy shit, long time no see, love you. All right, you got another while till party thing, so I gotta log off, make dinner. Okay, Goldsub, thank you for help. I want melee healer and magic tank just for chaos. Oh, magic tank would be so cool. Magic tank would be so cool. Wait here, I'm going back for Alizé. I'm coming with you. She said, I'm coming with you. She stayed behind so we could escape. Me too. Also, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome in. Wait, aren't PNGs 2D? So PNG tubing is usually very, very, very simple 2D. It is 2D, but usually it's like mouth movement, maybe blinking, very basic. 2D is gonna have like actual proper tracking. Oh, it's like 2 frames. Yeah, exactly. PNG tubing is very like bare bones. I find PNG tubing so charming though. She stayed behind so that you could escape. Even I know that. I was the one who dragged you into all this. It was my fight, not yours. I knew that from the start, but I also knew I couldn't do it alone. But I've asked too much and let too much happen to you all. I have to make this right, and I have to do it on my own. So let me go, please. I'm asking you as a friend. I have to help her. You can start by finding me a towel and some bandages. Brr. Wait, that was Alizé! What? Why are you looking at me like that? I said I was gonna distract them, not make a heroic and untimely, or an ultimately futile last stand. Who does that anyway? Wait, that's so cute. Aw, for the love of, this is stupid. You're embarrassing yourself and me. No, she's not. Shut up and let me have this. Oh, this is cute. I love this. This is so cute. I have to reset my whole OBS after my PC crashed. So no, did you lose everything, Carlo? Oh, yes, it's been a while. Got kicked out of my place, living for a few weeks, but they let me back as long as I pay rent. It's cheap, like $85 a month. Yo, that's a steal. Lilith, I'm glad to see you're in like a safer location now. Let's go. Me too. Me too. Me too. Me too. Aw. I missed the moment. Right, that wasn't so bad, was it? Now then, we have to hurry back to Isari. Me too? Can I still? Me too? I want hug. I want hug! If you've ever met Frank the Pegasus, she's got an adorable PNG avatar. I used to watch somebody named Little S, and they haven't streamed in forever. I believe it was for their mental health. Which is so sad because they were hilarious and chaotic and fantastic, and I loved them. Not a heroic and futile last stand? Who does that anyway? Haha, redacted. Yes, Jolly, redacted. Nerd, what's up? How you doing? How is Final Fantasy been treating you? Are you caving yet? Are you caving more for 14? It's amazing. I'm so in love with this game. I don't see any soldiers. Do you think the Confederacy drove them out? Are these more shorts, but for ninjas? Oh, I kind of miss our shorts now. Seeing our little outfit in shorts again? Hang on. Guys, what do we do? What do we do? Here, you can compare them directly. I mean, they won't be these shorts. Maybe we should compare them with the correct shorts. They would be... Where are my shorts? Where are my shorts? Oh, I think it's in my glamour plates. Shoot. Yeah. I think it's in my glamour plates. Why unable to apply glamour? Why? 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 unable to apply glamour here. Why? Sure, it's because it's sunny? You right. Can do poofy when it's cold. You right, Evelyn. 10 out of 10 advice. You've been playing 14 a little more now? Let's go. Let's go. You finished 7 Remake. How was it? I still want to make my way around to that at one point. Your barber just messed you up. All your curls are gone. They'll grow back. It's okay now because it's hat season. True. It's getting colder. Time for cute hats. But, I mean, at least with hair it'll grow back, but that still sucks. Can only apply glam in a sanctuary. I actually didn't know that. Me talking about 14 in chat like redacted. What's funny though is people know what you're talking about. I do not. Oh, that's horrible. That's horrid. That's terrible. No, that's not for anybody. Something definitely happened here. I see several people who look like they might be injured. Let's give them a hand and find out what we missed. Not the girls. Do I need to help? Or no, sorry. I read her wrong. I did her so dirty. She said, do I need help? Oh, I'll be fine. It's nothing that won't heal. You should go after Lise. Vercure on her just to be safe. Take my Vercures. Oh, they went on me and not her. Well, okay. Let it be known I tried to heal her. She didn't let me. Okay. You're right, they will grow back. Especially if your hair is like thick like mine. It'll be back in like a month tops. Which is really not a lot of time in the grand scheme of things. But still a heartbreaker. I remember you. You're the one who saved me from the Doman catchers. Oh yeah, it's you. Thanks to you, we managed to rescue the fishermen and my kidnapped comrades, one of whom joined the Confederacy with me long ago. It would have broken my heart to have had to bury him. That's grim. Oh, and if you're looking for the captain, you'll find him in the tavern. Oogie. Exactly, yours grows back so fast. Yeah. I thought so by looking at like how your hair was, that it probably grows just as fast as mine does. Stupefied Senior? What's up? What's up, Stupefied Senior? Thank you, my child. When the fighting started, I tried to run and hide, but fell and could not regain my feet. I thought for sure we would all be slaughtered, but the pirates drove them off. I never thought I would see the day when the Confederacy came to our aid. Oh, there's the other one. I see you over there. You had an ex whose hair was like a pelt. It was so thick. Oh my lord. Flustered Fisher. Hair growing back like someone putting Miracle Grow on my head in my sleep. Literally. Ooh, ah! Oh, you're not an Imperial. Is it over? Also, nerd, on a scale of 1 to 10, how much did you enjoy the 7 remake? Kami be praised. I was also, is 7 remake like done? Or is there more parts to it? Or is it, I don't know. I don't know enough. Gave it an 8.5. That's a glowing review, honestly. Kami be praised. I was certain she would have killed us all. Have us all killed and burn Isari to the ground. Or kill us after making us watch. Or barricade us in our homes before putting them to the torch. Very grim. 8.5 is pretty good, yeah. There's 2 more games, and they're not done yet, right? There's another part to release. Gotcha. They're not all full price, are they? Is my wallet gonna hurt? At the tavern, you say? In that case, we should find Lise and speak to him together. Of course, they're all gonna be full price. No, my wallet. My wallet. They're milking it, of course. Fuck. But it does look beautiful. In the little snippets that I saw Nerd playing, it looked gorgeous. I was trying not to pay attention to any story elements, using selective ADHD to ignore story. Just put it on throne, Terra? No.
My Eorzean friends.
You guys gift me too much stuff.
Did you? A pity you did not come sooner, though I gather you were busy elsewhere.
When did Tansui get so annoying? Was he always so annoying?
You're alive. You're all alive.
I'm gonna give the remake a try after all 3 are released. That's probably what I'll do as well, so I don't have to wait in between.
Did I not tell you I was no stranger to change?
Took a fucking beating and a half. Put it on throne, coward.
Lasted long. Where are all the Imperials?
Fled. They stood their ground for a time. Until
I wanna
it
hug
became
Gosetsu,
clear
me
that their
too.
Korgian reinforcements would not be coming. We took some few casualties, but my deeper regret is having let Yotsuyu slip
Of course
through
she
my
did.
fingers.
Of course she did.
That bodyguard of hers may be a half-wit, but he's a mean bastard on the battlefield.
No, he's not. He's a joke.
In any event, I imagine all involved are satisfied with this outcome. So far as the Empire is concerned, the Confederacy attacked Asari in retaliation for the Viceroy's actions. And without the aid of insurrectionists, I might add.
Good luck raiding.
Suffice it to say, we are prepared to be the subject of their undivided attention for the foreseeable future.
Yeah, but as long as the Kojin don't back them up. Doma shall be free, this we swear. Kiss, kiss, bye, please have fun. I'm having
An
so much fun.
impossible claim, yet one spoken with such conviction that I cannot choose but believe it.
Your assistance would be most welcome. Nevertheless, we shall do our utmost to spare you undue danger. We are already in your debt.
Nay, little miss, all debts are paid.
Oh.
For by your deeds, many still live who elsewise would not. Let both parties count their blessings, and may fortune continue to favor us all.
You still seek to bring freedom to our people, then? You will go to Yansha?
Yes.
I have faith that our allies yet live. Once we have found them, we will plan our next step.
Oh, jolly. Because they'd be filled with love, and you know it. Killed like a dozen gods at this point. What's a sadistic Imperial with a small army? Non-existent to me, like an ant.
The crucible of the rebellion. What happened here pales in comparison to what Yotsuyu
Holy heck.
did there.
Guys, my spine is like bubble wrap. Woo! Guys, I recommend stretching, like right now. If you've been sitting for a while, just do exactly the stretch that I did. It requires no effort, and your spine, if you've had bad posture like me, will be like bubble wrap, and you'll feel good. Okay, deal, do it. Posture check, posture check.
Remember this.
My back is made of rocks, no pops, just crackling.
Have care in whom you place your trust.
Fear changes men. Okay. Guys, next time we're in a sanctuary, I need to put my shorts on because it's hot weather.
And with that,
Remind
we
me.
must take our wounded home. Oh, your shellback friend sends his regards and looks forward to your next meeting. Try not to die before then, eh?
But Xenos is like, Xenos is fun. I like Xenos still. So far, Xenos just wants to fight challenging people, and I love that. Unlike fucking Yotsuyu, who's just like, I'm going to make you crawl through piss and shit and other gross, disgusting things because I can. I don't like her. I don't like. Xenos is a cool guy. But Yotsuyu, pretty accurate, pretty insane though. Pretty insane. Your back doesn't like to pop. Oh, Izagi, do you have like the situation where it feels like it needs to, but it won't? Because I don't envy you. That's a pain worse than death. I've been cataloging the subgenre of science fiction where some alien species is like, flee humanity, we are death incarnate. And Earth responds, bitch, have you met us? Is that not every single? Is that not like the point of most of those movies? Is that humanity isn't necessarily strong, but we're stubborn as fuck. And that's how we survive. It's the human will of just being so angry we're still alive. You did well, sir. Were it not for the tremendous strength and bravery of you and yours, many innocent souls would have suffered terrible fates. Though I knew the Confederacy would be loath to meet the Imperials in battle, I also knew that if any could win them over, it would be you. Truly, yours is a heroic spirit that inspires men to rise above their circumstances, to strive for something greater. It will be an honor to travel with you again. Gosetsu has joined the party! Bring! Now then, let us not squander the Confederacy's gift. Yangsha and my countrymen await. There is a tunnel to the southwest, but we need to follow it but follow it to reach our destination. With me! The humans were gonna live through sheer force of will, and what Studs said. The ones where humans are most staggeringly violent species the universe has ever seen. Yeah, those are good as well. All right, these are probably 2 side quests with ether currents, so I'm gonna not pick them up now, but I'll remember to come back here because I want the ether currents in this region. In order to undertake this quest, you must first clear floor 50 of the Palace of the Dead? To gain access to the Palace of the Dead, you must complete the quest The House That Death Built? What? Oh, that's Heaven on High. Oh, that's Heaven on High. Oh, okay. I was like, huh? What is this? Wrong quest? I think this one over here is the ether current. Fun fact, a good chunk of the community doesn't like Xenos. Xenos hasn't exhibited enough psychotic behavior for me to dislike him. Right now, he's just quirky. Heaven Sent. What is this? The difficulty of the quest will be synced to your level. It doesn't give me an ether current, so I don't care about it. But what the hell? Oh, that's Beast Tribe. Okay, noted for later. That'll be my Beast Tribe. So if I want my Manta Ray, that's how I get it. Watched a movie called Mother Android recently. And what you say is totally true, it's true. In fairness, we stand on a pillar of extinction. We've extinguished almost every other species we've ever met. Dude, also that, but also, meanwhile on the shores of Othard, the whole thing where we just launched something at a meteor, and it was like live filmed as it was approaching the meteor to like deflect it. So cool. So cool. Humans largely garbage, but we can accomplish some really cool and crazy things when we're not being garbage.
Here for long. This place is not safe.
Humanity offers a simple choice: be extinct or be baby. Dogs chose baby. Also, cats kind of chose baby. Humans are persistence predators. Yeah. I love referring to characters Terra has yet to meet by random features that people will understand. But I'm like, hey. On speaking of jumping puzzles in MSQ, not a spoiler, but there was an MSQ that was locked behind a jump that I couldn't... Wait, really? Because I made the joke, I was like, imagine if the main story quest was locked behind a jumping puzzle at some point. And if that's actually a thing, truly sadistic behavior. Ah.
They have no worries if thieves can breach our vaults. Nevertheless, it is our duty to protect these treasures, and we shall not fail for want of effort.
So they moved all their treasures?
So, this is why you abandoned your post.
Oh boy.
And without a word of explanation at that.
Oh boy.
Rather thoughtless of you, was it not?
We've brought down the wrath of Yotsuyu on the Red Kojin.
Lady Yotsuyu, pray forgive us our absence, but our home was under attack, our vaults plundered by outsiders.
Just like to remind everyone, I didn't take a single thing. In fact,
Did
I
you
put
even
something in
pause
there.
to consider the possibility that it might be a diversion? What is the point of contracting your services if you are not here when they are required?
She's got a point. It wasn't objectively hard, but you couldn't get it. RIP. I love the gaming posture one. Oh, one of the characters has gaming posture. I see you. Favorite has to be redacted all the time. Favorite character? It's Xenos. No, it's Alizé. I'm loving Alizé's character progression so much. She's so sassy.
It is my solemn
and quick-witted, and I just adore her.
To torment them, body and soul, until all they hold dear is as bitter ashes in their mouths. And then you go and ruin everything!
I'll understand around level 79. Oof! Okay.
Well, there's naught to be gained in belaboring the point. All that remains is to administer your punishment.
Steppies. Oh, never mind. She's using her thug.
Wait, my lady!
Bonk. Bonk. That sounded squishy. Gotta want you to peg me. I can fix her extreme.
No. No, it's no good. There's just no joy in it. No release.
She didn't finish.
There needs to be some investment.
It wasn't enough for her.
There were negligent imbeciles deserving of punishment, but it was hardly personal. 10,000 such courting
No
could
joy.
not satisfy me half so well as a single domer.
She is some special kind of fucked up. Dude, she's just a Gilmore girl? No, she's a Gossip Girl, XOXO. Also, are you guys aware of the best Gossip Girl meme, like, in existence?
And what do we have here? One of the vaunted treasures of the Red? The craftsmanship is certainly impressive.
I feel like I've forgotten it. The best...
We can use it to make a...
The best Gossip Girl meme is, and I'm pretty sure none of you guys know it, because not a single one of you guys have ever said it to me when I tell you I'm gonna go to the washroom. When I tell you I'm gonna go to the washroom. Let me find it. I'm a child, dude. I'm a child. I have to pee. Go piss, girl. Every time. Not a single one of you have ever told me to go piss, girl, so I know you guys don't know the meme. But I love it so much. Literally every time I think I have to go to the bathroom in my brain, I'm like, go piss, girl. I'm literally like 10 years old, I swear. It is the lowest effort. All they did was just move things.
You reckon? I've got unfinished business.
Oh,
back in
man.
Eorzea.
Sounds like a cheer to me. You've seen that one. It's so good.
Is serving me really so unbearable? At least pretend to enjoy it, you witless lump!
Bannikin High? At least pretend to enjoy it. A target game that didn't possibly lead to the downfall of entire industry, which would have led to Twitch taking off, which would mean you could not make your streaming your full-time job, which means you would not meet us, which means you would not share the Go Piss Girl meme with us. No? Bannikin? That was a lot? How? Okay. Please explain. Please explain. Please. I'm sure there definitely was a butterfly effect there in the popular Atari game E.T., but I don't see it. I don't know how this is possible.
If you are so desperate to earn a way back to Eorzea, then be quiet.
This is the critically acclaimed MMORPG Go Piss Girl.
And bring that sword while you're at it.
Girls pee? No, it's an urban legend. They also don't fart. They don't poop. They don't burp. They don't want anything. Girls just don't, exactly. Can confirm, M girl. End of story. Oh. Girls are like those cave worms that eat until they explode because their digestive system is a cul-de-sac. Did you guys know that the plural of cul-de-sac is culs-de-sac? Not cul-de-sacs. It's culs-de-sac. Yeah. Does that piss you off? Pisses me off. Makes me mad. No, I hate it. Girls are cave worms. That wasn't even the part that I was hyper fixated on of the sentence.
How the talking stopped when we first
Attorneys General?
friends of Yansha.
That's not real. Is it Attorneys General? No. I'm so mad. Because it's more than one bottom of the sack. It's not the same bottom on more than one sack. Rando knows. Rando knows. It's absolutely real. General is an adjective.
And through a great Magitech field, we glimpsed Doma Castle.
This is beautiful.
I'll never forget the sight or the anger I felt that day.
Sorry, I'm taking a quick second away from chat to just admire this. Ooh!
Life, liberty, hope.
Ooh!
So much lost, so much taken. As we walked through that war-torn land, no one said a word.
It's probably a bad thing, like she was just describing, but it's beautiful. It's a beautiful bad thing. So general is an adjective, so it absolutely is attorneys general. We must gather all the attorneys general. I hate it. I hate it. Hey, Tara, remember when you would smash Diglett? We never speak of this. We never speak of this, Jolly. This doesn't exist. You may dig through my TikTok and find my old TikToks of it, but that is the only existence of it. Like brothers-in-law. Oh no. Oh no. Oh yeah, I'm just visiting my brothers-in-law. Ugh. Ugh. But I think brother-in-laws would also. But wait a second. Hang on a second here. People will say they're going to visit the in-laws. Is that just bad English? Is that just bad English? Say pasta? Fuck you. However, I also insist that the plural of octopus is octopodes because I'm a demon. I like octopi. Wait, what is the plural octopuses? Octopussy? Octopi. It's octopi. Octopi? I don't know. 14 didn't have to go this hard in its cutscenes. It really did, Bannekin. It really did. This game went all out in its storytelling. I'm gonna play this in November. I'm giving up fighting it. This game, Mac? Are you caving? Are you caving to play 14? I'm so happy. There's no such thing as bad English. Oh. Yes, obviously it should be the... Evelyn, get out! Evelyn, get out! It should be the Inn's Law. Octopi? Octopi. Octopuses or octopodes? Really, Rando? Octopuses is actually correct? You're an octopusy. Your mom's an octopusy. Oh! I'm sorry. Your mom sounds like a lovely lady. I'm totally joking. A new Diglett was just... Oh, I saw Wiglet. It's Diglett, but white and long. Yeah, I saw the long white penis. I am caving, but after I finish my courses. Definitely do not start an MMO if you have like a lot of work to be doing. So wise, Mac. Octopus is Greek root. The us is I in Latin. Huh. So it is octopuses. Okay, fair enough. H.P. Lovecraft used the term octopi in At the Mountains of Madness though. And H.P. Lovecraft, as we know, is our Lord and Savior, right? Who did no wrong? Didn't he kill a cat or something? I don't know. Everyone's bad. We just keep coming back to all humans are garbage. H.P. Lovecraft was a shithead though. Google kills all their products for fuck's sake. Yeah. Completely unrelated. Google Stadia is being killed. Did anyone even like Google Stadia though? Oh, he named a cat a hell of a name. Oh. I don't remember what it is, but it was bad. In another stream, another streamer said, "I'll fight your dad." And I responded, "Sure, just do it before mom scatters his ashes or he'll have you surrounded." I am become deceased. Oh no, stop. Oh no, how could you say that? Oh, the plural of Google Stadia is no, it's Google's Stadia is unknown since they're never sold more than a single. If there was a plural, it would be Google's Stadia. What the fuck is a Stadia? Exactly, Izagi. Isn't Stadia already plural? Oh fuck. Stadia is the plural of stadium! Oh shit. Oh shit. I don't know English. Stadium is Stadia. I did not. And see, I would have said stadiums. There are many stadiums in the city. Shit, dude. I gotta go back to English. None of this is English? I mean, true, but still. We use it, so I should know it. English is a fucking sock drawer language. You guys are taking me out right now. Stadia sounds like SGT. Google Stadia's issue was not selling in Walmart. Really? You think that killed it? You think that killed it? You think that was the Stadia's problem? Incorrect Latin pluralization is kind of expected in English at this point, really. English is just punished German. Oh my god. I'm glad nothing serious is happening on screen right now because I would not be able to take it serious. Oh, B-Movie! Hello, how are you? Walmart would have been a good move for the... Okay. We're good, we're good, we're good. Ere we proceed, I should speak with Eorzea, or speak of Eorzea and what became of her, of what lies beyond, and that great wall at the heart of Doma. And we should be glad to hear it, but it is wise for us to have this conversation here, on the road, out in the open. Once, your caution be warranted, but no longer. Xenos did not linger after he crushed the rebellion. He appointed Yotsuyu to act in his stead and quit these lands for fresh sport. The acting viceroy was no less merciless than her master. Without warning, her men would march into villages in search for radical elements, killing and torturing any who dared resist. And then, as quickly as they had come, they left. Satisfied that the memory of the purges would keep the people in line, she relaxed her grip on Eorzea. What need for the leash when the dog is broken? The village of Namai lies to the west. Though I would doubt the Imperials are present, let us proceed with caution. Okay. Okay. Like, data is plural. Nobody ever talks about datum. Did you look at this datum? No, you would still say data, because there's very rarely a singular datum. I almost said a singular data to consult, so that makes sense. Man, that's weird. I didn't even know that word existed. Datum like datum? No, because I say data. I say data because Star Trek. This one datum point. English isn't a language, it's 3 languages stacked on top of each other wearing a trench coat. So accurate. Oh my god. Latin fetishists or datum kink. Even so, most people say point of data or something similar instead of datum. Yeah. Technically, that doctor that pronounced his name wrong was pronouncing his name correctly. Both A's should make the same sound. So it should be data. Like, if being correctly pronunciated, it should be. I will still always say data. There she is, the humble village of Namai. How delicious her rice, how sweet her persimmons. Too long has it been since I saw her with my own eyes. And for a mercy, the Imperials appear to be absent. Let's go! Wow, okay, so actual correct pronunciation, data. But I will still say data. Star Trek has trained me. A stray cosmic particle swapped the datum to off. That's actually a thing, Waffle. That's actually a thing, by the way. I watched one whole video on it. I say it data also, despite knowing it's not technically correct, because in our hearts, what is correct is the way we feel. Ugh. I swear by mummy and datums, this detestable festers the echt fester. What? Starts, you okay? You okay? Lieutenant Commander Data. Let no man claim that I am reckless. Prudence has ever been my watchword. Sir, venture closer if you would, and confirm that there are no soldiers lurking about. Remember when I hated the Stormblood jingle? And now I'm like, like I'm like going off. I say GIF. I say GIF and GIF both ways, but mostly with the soft G because it makes pedants mad. I say GIF. And then they go, but it's, and then I go, but it's Giraffix interface format.
I don't see a single Imperial
I don't give a fuck.
soldier.
I don't give a fuck. I'm canceling all of you. Your name is GIF. Let's go. Old English would say it's YIF. Historians would say that they were roommates. That's my favorite, like, when something is very clearly like somebody's queer.
There's no need to remain hidden.
When somebody's like very clearly queer, like to two male or two female like Pompeii victims like hugging, and it's like historians would call them roommates. That is my favorite meme. That is my favorite meme. When programming people get upset about it, I ask them if they pronounce lib as lib. I don't know which way I did it. Meme not caught. Shit, I fucked. I want to be very good friends in a historical way. Exactly, Rando. They were very good friends. Oh, it's literally my favorite. It sends me every single time I see it. Oh, that is so far and beyond my head studs. I can't even begin to know how to pronounce those words. Just gals being pals, exactly. Neon, you snuck in here. Hello, I see you. I'm acknowledging you. Mwah, hi, love you. There's no need to remain hidden. Let's. Oh, that was read. That was read out loud. You guys are busy, like, making me giggle.
I'm going too.
Oh. Alize is so pretty. I love Alphino and Alize.
Good people of Namai, hearken to me. We come in peace and desire only information to learn of recent events.
And then they all run for the hill because some madman just shouted in the middle of the square.
Run! The general.
Run! Run for your life!
Lord Gorsetsu, can we preserve your right? He lives.
Imagine being in Pompeii and your last moments of life embracing the person closest to you, and some dude some dude in 2022 is like, ha! Gay! Bro, that's so harsh. That's so harsh. Holy fuck. Oh no.
I say, brothers and sisters, is aught amiss? Why do you regard me?
I'm in such a giggly mood right now.
Why is there fear in your eyes? Why do you tremble?
Oh my god.
But of course. You fear me, a vengeful spirit of the dead. Rest assured, naught could be further from the truth. For am I not corporeal? Are my feet not firmly set upon the ground?
Should I time him out? I'll time him out.
What should we do? If they catch him here, you know what will happen.
Hide him.
Times for him to turn up. Has the old fool lost his mind?
Hide him. Is there a furry? Wait, did I spy a furry? I think I saw a furry. Did you guys see the furry? I spotted one. Wait, they were on the right side.
You!
Furry! Right?
Why
No?
have you come here? What do you want from us?
It's Jacob from
You are to speak thus to your elders, boy. But mine only desire is to be received with the hospitality owed a humble traveler, not the fear and trepidation one might afford a wrathful shade.
Wow, the Jacob from Twilight.
What you going on about? Actually, never
Terry, you
mind,
have my
just come with
undisclosed
me,
attention.
now.
Apparently there's wolf people. Wolf person! Wolf person! In fucking Havel boots? From Dark Souls? Also, even though it never became popular, .gif was a flavor of JPEG file. Really now? Hang on, I need to attune with that aetheryte. Can I go? I'll be right back. I need to attune with this aetheryte before I forget. Don't stare at them. I'm not staring. I'm looking very respectfully. Hello, aetheryte. I thought this person's name was Shidden. I didn't know that the N was there. I thought the name was Shidden. Like Shidden on the floor. Why so excited for the furry? Because it's like the first actual furry that we've seen in the game. Where are they? Where are they? I bet they're in their house yiffing or something. Whatever furries do. Hang on, speaking of like image file formats, can we just collectively bitch for like a hot minute because I love bitching? Can we just collectively bitch about WebP for a second? Fuck WebP. WebP can eat a dick. I hate it so much. WebP, burn in fire. Ah. Terra transferring to us. Bro, Terra, you can't say that. I can't. Oh, shit. The fuck is WebP? It's horrible. It's horrible. You try and find a PNG. No, maybe? Isn't it Segs? I thought it was Segs, Waffle. Is it not? Is it something worse? So literally, if you go on Google and you try and search for a clear PNG image, there's like a 50% chance that image that you get is going to be a WebP format. And I hate it. I hate it. Let me download memes, god damn it. What Chrome saves files as now, because yeah, literally, it's monstrous. I do not know who you people think you are, but do you have any idea what would happen if to us if you were found in our village? Again, you address us with unwarranted spite. I have let your impropriety pass until now, but no longer. Who are you, boy? Speak to me thus. Know you not who I am? I am Issei of Namai, a farmer. Like my father before me, and his father before him. I wouldn't expect a man like you to know who I am, but I know you. We all do. Lord Kaien's retainer and leader of rebellion, Gosetsu, notorious fugitive, wanted dead or alive by the Empire. Is this what this is all about? I am hardly the first man to earn the ire of the Empire, nor will I be the last. Was not Namai home to brave and true warriors who fought beneath our banners for king and country? They fought, and they died, every last one, and then the Imperials came looking for more, because of them. They were this close to killing us all, to burning our village to the ground. We've only just begun to enjoy some semblance of peace. Never again. Do you understand? We've had enough of you and yours. Whatever it is you're plotting, leave us out of it. Bro, all the people in this X-Pack just don't want to fight. Is dumb as hell. You can't do that so suddenly. Sorry, Waffle. I'm sorry. Spent so long looking up Old English words. Because Google. Imagine using Chrome. I need to stop using Chrome, dude. I should just go back to Firefox. It's not even half the fandom. Sorry. Using WebP, webmasters and web developers can create smaller, richer images that make the web faster. No one cares. Give me my PNGs. Give me my clear PNGs with the transparent backgrounds. That's all I'm asking for. Impassioned as his plea may be, surely he must know that I cannot leave things as they are. But for now, I shall respect his wishes. We must continue on towards our final destination, the House of the Fierce, proud headquarters of the Doman Liberation Front. There's a secret entrance to the north of the Namai, by way of a small spring. Come, I will show you. We need to make the web faster as internet speeds increase. Yeah, hell no. It's just because they don't want us to download memes. They don't want us to steal their memes. Chrome loads all your extensions before the web page. Firefox loads the web page before your extension. You get content faster. I mean, not that it's ever taken long to get content from a web page, but I see your point. That's still a nice thing to do. Says the streamer that's having ISP problems. Actually, Evelyn, it's been fixed. It's been fixed. So, just saying, everything's fine. Everything's fine in the world of Terra. I literally, so previously, underneath, so if you've ever loaded, don't stab me. Why you do this? If you've ever loaded up OBS before, there's a section underneath with your statistics, and it shows how many frames you've dropped due to like rendering lag or encoding lag. And then there's a section for dropped frames due to network. And there is a big fat 0 there right now. Whereas previously it was like in the tens of thousands of dropped frames and it was miserable. This way, we must dive into the water. Have no fear, sir. It is but a short distance. You need not hold your breath for long. I'll have you know, I'm magically enchanted and I can breathe any water. I am fish. I am become fish. We all bully streamer here. It's just natural. It's par for the course. I was gonna mount up, but I'm enjoying the like. Me is fish, me too. That's what slash mount BGM is for. Can I toggle it off like that? Sheesh. We can ruin Terra just by saying sucker and thither. Yeah, accurate. Whoa. I'm gonna toggle that off for the time being. Until I want Shiva music. Congratulations, my friend. You are come to the House of the Fierce. Do 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 do. Cotton hat of casting. Ooh! Hang on, hang on. I foresee a glam. I foresee a glam in my future using wizard hat. I just need to dye it. I don't like this like wine stain purple we got going on here. I foresee a glam using this hat in my near future. That's my hat. I use it on every glam. It's so nice. You can use that with a number after to set the percent volume, just like BGM for the regular. Oh, I didn't actually know I could do that. That's amazing. The people thither want for succor. Right now. You are Sir Terrabellum, are you not? We were told of your coming. Heroes of Eorzea, we of the Doman Liberation Front are honored to receive you. If you would be so good as to follow me. Dude, tell me Yugiri's down here. I miss her. I thought she was gonna be joining us for like this whole thing. Boys and girls of every age. I'm sorry, it's giving very much Halloween Town, just a little bit. Or Terry, you can use .svg for logos and vectors because you can scale them and they stay high quality.
This is the House of the Fierce.
That's what Photoshop does for me though, Waffle. I've literally scaled up so many images and Photoshop does a really good job of like fixing the fact that it becomes really ugly when you blow it up. Photoshop's kind of really good for that. Pray return thither to grant them succor. I'll be heading over sleeves. Jolly, I love you. Have a good sleep. Dude, a lady driving behind me today had a face like Jack Skellington's. I'm jealous. What's her secret? How does she get the glow?
Many kindred spirits remain in hiding following the rebellion. Many others gave their lives for their nation. We are a stubborn remainder. Even accounting for our comrades in the field.
You could just say she was white. I know, stop.
Strength is true. Yet we few are patriots. Brothers in arms, prepared to fight with every fiber of our being to set our people free.
Oh, like Smilage as a person.
Ever
Like,
are we hopeful that others will join our cause, but never did I dream that you would journey so far.
oh my god, Mac, Kate.
God, it's good
Wait.
to see you. You look great, by the way.
I was reading chat.
Been here long.
Yugiri's here. I was just complaining about no Yugiri. And then I was reading chat, so I fucking missed her. Because I was just picturing. So I feel like most of you guys probably know who Point Crow is, right? Point Crow, big content creator, big streamer, big YouTuber, etc., etc. I was watching a video of his today and seeing that emote in chat right now, the Smilage Mac. Sometimes when Point Crow is laughing really loud, he's literally like that, like with so much teeth. Like all his teeth visible, but like he's really happy. So I felt bad thinking, I'm like, holy shit, that's a lot of teeth he got. But like at the same time, it's all I could think when I saw him smiling. Yugiri, the Revenge of the Sword from Bushido Blade 2? Yes, actually.
I returned but recently, having concluded my mission. Oh, it is good to see you again, my friends.
Oh, it is good to see you. Why did she inhale like that?
Did I hear aright? Your mission is concluded? Then you have found the young master.
Ere we speak of that, I would know by what fortuitous circumstance our friends came to be here.
Oh, it's been an ordeal. It's been an ordeal, my dear. We've gone through a lot to get here.
The Empire's crimes are all too familiar. Lys, my heart goes out to your people.
We wanted to stay and fight, believe me, but we knew it wouldn't work. We needed more time to rebuild, and more allies to stand with us against the Empire. So we decided to come here and help you free Doma. To show everyone that you're not alone, and that the Garleans can be beaten if we work together. I'd like to think we proved that in the Ruby Sea.
That you did, Lys, and far more besides. Needless to say, your assistance would be most welcome.
Hear, hear. Now then, Yugiri, you must tell me of your search for our master.
Lest you wonder, he speaks of Lord Hien, son of Lord Cayenne, who perished during the rebellion. When it became clear that all hope of victory had gone, Lord Hien bade us deliver as many of our people as we could to safety beyond our borders. But as his father's heir, he was determined to fight on, and so he did, until he suffered a grievous wound in battle and vanished without a trace.
So not necessarily dead, though.
For I have found Lord Hien, seen and spoken with him, on the Azim steppe.
O boundless and merciful Kami, the young master lives. Tell me, was he well? Did his wound yet ail him? Where is he now? Have you brought him back to us?
So many questions.
You may take comfort in the knowledge that he is hale and whole. However, when I invited him to return with me to Doma, he had this to say.
Flashback time.
If Doma yet thirsts for the blood of patriots and tyrants, I shall offer unto her my blade. But if she has had her fill of bitter draughts, I shall offer unto her conquerors my head.
Wait, it's Hanzo. It's Hanzo. It's Hanzo from Overwatch. Not Overwatch 1, but Overwatch 2, because Overwatch 1 is about to blow up.
No true son or daughter of Doma would ever accept such a sacrifice. But for all my passion, he would not be swayed.
Zaddy mode confirmed. Yep.
Learn the truth of her
Look at that
heart and
beard.
return to me, he said. And so I left him.
The words of one made to wear the mantle of leadership too soon. Yet there is wisdom in them all the same. If the people no longer yearn to be free, it would be folly to rekindle the fires of war.
To suffer our master, to surrender his life and forsake all hope of freedom is by far the greater folly. I will not go to face my fallen comrades having done naught to stop it.
Nor I, Shadow Walker, nor I. But we need not rouse our comrades to battle this day. Let us instead welcome our honored guests and allow them a moment of respite.
I thought once upon a time that Yugiri had black aura horns. Am I wrong? It's been so long since I've seen her. I don't remember now. Did her appearance get retconned, or did she always have the kind of beige? Maybe it's just because her hair was so black that I got confused. As you can see, they went to great lengths to disable the Aetheryte. Apparently, in the twilight days of the rebellion, they feared that Xenos would be willing to risk sending unattuned conscripts. That said, it is hardly irreversible. They have the necessary materials. It would be a challenge to repair it alone, but mayhap with my brother's help. She had white horns pre-Heavensward reveal. Okay. Yeah, I think it's just because her hair is so jet black that I let myself get confused. You should hear this, sir. He was just telling me about Xenos and the rebellion. Tell me more of Daddy Xenos. What you have to understand is that it is not a simple matter of numbers. The bulk of the 12th never even took the field. It was Xenos' stratagems that won the war. They were unlike anything we'd ever seen. Ghost, thank you so much for the lurk. His formations were unorthodox, bewildering. We honestly thought we had him on the back foot. One moment we were pressing home our advantage, the next we were surrounded and at his mercy. And then he stood before us, his cornered prey, alone and unarmed. He beckoned us to come forward and fight for our lives. Sounds familiar. One by one, my comrades charged, fearless and unflinching. He would dance amidst their blades for a time, then draw close, as if to embrace. One after another, he made us watch. Do you understand? He made us watch. What kind of monster enjoys killing people? I do not think there was any joy in it, nor justice, nor morality, nor meaning. To him, the weight of one life is no different than that of 1,000. A challenge had been issued and was accepted, but on finding us no challenge at all, his objective changed. There were tales of Imperial soldiers being flayed for slaughtering families, for breaking brave men's spirits. Only later did I come to understand why. He did not desire obedience, he desired hate, and men consumed by it. A new battle, a new enemy, a new challenge. The hunt, I am told he called it. A hunt without end. We're losing! Losing what? Losing what, Vel? Whoa, Toronto's the new murder capital. Oh, that's what we're losing. Toronto's the new murder capital of Canada. We're suddenly safer. Pog! Are we safer, or is Toronto just more dangerous? And when all of our best lay dead and broken, he left. He left, muttering that we had bored him. But our weapons at least held his interest, for he took a fallen samurai's sword, having grown fond of it. Since that day, he has ever wielded Far Eastern blades. He is said to be fascinated by ones with storied histories, and so soldiers who seek to curry his favor often present those of defeated enemies as gifts. Ah, and that's why he has the golf bag of katanas, because he's like, these are cool, so he collects them. We're so dangerous, stares an American. It's like it's all a game to him. People are suffering, dying, and he's collecting swords? Oh, he's an incel. Just kidding. We all be the same, but my lady, you must understand. On the battlefield, reasons do not matter. The victor is not the just, but the strong, and the strong become the heroes of the tale. We were not strong enough. It is not sufficient to be right, to be just. Without strength, our path has but one end. Just California has more people than all of Canada, so it's a numbers game. They may have more murders, but also just more humans. Mayhap a brief respite is in order. Were I 20 years younger, these wounds would not warrant a second glance. Alas, no samurai has the strength to defeat that villain of old. Villain old age. But what say you to the House of the Fierce? Compared to your Rising Stones, I concede it may be somewhat lacking. But it has been a haven these past 10 years to all who would set Doma free. Regrettably, our efforts in that time have come to little and less. When the Emperor died, we were so sure the hour of liberation was at hand, but Zeno soon paid to that, with the aid of Yotsuyu and the secrets she sold. Pepe, hands, I say. Sir, I do hope you have taken this opportunity to rest and recover. Xenos, come, Warrior of Light. I wish to play the most dangerous game. The Warrior of Light nodding sagely. Knife Monopoly. Correct. Kakona Clam. Oh, pardon me. It is well that you spoke with one of the survivors of that massacre. To defeat one's foe, one must first understand his true nature. As the Alamegan resistance has struggled, so too has the Doman Liberation Front. More so, perhaps, given the precarious position in which we find ourselves in the wake of our doomed rebellion. We are few, and our enemies legion. We are weak, and they are strong. Yet with your help, I believe that there is little we cannot achieve. I only hope the depth of our predicament has not shaken your commitment to our cause. Absolutely not. Never! Victory shall be ours. I relish the challenge. Victory shall be ours. Aye, that it will. And with the hero of Eorzea on our side, we cannot lose. Hat! Alright, already planning a glamour on this hat. Already planning it. Already planning it. We have big wizard hat. Now then, I should be glad to discuss our next course of action. Though, now that I think on it, I myself have been away from Doma for some time, and even after my return, the search for Lord Hien commanded my full attention. Mayhap it would be to both our benefit if we were to see the reality of Doma for ourselves, for did my lord not bid me to learn the truth of her heart? Boop! Morg, what's going on? Welcome in! Let us do this together, sir. Let us go among the people with our own eyes and bear witness to their hardship. As a foreigner in these lands, your reputation does not precede you. Moreover, unlike Gosetsu, I can accompany you without attracting unwanted attention. I'd like to join you if that's alright. By all means, we should be glad of your company and your perspective. Namai is not far. I say we begin there. Okay. I can warp there, right? Namai. Boop. This aetheryte is not. Hang on. It's not operational, right? They'll repair it later. Yeah, not operational. Rip. We're gonna have to swim back in here at some point. Boop. Ah, sir, I'm glad to see you too put thought into your garments. Given the covert nature of our activities. Yeah! I sure did. I should think my reason's obvious. To enter the village while wearing the garb of the shinobi would be beyond reckless. We shall pose as traveling merchants, sir. Sir is our leader, and we as his assistants. Are there any objections? I'm not really the merchant type, but if you think this is the best way to go about it, I'll trust you. And without further ado, let us begin. If you wear ninja job armor, she tells you off! That's such a cool thing! That's such a... Hey, there's a ninja right here. Do you think he got told off? I'll bet you he did. I'll bet you he did. I see a rando. I see a rando. I wave at you. Wait. When in Rome, do as the Romans do. Eastern bow. Bravissimo. Bravo. The little hippopotamus! Oh my Christ. Where's my panda? Hang on a minute. We have a problem here. Wait. Otter. Is that a house hippo? Yeah. Can you sit on my head? I don't think you can. No, but it is cute. Red panda. Dude, when I was little, I thought the house hippo was real. And then the commercial's like, that looked really real, didn't it? But you knew it couldn't be true, didn't you? And I'm like, haha, yeah, of course. No, I thought it was real. I thought it was real 100%. If you want to cheese the aetheryte, you can be flown around to the other entrance to attune to. Oh, because at that point they've repaired it. That's funny. It's a furry! It looks like a jackal. A jackal. Is it a jackal? It looks like a jackal. It's a jackal. Masatsuchi. A traveling merchant? With meat, perchance? Bah, better not to know when I have so little coin. I feel your eyes upon me. You know not the Lupin. Surely you have not been long in Yangsha, else you would. For generations, we served the lords of Doma, compassionate and wise as they were, but the memories of such times fade with every passing day, as others will tell you. The Lupin? Right. Hey, Waffle, you were the one telling me not to say that. Red panda? Morg, is it not the cutest thing in the world? Look. Hang on, let's sit on the edge of this. Let's sit here and let Morg soak in. Oh, that's sot. There we go. We'll let Morg soak up the cuteness. Look how cute. Look how cute. Look how cute. Lupin the Third? Yes. It's so precious. I love it. His little tail. I love it so much. Panda. He's a panda. What's the cutest things that Lalafels do? I think it's slash panic. I think a panicking Lalafell is the cutest Lalafell. Cutest emote. Red panda equals lesser panda in Japanese. Lesser panda implies that there's a greater panda in this game. I like when they fall on the floor and stop breathing. No, Izagi. So when Izagi was helping me farm the ponies from the trials, we were getting really unlucky with the Titan pony, and Izagi was like, you know, in the olden days, we used to sacrifice Lalafels to increase loot drops, and I was like, and then I died. I got pushed off the arena by Titan, so I was like, hopefully now it drops. When they sit and sway, you mean like when they have their little legs up and they're like this? I think all the sitting emotes for the Lalafels are so cute. I was the sacrifice, yeah. Foreign peddlers in Namai. Whatever it is you sell, I have no money to buy. Perhaps you should go elsewhere. Saying that, I know of no village in Yangsha that has fared any better. Once, I would have directed you to the samurai lords of Monzen, had they not all died in battle or in the purges. There is the Doman Enclave, of course, but that lies beyond the Diryu Mountain. Moon Gates, hi. Hello? Leviosa, hello, thank you for the raid. How you doing? Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome in, guys. Can we have shout out, please and thank you? Ah, you were playing Final Fantasy XIV. Yes. What were you up to? How was it? How are you enjoying it? How far are you? What are you doing? Tell me everything. I'm so in love with this game. This game has its hooks so deep in my skin. I'm obsessed. Hi, Devcross. Hi, Leviosa. Hi, Zer. Wait, Zer Augustus? Is it Zer? Zar? Zer? Probably Zer. Hi, guys. Welcome in. Thanks for all the follows. I ask so many questions. How are you enjoying Stormblood? You're in the ending, like 13 quests for... Wait, so you're Endwalker? I'm so jealous. You like my hair? Hey, thank you. I appreciate you saying that. I'm in love. Stormblood has been largely peaceful. I guess I can talk about it fully without worrying about spoilers, right? Except for the Ishtola thing. I was so mad. I was so mad because everyone's like, honestly, Terra, after Heavensward, because I was like bawling through like all of Heavensward. They were like, after Heavensward, Stormblood's kind of like a palate cleanser. It's pretty peaceful. Nothing like too horrible happens. And I'm like, okay. Oh, ending of Stormblood. So we're around the same point then. We're around the same point. No spoilers, Gertrude will get mad. And yeah, I was like so mad. And then obviously it's okay. And it was okay. I was in such denial when that part was happening. Oh my gosh, it's so nice to meet you though. Hello. I hope you were having an awesome time. What is your favorite class? I have so many questions, but also if you need to unwind, you don't have to answer my millions of questions. I'm just excited to meet humans. I'm obsessed with Red Mage. Red Mage is so cool. I love the balancing act of the black magic and the white magic. It's like, woo! Summoner Dancer! I was playing Summoner. I was playing Summoner and then I saw Red Mage and I always loved the aesthetic of spell blades in fantasy games. So I was like, okay, we'll check it out. We'll try it. And I loved it. If you like because its bar is black and white magic, right? So you have to balance two different kinds of spells. If that appeals to you, you'll love it. It's really good. I have a lot of fun with it. Level 90 Scholar, and your DPS is Red Mage. Best choice. Levi, you would love endgame Red Mage. I feel like even currently, I'm level 67. Even current Red Mage is like so much fun. Summoner was very fun, and maybe Summoner gets even more fun later on, but Red Mage is like, I love flying in and doing melee combos too. So good, highly recommend. But hi guys, it's so nice to meet you. Hope you guys were having a blast. Obviously, like no spoiler drops, of course. Do you only play 14 or do you play other things? Because I'm a bit of a variety streamer. I always play 14 Tuesdays and Thursdays, and then I'll play horror and like other things like that. Usually I'll do like Saturdays, we'll do like hard games and drink on death, that sort of thing, goofy things. But right now, as for like story game, this game has my heart entirely because I was bawling. Summoner lets you switch to Scholar and you go back and forth. That's what people were telling me. They were saying if you level as Summoner, it's good because then you also get access to a healer just for leveling the DPS. You just have to do the job quests, right? And then you're all caught up. I'm a variety, but I haven't had anything I'm maining right now besides this. I'm stoked for some spooky ones for October. Yes! I'm gonna be playing like a handful of spooky games throughout October and I'm so excited. But that, once again, let me just reiterate, you've probably been streaming for a long time. It's so nice to meet you. I'm gonna check you out in my own time and be like, hello, yes, hello, nice to see you. But absolutely, if you need to eat food, if you need to unwind or sleep or use the bathroom, like anything, then thank you again so much for the raid. It's so nice to meet you guys. And unwind, relax, vibe out. Okay, where were we? What's happening? There is the Doman Enclave, of course, but that lies beyond the Dairu Moon Gates. Needless to say, the Imperials are disciplined to let any but their own pass. Rip. Terrabellum. Get out. Get out. Spooktober, exactly. Thank you. I'll leave you up on my speaker so I can still hang out, but lurk and not totally. For me, 9 times out of 10, I mean, here, I have some proof. For me, 9 times out of 10, I have cold supper. I have cold supper that's been sitting for like 4 hours that I usually eat whenever I raid out, so I get it. I had a little bit of it, but the rest of the tots are just sitting there ice cold and waiting. Oh, it's raining! Wait, where's my umbrella? I didn't even realize it was raining. Here we go. Now we're good. Now we're ready. Who else am I meant to talk to here? Oh, there. Cold Tots, the true meal of an MMORPG gamer. I'm very blessed in that my partner cooks for me like 9 times out of 10 when I'm streaming, and I'm so spoiled. But then I always eat it cold, and he's like, what the fuck? What the fuck? Why you always eat my supper cold? I'm like, stream. Things are happening. You, a merchant? Forgive my skepticism, but you strike me. Ah! Big V! Hello? Hello, Big V? Double rate? Hello, hello? Mac, did you try a slash shoutout as well? I don't know if I see them on my end, but I like that the slash shoutouts are a thing. Big V, hi! Hi, Raiders, welcome in! How you guys doing? What were you up to? Escape from Tarkov! Did you win? Did you survive? Did you get more gear? How was your stream? Welcome in, guys! Where was I? Strike me less than a man of commerce and more a common sellsword. Shoutout was given to Leviosa PNW! Ah! It shows up at my top now! It's working! Hang on, let me click that. Oh, that's so cool! That's so good! I had to press the button up at top and then it let me follow them. Whoa, that's so cool! Okay, Twitch, okay, you may be taking hosts away from us, but that's at least cool. It's very easy just to press the button. That's so cool. It also gives a remind option. Wah! Give your best impression of Hancock. Oh, yeah. Do the Hancock impression. Be a foppish blonde boy. Did you escape? I am Ruski. That's so cool. I am Hancock. Look at me being foppish. That does little to assuage my doubts. And if anything, it makes me clutch my coin purse tighter. Oi! What's your problem? I'll give my best smile. Ta-da, look how cute. Obviously, I'm a merchant. I stand corrected. Such a warm and cordial nature you possess. I pray you forgive me my earlier rudeness. How could, literally look at this. Look at this little bean. Look into his heart. Look into his heart and tell him you're not going to buy his wares. You're gonna buy his wares. Look how cute. Look how cute.
I love you, bitch.
Twitch did something good? What? Like, sort of, Becky. They killed host, but they gave us the slash shoutout, which makes it so dumb easy to follow like somebody that you love or somebody that's rated you. That I think is great. Because people are lazy, and giving them less barriers to being lazy and just being able to like to press the follow button when it pops up, that's fantastic. They'll get much more follows and much more engagement through that. Whew. Playing that Nancy Drew game made me feel like a small baby again. Aw, nostalgia. It's still on cooldown. I wonder how long of a cooldown it has. Boom, boom, boom. Anyways, I'm heading to bed. Big B, thank you so much again for the raid. I appreciate you. You show the channel a lot of love and it means a lot. Love you. Have a good one. Becky here, Val. Becky here. Cooldown match. I don't know why they would give it a cooldown though. That's the only confusing thing. Please wait a minute and try again. I did! It's lying to us. Okay. It has been some time since the Viceroy came to our village to purge it of insurgents. Those who resisted suffered terribly, and those who did not fared a little better. We who remain know better than to risk her ire. If the Imperials demand laborers, we comply. If they demand conscripts to send as soldiers to other provinces, we obey. Ours is a difficult life, with little in the way of luxuries. I know not what you sell, merchant, but I doubt that I, nor anyone else here, can afford it. Oh. It's the hard knock life for Domans. It's the hard knock life for Domans. I will wait 5 minutes. You're doing your best, Mac. You're doing your best. Proud of you. Wait, how do you do it again? / mount BGM? Oh! Mount BGM volume muted. So now I can selectively have it on if I want it. Weren't you the one who came with the general? No? I see. My mistake. I was literally wearing the I did not change my glam. I'm wearing the exact same gear. It warms my heart to see traveling merchants in Namai again, though the Imperials never sealed our borders. Folks like you have taken to avoiding Yangzha ever since the rebellion. Unfortunately, that has only made it harder for us to survive. You may have noticed, but we lack for a great many things. It is not much better before, true, but it has only gotten worse. He's so sad. Poor Dolmens, genuinely, they're living actual hard life. Echo, was your nap nice? Hi, Echo. Sir, what have you learned? Lise and I encountered much of the same. They have been pushed beyond the brink. I expected frustration and disillusionment, but not so much that they would come to question the wisdom of opposing Imperial rule in the first place. Unless we can convince them otherwise, I fear I cannot convince Lord Hien to return, and without him... Woke up to food and Schmied. Ooh. Let us not lose hope. Let us not yet lose hope. Though the situation in Namai is bleak, mayhap it is not so elsewhere. I wish to speak with the outsiders, others outside the village. Lise and I will look for the farmers in the paddies to the east. Sir, I ask you to look to the south. Surely they cannot all have given in to despair. Oh, surely they have. Are you kidding me? Do you not see the condition they're living under? Surely they have given in to despair. The music doesn't necessarily fit with the narrative right now, but I like it. It sounds very chipper and upbeat. Azami? I know. Tiny Capertiller! Ah! You miss old games from the early 2000s sometimes? What, you mean like that Aladdin game for the Sega that you had like 2 lives and it was the hardest platformer in the entire world? Has anyone played that one? Holy fuck, that game was hard. My dad used to let me play the Nancy Drew games on his desktop when I would stay at his house, and it's so comfy. Oh, pure nostalgia hit. You can get like all the Nancy Drew games on Steam. Oh, pure nostalgia. Thank you, thank you, thank you. If you hadn't come along, I don't know what I would have done. Yes, and the Lion King. Exactly, Coco. Exactly. What am I doing out here? Oh, looking for flowers. I need some for my parents' graves. Oh shit, dude. The ones my brother and I usually bring are yellow because it was my mother's favorite color. You haven't seen any, have you? Nar. Nar, I have not. That Lion King game murdered me, the absolute rage. Keep meaning to get all the putt-putt games, just play Mario Golf. Isn't there a new Mario Golf as of like a couple years ago? A hostile presence! A hungry Capertiller! There it is! Playing Lala is the meta to get stepped on by Yotsu. Nice choice, thank you. Thank you. I thought so too. That's such a long cooldown for a shoutout. Yeah, that took forever in between. So, oh my god, God forbid if we ever get like a double or a triple raid again, it's going to be so hard to get shoutouts for everyone. So we do still need the exclamation mark shoutout command. But it's nice to also have this last shoutout. I hate IRL golf, but video game golf? Let's fucking go, right? What about mini golf? Actually, Vel raises a valid point. What about mini golf? Mini golf goes hard. Mini golf goes hard any day of the week. Any day of the week. Mini golf is also fun. Good, good, good. You found some. Thank you, sir. That's twice you saved me now. If you have some spare time, maybe you could come with me? I'm sure mother and father would want to meet a man. No, don't do this to me. We buried them on a cliff to the west of village. There's a path through the terraces I'll show you. Don't do this to me. Don't make me go to a child's parents' graves. This is so grim. This is so grim, video game. Don't make me do this. Oh no. My parents would love to meet you. They're dead as fuck. Oh, glow mini golf. I want. Spaz, we're going mini golfing. Please. It's been so long. Oh. Okay, but have you watched Birdie Wing Golf Girl's story? No, I haven't. The giant underground golf bunker, which the golf mafia. I'm sorry, what? The golf mafia used for golf gambling? Dude, that sounds unhinged. Double day glow golfing? Nodders. Not woo, woo! Where am I going? I almost ran off a ledge. Nodders, nodders. Yes. I consent. Wait, is it all the way up there? How you expect me to go up there? Fifth wheel glow golfing? Nodders, nodders. Wait, how do I get up there? Help. Help. I need an adult. Don't text and drive, Terra. That is literally proof of it. It is absolutely unhinged. A lady golfs so hard, her prosthetic explodes. Holy shit, dude. Wait, how do I actually get up there? Huh? Nani? I need an adult. I need an adult. Is golf extreme sports? It should be. It should be. Could you imagine if in place of regular golf, we had extreme golf, in that you had to like race? You had to race to get your ball in the hole, and you could like club the other person as you're running by. I wouldn't want to participate, but God, it'd be fun to watch. He never learns anything, Echo. I don't. How have you not learned to learn your lesson from RDR2 about chatting and horse riding? Dude, my poor horse in Red Dead 2. That horse got rammed into every single wall possible. I'm describing the new Mario Golf. I literally am, aren't I? That sounds close enough to lacrosse. You're so not wrong, Morg. You're so accurate with that one. When are we playing Rocket League but golf? Oh my lord. Imagine golfing out of cars. Like out the window, you just whap it as you're going by. Whoop, not this way. You played junior varsity and varsity lacrosse, so you know. Morgan, that makes you a badass. What the fuck? Hello? Motorized polo. That's with golf carts. Been there, done that. Wait, actually? And you didn't invite me, Warlord? My heart. It is a real game. Holy shit, dude. Where am I going? I think I'm getting the right way. Man, this zone is beautiful. I love this wall, even though the wall represents really bad things. It's so pretty. It's so pretty. Boop. There we go. I'm surprised Mr. Beast or some shit hasn't done Rocket League, but IRL. Somebody literally just DM him that. Be like, at Mr. Beast, hey, when can we have Rocket League IRL? He'll fucking do it. The man's has too much money and is bored. I'm pretty sure you were very, very little at that point, Terra. Still shooketh you didn't invite me. We're here. Just give me a moment to put down the flowers and I'll introduce you. I forgot. They don't even have a headstone? No, I'm gonna cry. They don't even have a headstone. They're just in a mound. No, I'm gonna cry. They loved to meet travelers and hear tales of faraway places. Maybe you could tell them one about your homeland. Azami? Azami? Are you there? Azami? Cry counter, literally. I'd like to be in a mound. What in the... You should not be here. Get away from my sister. Don't be so rude. He saved me from monsters, brother. He even helped me pick flowers for mother and father. Go back to the village, now. You're scaring me. I said go. Stay inside and lock the door until I return. Well, now this character makes sense on why he's so aggressive. Bidota. Is it Bidota or Bidota? Time to tell dead people about Savage Raiden. That took me out. Oh, don't think me ungrateful. My sister is the only family I have. If you saved her, then thank you, but it changes nothing. I asked you to leave, and now I'm asking you again. I'm not going to report you to the Imperials or anything stupid like that, but it's too dangerous for you to stay here, so please, I'm begging you, just leave us alone. Bidota, let's go! She said your parents were buried here. Can I give you guys a headstone, at least? So she told you, did she? Yeah, that's right. My mother and father believed in the rebellion. They left to fight for Lord Cayenne. They came home on a cart driven by Imperial soldiers. The soldiers demanded that the families of the insurgents present themselves, or else they'd burn the whole village to the ground. So we did. What choice did we have? Nitro! Thank you so much for the host! They beat us in the village square with their hands, with sticks, with anything. They kicked us while we lay on the ground begging for mercy. They made us denounce my mother and father, call them fools, call them traitors, and say they deserve to die. Holy trauma! Oh my god! I heard them laugh, but I dared not look up. One leaned close and whispered in my ear that what he'd do to my sister if they had to come back. Oh my god, dude! They're gone, but they're never far. All it takes is the wrong word in the wrong ear and they'll return, and I'll have to dig another grave if I'm lucky. Whatever you came here to do, leave us out of it. If you want to fight the Imperials, go and fight them on your own. You can't help us, no one can, and this is all we've got, so please don't take it from us. Holy shit! Yup, trauma. These poor kids. I'm gonna fucking cry. Holy shit, they're like, what, 15? The other one's like maybe 12? Oh my Christ almighty. Ishikawa wrote the Far East part of Stormblood. She's not afraid to go hard. Holy crap. I'm emotional. That's so fucked up. Oh my lord. Jesus. That's so dark. Yugiri, let me tell you what I heard. Terra, emotional? I couldn't imagine. She's the one who wrote the Dark Knight quests, Shadowbringers. She wrote Shadowbringers. Oh god, I'm scared. This is like a little teaser of what's to come. Oh my god, is it Final Fantasy without trauma though? No. I haven't even played many Final Fantasies, but from what I've heard from you guys, no, it's not. Okay, I need a second. You are coming at a good time, sir. But we recently completed our inquiries. What of yours? Holy shit, let me tell you what of my... Oh, she gasped. Of course she gasped. I was not aware of these events. The boy, Issei, he told you all of this? Such disgraceful, despicable crimes. If I knew the men responsible, I would not hesitate to hunt them down and... Look at Lise. Look at Lise. Not a thought behind those eyes. Not a single thought going on in that head right now. Like, not a single brain cell is active. Literally, in this moment, if her brain was dynamite, she couldn't even blow her nose. Like, she is gone. She is not even here. Lisa's perfecting her 1,000-yard stare. Damn, did you tell her about Hashrat? Don't bring up Hashrat. So, Vidota, I'm just gonna call you V if that's okay. There on my YouTube is my reaction to the vault. I was not okay. Holy shit. It took me like 20 minutes to get through the cutscenes after that. My reaction to that is how you found me. My heart. My heart. Well, thank you for making the trip over to Twitch, Rando. Forgive me, that outburst was unbecoming. The more I learn of the Imperial's actions in my absence, the more difficult I find it to marshal my emotions. Could Lord Hien have foreseen this, that our people's spirits would be broken so? Though at first I scoffed at his pronouncement, it feels all too possible now that he might resolve to surrender himself. Right? Holy emotional damage, dude. I found Terra's Outer Wilds playthrough, saw that his most recent upload was the Vault. I knew that it was Fate! Ah! You guys are making me so warm and fuzzy. Ooh, gloves. Oh, wait, these kind of go hard. Do you see these? Look at these gloves. Do these gloves pull the full ensemble together? They almost match the new pants better. I'm loving. We're not even gonna glam them. They're perfect. They're perfect. At least, man, that bird is far away. Yo, I literally made my therapist cry. I have enough trauma on my own, right, Becky? Your therapist sounds perfect, like a true empath. Despite everything we have seen and learned, I refuse to renounce this cause. We should return to the House of the Fierce and consult with our comrades. Perhaps together we might... Did you hear that? Quickly, we must find a place to hide. Nani? Where hide? Where to hide? Oh, right there. 6 of us rushed over when we saw Terra on the last few quests before the vault, so randoms couldn't spoil it. It was perfect. So many people were like, let me in, I'll do the dungeon with you. They wanted nothing ruined. She's a mom, and something I said got to her because she has a daughter of her own. Oh. Diddly diddly doo doo. No way the Imperials are showing up right now, right?
Imperials.
Oh, fuck. The number of times I say something and then the dialogue immediately reflects that, it kills me. In lighter news, I took second place in the club's triple triad tournament. It's always the Imperials. Oops, all Imperials.
Why are you milling about like a pack of slack-jawed mongrels? Form a line, now!
Ew, I hate it. Let's kill him. Wait, it's all Imperials? Always has been.
I come before you today to deliver an announcement of the highest import. So listen well.
Imperials wearing Hugo Boss. Or the Assyrians. Unless it's the Elegants. Or the Assyrians, yeah.
The acting viceroy and her personal guard came under attack from Confederate forces. This brazen, unconscionable act cannot and will not go unanswered.
Now, Golsov, that's totally unfair. At one point, it was the Pope. Remember the Ishgard Pope? At one point it was the Pope. And it was, oh, but wait, the Ascians were behind that. Okay, it was still the Ascians.
As loyal
Never mind.
subjects of the Empire who enjoy her safety and prosperity, you have a duty to defend her as well.
Nearly every voiced Imperial soldier is voiced by Thancred's VA? I'm gonna be listening for it now. Monsieur Thancred?
There is no cause for alarm. We have no intention of sending ill-trained fodder to the front line.
He a good VA? Because I don't hear it. I don't hear Thancred in the voice.
Those who are selected will be expected to perform rudimentary tasks.
Oh.
Cleaning and maintenance and
Slightly.
so forth. You will serve only as long as you are needed. Afterwards, you'll be free to return to your home.
What are you hissing about, Belle? What happened? Now I'm never gonna hear it, thanks. Oh, B.
You first.
I don't know if it's been ruined for you yet. Go look at a picture of Kane Senna. Her medallion is an upside down cow. Somebody said that to me, like when I came back and started doing Heavensward quests, and they were like, it's upside down cow on Kane. And I was like, you've ruined Kane. You've ruined Kane for me. It was you, Izagi. That's who I thought it was. I didn't want to be too hasty. I was like, I'm pretty sure Izagi said it.
The Empire has no pressing need of cleaners. This is but a thinly veiled attempt to intimidate those who supported the Confederacy's actions, and isolate any whose loyalty they already suspect.
And lastly, you.
So does Unicorn because of the horn? Oh, yeah. Kanye Senna and her Leatherworkers Guild Yeezys. No, Ray. What's up with the skin though? She's Aura, Becky. She's part dragon. Or like
Listen to the elders
dragon
while
people?
I'm away, and do not play outside the village. Everything is going to be fine. I love you, all right? Remember that I love you.
Not this game trying to inflict more emotional damage on me. No, he's the last family that she has. Bakma, did you hear about the Twitch and the Opera thing? Did word get to you of that yet? Because you should be alerted. Oh, the story specifically states they are not dragon people, they're lizard people. Got it. You're literally the last
Thank you for
family.
your cooperation. Rest assured that this will all be over very soon, once the Confederacy has been made to pay our own ruby tithe.
No, can we bring her with us? Can we bring her with us? Bro. Molly discovered that live on stream the other day when she couldn't raid.
What might
Yeah.
happen to those people? We have to help them.
Like, I think pretty much all support has been dropped for it. Issei really out here saying, everything is going to be okay, Sonny. Oh no, Golsip, you can't do that.
And we shall. But before all else, we must needs ascertain their destination.
The rabbit people are called
I doubt this is the
Vieira
first
Bell.
village the Garleans have visited. Nor is it like to be the last.
Oh, the Snurch clip is what you hissed at, I see. The story also states that giant birds swoop and snatch Lalafels in the southern seas. What? What? We're bird snack? Oh no. They wouldn't eat me. Look, I'm too pointy. I'm way too pointy. They wouldn't eat me. I am Chrome Firefox. Anyways, I have many issues with Twitch right now, but Opera is not one of them. Okay, good.
I will track these men.
Oh yeah, that's way more
Pray
lizard
return
skin
to our
than dragon
headquarters
skin.
and tell the others what you saw here. Should we have need of reinforcements, I would know that they are ready.
Better level Dragoon for the armor just to be extra pointy.
But I should be going with you. I came here to fight.
But this is not yours
Soon
yet.
enough, Lise. Soon enough. For now, we must proceed with caution.
Yep. Listen to wise Yugiri.
I know that. I do. It's just when I saw them rounding those people up. Look, if anything happens, anything at all, you'd better call for us. I mean it, Yugiri. Anything at all.
Have you seen a zoo? Those things are big enough to snatch up a here. Maybe, but not. I wouldn't recognize it by name. Oh wait, raining. Hang on. Wow, it rains a lot here. Okay, we're good. We got it. We got our little umbrella. Hang on. Let's check if it's raining. Oh. Is it raining? Yeah, it's definitely raining. It's definitely raining for sure. Regardless of what the officer claimed, I fear they have crueler designs for those people. With me, sir. With me, sir, we must hurry. That is precious. So you can. I love this game so much, Becky. There's so many aspects of this game that I just fucking adore. I told myself I didn't want player housing. I do. I want player housing. I will traverse that beast when I get there. Once I'm rich. Time for Venme things. Star Fox. Have a good sleep. Thanks for hanging out with us. You're up. Have some coffee when you get up. Holy shit, you're gonna be grumpy. Given the circumstances, we must make every effort to refrain from needless violence. Aye aye. Here, it is a shinobi's tool. For when a more discreet approach is required, use it with these darts. They are coated with an alchemical reagent that induces a deep sleep. There are soldiers patrolling ahead. Where circumstances different, we can engage them directly, but for the villagers' sake, we dare not risk it. We will use our blowguns to incapacitate them, regardless of your familiarity with such weapons. You are a veteran warrior, and I am sure it will come naturally to you. Nevertheless, practice is in order. Okay. Emote only, chat. Dad, you want a kiss? Good night kiss? Good night kiss? Mwah. There you go. Here's your good night kiss. Send help. I've lost my armrest to a small black cat. It's gone forever. For as long as that cat wants to sit there, it is not your armrest. Is middle click bound to anything, by the way? Oh, it is. It's auto run. Okay, never mind. Now I can sleep easy. Good night. Enjoy Final Fantasy. I will. Emote only. Why? Because they desire it. Let me do it. Hang on. I'll do it the old-fashioned way. I'll press this button and then I'll press this button. Yeah, there we go. There, the soldiers on the hill below. Take aim and fire. If the darts find its mark, he should fall within moments. Search your surroundings for the Imperial soldier. You may move the camera as well as zoom in and out. Target the soldier and use the blowgun with left click. Mini game?
You're my superstar.
What is this? Silence the Imperial patrol. Locate the patrolling Imperial guard and use your blowgun to put him to sleep. What is this? This is so cool. B, did you just sub with Prime? Did you take $2.50 out of Bezos' pocket and give it directly to me? I appreciate that. Thank you so much. You only have one of those, B. Thank you. What the heck? All right, let's knock out some Imperials.
I'm impressed.
Hey, you. Hey, you. Bang.
Am I wowed?
Oh, God. Yeah. Spess, your T3. Spess, stop T3 subbing to me. Mwah, I love you. Stop it. Oh, buttons? People pressing buttons? Ah, well done, my friend. Now, give me your map. There's a vantage point from which you may observe and fire upon. I get to keep doing it! Let's go! Worry not. I shall be with you every step of the way, keeping watch for other patrols. We shall speak again on the other side of the river. Mac, you know what I might do? I might automate. Emote only. I think I can do that quite easily, so that mods don't need to worry about emote only mode at all. What is this Garlean glam? That's so good. Wait, you look just like them. Fantastic. Fantastic. People Terra. Bakba, thank you for the video. Oh yes, I think you can. It should be very easy for me to set up as well. It would just need to be on the Channel Point Redemption, a chat message with a delay. And you guys are free, by the way. A chat message, and then a delay, and then the chat message again. That should be so easy. And then it can be like instant when somebody wants to emote only. There'll be no delay. Aw, Mac, thank you for the gifted subby. To age dangerously. Mac, I appreciate you. Start! Hey! Pew! Oh! Were they waving at me? Did you guys see them like, hey, hey girl, hey! And then I just fucking knocked them out. I switched to Chrome for that just for me. Mac, my heart. Mac, my heart. Golsif, Scam Train Bridge. Golsif, thank you for the gifted subby. What the heck, you guys? Thank you for Scam Train. And I play Blow Dart minigame. I like it. I like it. It's very nice. There's one more somewhere. 4 to 5? Ah, there you are. Are they gonna die? Wait, don't fall in the water. Oh no! Okay, they're fine. They fell backwards. Oh yeah, they are on sale. I forgot about that. They're like what, 20% off? The gifted subs? Is it random whether you get a hype train or a boost train? Oh, it looks different. What did they do to hype trains? Wait, it looks different. There's little bouncing emojis and stuff. Wait, it's so cute. He's so cute. New hype train? He's popping. It's so cute. You can go above level 5? I'm shooketh. I'm shooketh. And they're 25% off. The last Imperial soldier crumples to the ground, asleep. You put away your bowgun and prepare to rejoin Yugiri. Izagi, thank you for the 100 biddies. Guys, thanks for all the support. I couldn't do this without you guys, so thank you. You've seen at least level 7. Holy, I wonder how high it goes now. Or if it just goes infinitely. That'd be startling. I don't believe someone who isn't broke. Please make it happen. I want that ether current. I will kill you, Dolmen Weasel. I'll do it. Mac armrest cat picture in Discord. I can't wait to check poster. Hey! Alright, I'm killing you. I'm doing it. I'm emboldening. I'm pressing all the buttons. How much damage does embolden give me? 5%. It gives 5%, guys. Woo! Woo-wee! I mean, 5% is more than 0. I shouldn't complain. I just spent $1,000 on new PC parts. I ain't got no money no more. No kidding. Aw, Mac, you sweet soul. There we go. That's better. Thank you for gifting Morga sub. What the heck? What did you get? I think I remember Golsif talking about looking at a CPU. But what else? Did you buy something else? Because I don't think the CPU was that expensive. The one you linked? Because I was also kind of thinking of buying that CPU, but I don't need it. It is on a really big sale. It's like $250 off, but I don't necessarily need it. Or do I? You didn't see anyone without a sub at a glance? Dude, it always tickles me when somebody will like sit there and the minute somebody without a sub talks, they'll gift a sub. That always tickles me something. Excellent work, sir. They appear to be none the wiser. The villagers are being held in the castrum of the south, Fluminous. Once, it was the base of operations for the Garlean occupation, until 10 or so years ago, where they relocated to the Doma Castle. Now the castrum serves as little more than a storage facility. I spy 2 sentries near the gate. As you have proven yourself to be an impeccable aim, I would ask you to incapacite them! This very hill should afford you the clear shot. Yes. Yes, I will gladly shoot them. I like this minigame. I need it, but I spent extra on kittens lately. That's more important. So much more important. Kittens deserve all the things, 100%. Enjoy emotes and ad-free content more. Mac, you're too sweet. You're too sweet and supportive and nice and cute and fancy. I can't get over how bouncy the hype train is. It's cute. Also, it has a gradient to it as well. I wonder if the colors change as it goes up. Oh! People. Eminem, are you okay? Buckbutt, thank you for the 100 biddies. Mac, thank you for the gifted to Warlord. Pew! You're expecting a different badge, not the first? Oh yeah, you have a first badge, Val. I forgot about that. Guys, thank you so much for Hype Train. You sweet, generous souls. I appreciate you. Oh, that is one of my favorite Hype Train emotes, Golsif. The Hype High. He's so cute. Oh, Mac, you got Hype High as well. I love the Hype High. The derpy little. He's cute. TTS had a stroke, it did. Hype Lurk is also very good. Do 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 do. It looks like emo. Ah. Infinite hype train levels, but still no new emotes. This is the timeline we've chosen. Fine work, sir. You have a gift for the ways of the shinobi. The way is clear. Let us move closer and see what has become of the villagers. Oi oi. Guys, I want to see Ishtola. I want to see Ishtola. The last time we saw her, she was unconscious, and that was like hours and hours ago. Oh no. I forgot to knock one of them out. One of them is still standing. Ishtola Copium. I miss her. Sir, the On from the other villages are assembled for inspection. Oh, it's Penis Inspection Day. I always hated Penis Inspection Day. Very good. I will address them my... No, you did not just follow as I said that. I hope you unfollowed immediately. Thank you so much for the follow. Hi, Noah. Nice to meet you. I need to be more careful what I say. Very good. I will address them personally. That took me out. It was literally like as I was saying it, I'm like, that's an instant unfollow right there. What an awkward time to follow. No kidding. Oh my god, I'm crying. Attention. Shortly, you all will be transported to facility on the... Oh, this does not sound good. I can't support LGBTQ, but I treat people from the LGBTQ with respect. That is all we ask, Noah. 10 out of 10. 10 out of 10. That's all we look for. Whew. Your duties, as you have been previously informed, will be rudimentary in nature. More specifically, you will be tasked with the repair and maintenance of various arms and armaments, as well as magitech devices. I actually prefer the term queer. I'm like... You could say pan. You could say pan. I'm attracted to humans is usually what I just end up saying. I don't sweat the details. Magitech, but we're farmers. We don't know the first thing about Magitech. It'd take us months, if not years, to learn how to do that kind of work. The material in question was damaged when your kith and kin rose up in rebellion. Therefore, you bear responsibility for its repairs. Yikes, dude. Yikes. If you cannot perform the duties, you will learn how. And if you cannot learn how, then your villagers may find themselves at the mercy of the Confederacy and other radical elements. Is that what you want? Yikers. That comment with the timing of the follow makes it even more perfect. Morg, I was thinking the same thing. Deal with this rabble. I am needed at the castle. Do. This is no temporary measure. Those men and women will die in servitude. Yeah. The middle name that Garleans use in their is their rank. The later in the alphabet, the higher the rank. The people in occupied areas and citizens of overtaken provinces are on the lowest rank. Ah! I didn't catch what the meaning of that was, Rando, so thank you. If I spill ice cream on my keyboard because of you people. Nightmaid, no timing has been more perfect than this. Once they are taken to the other facility, it will be too late. If we are to intervene, we must do so now, agreed? Yeah. Then let us be about it. But how do we... Dude, like, how do we intervene without everything going to hell? Ah! I was like, how did it die? I poured a cup of coffee on my keyboard yesterday, Mac. I'm starting a club you can join. No. Is the coffee okay, Bukma? The Emperor is Zos. Xenos. Immediately family of the Emperor is Ye. So wait. Wait. Isn't Xenos immediate family of the Emperor? Because it's Xenos... Isn't it Xenos Wait, I'm confused. I confused my brain. Terra, please. Oh wait, well, we joining the spilled food on the keyboard club? Oh shit, no. You shouldn't. Varys Zos Galvis, Xenos Ye Galvis, and so what is Von then? Gaius von Baelsar is one of the Imperials I remember. Oh, I misunderstood. The Emperor is Zos. Okay, sorry. I misread your first message. Now I get it. So it's Varys Zos Galvis and Xenos Ye Galvis. Gotcha. That's so interesting. Despite the urgency of the situation, we must still proceed with the utmost caution to ensure safety of the villagers. To wit, we must infiltrate Castrum without raising the alarm. Van is a legatus. Oh, okay. I will deal with any soldiers near the entrance. I stand watch for the others approaching from the north until you hear my signal. Hang on, let me give it a little thumbs up. I know she ran away already, but I just want to give a little, yeah, we'll stand watch. Pull the keycaps, wash them, and shell in sync. Rinse the electronic part in isopropyl a couple times. We'll try tomorrow. Oh, so you actually haven't seen if it's dead or not yet. You just did all the necessary cleaning and fingers crossed. Nail van Darnus, Gaius van Baelsar, Noah van Gebranth. Gotcha. If it was just bean water, it might be saved. Yeah, like, especially black coffee, it might be okay. If they had like heavy creams and sugars, I'd be like, rip. For a mercy, you spy no Imperials patrols bound for the Castrum. A hawk's cry pierces the silence. Yugiri is waiting. This is our Castrum infiltration music. Nero Tolskeva, Livia Sas Junius, Urtaten Sas Arvina. Hey, excellent! Wait! That's fantastic. That name is fantastic. I said it out loud and then understood it. Hawk cry. Yeah! 10 out of 10 name. Woo! I like didn't get it while I was looking at it and then I got it. And it's great. I'm almost dead. Help! I need to Vercure. Ah! These dogs hurt my bones. Some real good beans have rolled up today. Dude, that's why I love Final Fantasy XIV. We've seen so many amazing people come in from the category and like YouTube and like everything else that I've posted 14 content to. They're hella cool. Where's my Chimkin? Hiya! Help me, Chimkin. Save me, Chimkin. I forgot about my Chimkin. It's been so long. This game has brought some cool peeps, hands down. Oh, this way. I forgot we named our Chimkin Kiwi. Oh, it's such a cute name for a chocobo. You're here from YouTube! No way! My heart, thank you for making the stroll over here. Speak softly, lest the others hear us. What about outside? From YouTube channel, welcome! That is good. Oh, I'm skipping dialogue. These ones shall not soon wake. However, the others are too close to the villagers. Incapacitating. Sorry, I just noticed Fanny there laying on the ground, like pretending to be the stocky soldier. The RP coming from you? Mwah, chef's kiss, 10 out of 10. These ones shall not soon wake. However, the others are too close to the villagers. Incapacitating them as I did these ones is far too risky. I had the great honor of being killed by Yugi. Fortunately, a solution presents itself. I would have you disguise yourself as an Imperial soldier and convince them that a changing the guard is in order. You have your pick of uniforms. They shall not protest. I want this one. I want... this one. Oh, shit! This one, I can't seem to... How do I take its clothing? How do I take its... If you miss dialogue, you must atone with your life. B, so many times I've accidentally clicked. I'm like, I just missed something. That's the most important thing ever. Oh, the event tab. All she said was, that is good. We must proceed as planned. The event tab, my bestest friend. That way I won't ever skip dialogue again. I know it's hidden for you guys underneath here, but it's there. Oh wait, I need the Lalafell armor. Wait, who has the cutest armor here? Wait. That's pretty cute. That's pretty cute. I'm not sure about that one. No, this one has the cutest. I'll take your armor. You don't need it. You're dead. This uniform appears to be more or less your size. I skipped the scene where Y'shtola wants me to hold her big mommy. With all due care and consideration, you relieve the sleeping soldier of their uniform. You have chosen one to your liking, then. Excellent. I should have clicked the row one first. Does it give you goofy dialogue? I'd love if they could like dress him up like draped in the row clothing. I shall hide these ones where none will find them. Yugiri do be kind of hot though. She really is. Okay, so many characters. I'm gonna say it. Final Fantasy XIV is bi-panic incarnate. So many of the characters are way too hot for their own. Hello? Oh no! Hello? Oh look, I'm back. Welcome back, Augustus. Hello, Raiders. Welcome in. I hope you heard nothing of what I was talking about. Hi, good to have you. Last playing 14 online. What were you doing? Welcome in. I hope you guys heard nothing. The raids have had the worst time today. I love that we came in on that sentence. No! I'm called out. Hi, Radicorn. Hi, Loom. Hi, guys. Balthazar. Hello, hello. I heard characters are hot. I'm just gonna blindly agree. This game is entirely by panic. I won't back up on that. You're not playing 14. You're not thirsting over the characters. Hi, June Rain. Hi, Tama. Welcome in, everybody. Thanks for all the follows as well. Hi, guys. What were you up to in 14? What were you doing? How did you find me? I mean, I'm guessing Augustus led you here because Augustus followed earlier today. Very sweet of them to already recommend me. Hello? Hello, everyone. Oh my God, hello? Where? There it is. Hello? With the primer? Thank you for taking 250 right out of Daddy Bezos's pockets and giving it to me. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. Welcome in, everybody. Do we want trailer? We could do trailer. But if it's your first time meeting me, my name is Tara. I'm a variety streamer. I usually stream 4 days a week I'm a bit of a variety. I do horror streams, I do drinking streams, and right now, for my story game, I am hyper fixated on 14. This game has made me laugh, this game has made me cry, everything above and beyond. It's been fantastic. Guys, thanks for all the follows, what the heck? There's so many. Snurch trailer? Absolutely not Snurch trailer. I got a little trailer for you guys to enjoy, and we'll be back in just a second and keep talking. Boop. Oh, hello. Come sit with me, my fellow traveler. Let's sit together and watch the stars die. Oh my God. I need like a tissue or something. I'm dead. I'm actually dead. Hang on. What happened here? Oh my God. Rock. One shot though. Boom.
You're my superstar.
So welcome in, you guys. Thank you so much again, Abaddon, for the raid. Oh my God, I'm feeling overwhelmed. That was a lot of follows. That was so many follows. Thank you guys so much for all the follows. So good to have you. As you can clearly tell, we are in Stormblood, so I really hope, and I would assume that you're beyond it if you're gonna raid here, because I would hate for you guys to get spoiled. So I'm just gonna very briefly warn of spoilers that we are in Stormblood. We're like level 63, 64, just to be warned before we get back into it. Thank you so much for the raid. Welcome in, you guys. Where were we? Happy to be here. Great to meet you. Yeah, you're in Shadowbringers. I'm so jealous. I'm so jealous. I loved Heavensward, and everyone was like, Tara, if you're enjoying the story in Heavensward, just wait. Just wait. And I'm like, oh. Tara's good being given all your money. No. I don't condone this. I don't condone this. Thank you for the follow as well. Welcome in. Okay, our sleeping beauties have been laid to rest in their bunks. Oh, and while I was in the barracks, I happened upon the spare uniforms, in case the items in your possession are not to your liking. I have my choice of uniform. Hang on, she missed one. She missed one. She didn't clear one of the bodies. She missed one. Shadbringers. Ah. Boop, 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 boop. So, if you're in Shadowbringers, how far in are you, and are you madly in love? I'm gonna assume so if you're that far in. I feel like this game really like grabs you by the heartstrings like mid Heavensward, and then it just doesn't let go. It is sunk its claws so deep into me. I have glamours. I'm going all out. This game's amazing. I've been doing G-pose. I've been doing G-pose and having way too much fun with that. It's so good. Such a 10 out of 10 game. Did we not get the, wait a second, did we not get the gear? Did it come in a coffer? Oh God, my inventory's a disaster. Almost into post. I'm so hooked. I adore it. All right, do you have a cry counter? How many times have you cried? Because early on in Heavensward, I was just, not early on, late in Heavensward, I was just bawling. It was like every stream I was bawling. Boo, 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 boo. Just finished Shadowbringers last night. Panda, rating. G-pose is the real endgame. Yep. Did you figure out what horror game you were doing tomorrow? I might actually do a collab stream, one last minute collab stream. Somebody mentioned to me about it, so I'm just gonna confirm with them. We might do something slightly different tomorrow, but we'll see. We were trying to get her to continue and ignore having to work in the morning. It didn't work, oh no. I think she's cried maybe half a dozen times, if that, oh no. Dude, we were just somewhere talking with Issei, who's like a young kid in what's the village, Namai? And he was talking about the trauma him and his sister went through, like after his parents were killed. And I was like, I was getting emotional. I'm such a sucker. Like, everything gets me immensely. Heavensward didn't get you. 2 or 3 in Stormblood and 2 or 3 in okay, hold up. If Heavensward didn't get you, I'm done. I was like full on ugly crying after the vault dungeon. Everybody knows what happens in the vault. I was like full on ugly crying. There is a YouTube video of it if you're curious. That's not counting the times community has made her cry. Oh my God, dude. This platform is amazing. The humans on this platform are so cool. It's always so exciting to meet somebody brand new. So hello, Abaddon. It's nice to officially meet you. And the beings on this platform are just so sweet and nice, and it never ceases to amaze. You're hosed, bud. Endwalker gets me emotional with the soundtrack alone. Dude, good music is so strong in and of itself. Why bring up that PTSD? I'm sorry. Endwalker broke me so many times, but enjoy that, Terra. You're a monster. She nearly broke there, but we distracted her. She uses us as a shield against emotions. Wise human. Wise human. I'm very blessed in that occasionally, when I glance over during a serious moment, there'll be something really goofy, and it's just enough to save you. Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome in. Also forgot to do this earlier. So much squirreling in her chat. Thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate you. Sack appears to be filled with nigh infinite supply of Imperial equipment, though it would be best if you did not attempt to put the cursory assessment of proof. So I'm supposed to get dressed up, right? I'm a little bit distracted at the moment. Truth, because movies and TV get me so bad, but gaming is a bit easier not to be got. There's enough distraction, right? There's enough distraction floating around. I'm convinced that no matter who you are, something in this game is going to make you cry eventually. There's literally something for everyone. Like on the YouTube video that I posted of the vault, a lot of people were like, oh, the initial thing didn't get me, but what, I'm like, why am I trying to avoid spoilers so desperately? Just in case. I just don't want to ruin it for anybody. The initial thing didn't get me, but what happened afterwards with a certain parent got them. Yeah. That's the thing that really killed them. People be crying listening to Papaya. This Kabuto and Teko should match the Uwagi, Hakama, and Choka in your possession. Okay. And with that, you have a full set. I am sure once you change, it will seem as though it was bespoke. You will need to give the soldiers guarding the villagers a proper Imperial salute to complete the deception and convince them to come here. I will be waiting to deal with them. Oh God. We're gonna be like, come on, come check it out over here. I made it all the way through Endwalker's MSQ and a gatherer. No way, Loomf. A gatherer side story got you. This game's amazing. This game's amazing. Just a straight up 10 out of 10 game. Have you played Omori? Yeah, so my follow noise, that's from Omori. I also have a headbutt redeem and a stab redeem, which are both little effects from Omori. It's one of those games that I played where I was like, yeah, okay, this entire game is gonna be my personality for the next little while. Yeah, that. Also, the raid alert is from Omori. It's a beautiful game. I ugly cried so hard at the end of that game. Beautiful, beautiful game. Full trauma though. Just oops, all trauma. While in uniform. Okay, let's get dressed up. While in uniform. Boop. Uwagi, Teko, Hakama, and Choka. Do I need anything else? Is this full uniform? Well, we're about to find out. Am I suited up? Am I suited up? Omori gives you no choice, you cry. Yeah. Hit me like a fucking freight train is what it did. Oh. Cold, steel-hearted person, just kidding. Some people can, like, especially in video games, they can, oh, no, wait, I'm not in my proper gear. Ah! Help me, help me. Oh my God, Bonnie's actually helping me. Thank you. Wait, does this have stats? No, it really doesn't. Okay, we're fine, everything's fine. Let me guess, hangover, eh? I've been there. Woke up once after a late night drinking and didn't find my kabuto until days later. You don't know, you don't want to know what it was filled with, let me tell you. Ew. / Imperial Salute. Yeah. Changing the guard, is it? About bloody time. Just looking at these on is making me depressed. Reminds me of when I was in their shoes, pissing myself in fear. Wow. I have so many points and they're both on cooldown now, rip. I need to give you guys more expensive redeems. Omori game, oh, you have feelings. Let's just wreck you, 100%. There's lots of lighthearted stuff in 14 too, though. It's not all sad. That's why, okay, you guys have told me so many times to do the Hildebrand quests and the Golden Saucer stuff. I'm saving all that for when I get like mid Shadowbringers, like maybe even Endwalker. When I need the emotional palette cleansers, that's when we'll take a quick little break and do some like goofy side stuff. Because you guys have said the Hildebrand quests are like absolutely hilarious, but we will wait. We will wait until we need it. Do you know what I mean? Oh, hello there. Are you new? Oh, I forgot to do the Imperial Salute. Boop. There you go. There's a lot of great comedy in this game as well. Yeah. Eorzea is a constant source of it in her utmost sass. I adore her. Is it time already? Not that I'm complaining, mind, but I thought the others would be gone longer. Gone. Fill in the gap between 250 and 1.5 mil. What do you want that would cost more than 250? I said I would add maybe really expensive jump scares. Like 10,000 channel points minimum, because jump scares cost like 666 monies, so it's only fair. I love Ali, she's so great. Alphino was my favorite character. I think my favorite character is slowly becoming Eorzea through Stormblood, because I loved Alphino, because his character development all through Heavensward was just, it was so good. He became like a real character, which was so good. Red Alphino. These ones shall sleep soundly along with the others. And with that, there are no more soldiers to trouble us. You can dispose of that accursed uniform too. It is time to guide the villagers to freedom. And we certainly couldn't do that wearing this drab outfit. Here we go. All better. Gonna lurk and stack before bed. Lovely to meet you. Abaddon, I cannot wait to check out your content. It was so nice to meet you. Hello? Thank you so much for the raid. Thanks for trusting me with your humans, given that you've never really officially met me. I hope I was not a disappointment in a raid target. It's so nice to meet you. Tataru is my child. Okay, Tataru? My chat has been joking since the beginning that Tataru is like an evil overlord. And the more that we quest, the more that we progress in the MSQ, I'm agreeing with them. Tataru is like, do not mess with Tataru. Absolute final boss Tataru is a war criminal. Yeah. If you're a flop, we just blame Augustus. Get fricked, Augustus. It's not my fault if I'm a flop. Get fricked. Amazing raid target, so glad to be here. My heart. Go unwind, go relax, go snack. Thank you so much again for the raid. Did we do a proper / shout out, Mac, for Abaddon? If we could, please and thank you. That way I can just press the button. I like that I can press the button from my chat. We're here! We're gonna save you! There will be no negative recourse.
Listen to me, all of you. We have dealt with the Imperials for now, but you must flee this place quickly.
There's no way this ends well. They're like, you idiot! Why did you save us?
Dealt with them? Oh no. You didn't kill them, did you?
Thank you so much for the shout out. Guys, follow Abaddon, check them out. They're playing 14 as well. If you're here for 14, boom, easy. Easy done. Hey now, the first one worked. I knew the second one would be a hit. Let's go.
Are you mad? There's no escaping the Empire. Running will only make it worse.
I don't know why we saved them, frankly. At least in this state. We're not prepared to defend
to stay
them.
Is to die. You know this to be true. Even if you lack the will to fight, surely you have the will to live. Or has that too been beaten out of you? Is this what has become of Doma?
Rip your zero money, Spraggle. But, like, they're absolutely just doomed. Unless they're gonna join the but then at that point, the whole town needs to join us. This is such a screwed up scenario to be in.
You were Lord Hien's retainer, trained to fight without fear and obey without question. Well, we're not. We're lost and afraid. We hate this, all of this, but we can't do a damn thing to change it.
I also hate
this. And trying will only make it worse.
One thing I kind of hate about the new shoutout is I can only follow them or be reminded of their next stream. Doesn't let me actually go see their channel. Well, that's why we have the exclamation mark shoutout as well. I need to click the name in chat just to go to their channel. Maybe that's something we could like message Twitch about and be like, hey, it's almost good, but let us actually go to their channel if we want to.
Come here pretending it can be different. It doesn't help. All right?
I kind of saw this reaction coming.
Peace, boy. Peace. She came to help, and for that we should be grateful.
But like...
Elder, your face.
We all have scars. Some too many to bear. Too many battles. Too much lost. Our friends, our family, even our liege. We who survived are forced to bend the knee, to sell our souls and surrender our dignity. How are we to lift our heads when this shame weighs so heavily upon us? Your courage, your resolve, they are as salt in our wounds.
Yeah, makes sense. Small Gosetsu. Is there a mini Gosetsu? Oh, a wind-up Gosetsu.
They only knew what you
I need
do
it.
For them, my lord. You have made your plight clear, and I shall impose my will no more. But know this, brothers and sisters of Doma. For all you have suffered, for all the horror and the ignominy, you are still here. You are still alive.
That's a big word for Elmo.
My lord, praise you value your life as highly as he does. As for me, I swear by all the Kami in creation that I will free you from this torment, no matter the cost.
If the Imperials come for me, I will tell them we were tricked by an Ori woman.
Tell them whatever you must to keep your loved ones safe.
What a difficult situation. When I played through this game, there's so many quotes that are very powerfully worded that just stabs you right in the feels.
Why would you? After everything.
A smile better suits a hero. Literally like twisting the dagger that was already in my heart. Why? Because my chat would not stop saying it to me. They're cruel. They like to see me cry. Dude, this whole section has me like in such a feeling of despair. And I guess that's really what it's meant to instill, but like, dude, I need some positivity. The only smidge of positivity we got was when we found Yugiri. Why must you say it? I'm sorry. First, every time a man tells me to smile more and I desperately want him to talk with Ray, right? Literally. Apologies, sir. I was lost in thought. Mayhap they have the right of it. Mayhap we are fools for urging them to rise once more. Yet I believe, I have to believe, that in their heart of hearts, they still... Now is not the time. We must finish what we started. I have in my possession a powerful medicine that befuddles the mind and memories. We must administer it to the soldiers ere they wake. The medicine will leave the soldiers confused and unable to clearly recall recent events. They will suspect they fell asleep at their posts and be reluctant to discuss it with others. It is not more than a temporary measure, but we dare not kill them for the sake of the villagers. Tend to the last two I put to sleep. I shall see to the others. Whew. Oi, puppy, leave me alone. I'm questing over here. Whew. What? Why did he vanish? Why did he vanish? Just a few more years. Hey. Hey, Warlord, welcome back. Oh, are we planting the bodies? Is that why we picked up the whole entire person? That makes sense, right? As a little tiny Lalafell? Yeah, that makes sense. And whoop, there's your medicine. Father, is that you? Planting. Well, I mean, what would you call it? Boom, 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 boom. Please leave me alone. I'm trying to plant bodies. Don't do it. You would not dare to do it. Ah, thank you, Rando. It was actually gonna hit me. Oh my god, Rando, yeah. The attack on the Waking Sands. Dude, that was the first sign of tragedy. The little cabbage friend. Lurk and watch some stories of the BF. Glad there's a lot of FF viewers here to take care of Terra. Ghosted, thank you so much for hanging out with us. Ooh, there's a red mech? I'm a red mage. A red mage deserves a red mech, I think. Down? Yeah, on the beach side. Mog Station! It's always Mog Station. Dude, I'm gonna spend too much money. It's gonna be a problem. Mog Station exclusive? Of course. Although if I buy a mount off the Mog Station, it's gonna be the fat cat. I thought the red one was a myth. Whew. It's okay, Yugiri. We will ignite the fires in their hearts, don't worry. Don't be melancholy, it'll make me sad.
Forgive me for making you search.
I forgot we equipped the new gloves. Do they work? Do they work with the glam? I'm not a fan of the little purple part. The online store is a dangerous place. Literally, okay, so many people have run up to me with like glams and mounts and stuff.
Remember the sway of the ocean when I close my eyes.
And I'm always like, oh, that's so cool. Where is it? And it's always Mog Station. Mog Station is always the answer. And I'm like, no. Fun fact about that, when you're picking up the bodies, the cast time to pick them up depends on the size. The Rose take the longest, the Lala a fraction of that, and Norexia was the queen. I didn't even notice. That's so sad. How is that fun? That is not fun. Nah, that I know of. Gold and black in-game, red and white on Mog Station. Gotcha.
Despite the many great and noble things I said, in truth, I am not of Doma. I was born beneath the waves.
Yeah, we literally met your parents. Did we not tell her that we met her parents yet? Yeah, I met your mom and dad there. It took me an hour to tell you.
To think that you were there, that you even spoke with my mother and father.
Yugiri is so cute. Her little smile.
They are in good health then. The knowledge is of great comfort to me.
It's completely normal to be in love with like every single member of the cast, right? Right?
That I might have the strength to protect my home from the Empire, I left to learn the secrets.
Yes,
of the
for this game. Yes. Okay. Okay. Good. I thought there was something wrong with me.
Ever striving to exceed our mental and physical limits.
100% normal. Okay. Good.
My skills were recognized, and I was dispatched to assist the Doman Liberation Front. It was then that I met Lord Kaien and his son, and their loyal samurai, Gosetsu. Good men all, brave and true, so clear their eyes, so pure their purpose. Any shinobi would have been proud to serve them and Doma.
And Fred, I'm pretty sure I did the exact same thing.
In the end, I will always be of the sea. Every day, I pray for my home and for the people I left behind, that they might be spared the wages of war and live in peace, untouched by this madness. I confessed this to Lord Hien once. Do you know what he said to me?
Called you a fool, I'm sure. Brosetsu. I love that. I love that.
He said, good. We are better for the conviction
Pretty sure the
of our allies
first bro crush of my life came in this game.
From their example. What is weak alone may together grow stronger.
Was it Gosetsu? Was it Gosetsu?
Never did I lose faith.
Dad cred? Was it dad cred?
Even when all was lost and I led our people to Eorzea, I clung to the belief that our dream would one day be realized.
Was it Astinian? Dude, Kay, I gotta be honest, I hated Astinian in the beginning. He was just so edgy. But then when he actually had like character growth throughout, oh, I don't know him yet. Oh shit, okay. When Astinian had character growth throughout Heavensward, I was like, oh shit, I get you. And then suddenly I liked him, and even like his edgy broodiness, I was like, oh, you're so cute, Astinian. Like it no longer bugged me because I understood his motivations and his character. Like the characters in this game are written so well. For me to go from you're an edgy fucklord that I want nothing to do with you to suddenly being like, oh shit, I see where you're coming from. Even the Warriors of Darkness, when they were like, here's why we're doing what we're doing, I was like, fuck, I feel bad for them. I feel bad about this. Like, shit, like everything is just written so well. Who doesn't love Gosetsu's? Psychopaths.
But when I gazed
He's
into
best
those
grandpa.
eyes bereft of hope, when those broken men balked at liberty, the dream was shattered.
No, don't cry. You're gonna make me cry. Don't. Together we are strong and we must carry on. The voice acting there was... She delivered that line perfectly. You got my little heart a-pumping.
That you remain resolute even in the face of everything we have seen. It heartens me more than you know. Thank you for standing by this naive fool.
Aw. But of course. Oh, I love her.
An Imperial airship. It is bound for Doma Castle. Quickly, we must rejoin the others.
Don't give up hope, Yugiri. We'll do it. We will rally them, and they will fight with us, and everything will be good and happy and nice. Yugiri's English VA had to be recast for Stormblood because the Heavensward voice actress was... What? Oh my god, Rando! No! That's so sad! What? How? Huh? What? No way! Wait, how do I get to the House of the Fierce? Oh, the crystal wasn't turned on yet. I have to go from Namai. What? That's insane! Cue the waterworks genuinely. How did we get there again? Didn't we? Oh no, I'm directionally challenged. I don't remember where it was. Was it down there? No. It was up, wasn't it? No. It was down. No, it was this way. Guys, help me. I don't know where to go. Through the pond. Through the pond. The pond was back here, right? No? One must go swimming. Oh, right, the little puddle. The little puddle. Where was the puddle? Where was the puddle? I forgot where the puddle is. Should I follow the water's edge? How am I this directionally challenged? This way? Maybe the boy just isn't buoyant. Is that the pond? Did I go down too low? Oh boy, I think I did. But that's it, right? I can't read Elvish or whatever this is. This doesn't feel right. This is not right. This is not right at all. Help, he's stupid. Oh. That is not right. I love the clarity of that. That is in fact very incorrect, Terra. You are going absolutely the wrong direction. What even are you lead me, Rando, lead me! On your mighty carbuncle, which I know is also Mog Station, and I'm so jealous. Lead me. Lead me to the pond. Please tell me you're leading me to the pond. Oh, you are. Okay, now I remember. I'm out. Have good time zones. Warlord, have good sleep. Thanks for hanging out with us. Boop. I must also away for bed. Schmack, thank you for all your hard work today. Have good sleep. I actually really like the transition of going underwater. I think it's really cool. This way. What DC is Adamantoise? Ether. Yeah. Ether DC. Yeah. Come, we must tell the others of this airship, or hear what they know of it. Make good choices and be kind to others. Have good time zones. Mac, have good sleep. Love you. Oh, he's gone. Just have to come say hi sometime. I love seeing people's glams. It makes me so jealous and inspired. Brosetsu.
We freed them, along with many others. Gosetsu, we spied an airship bound for the castle. Know you aught of it?
Aye, that we do. The Crown Prince is come to Doma.
Huh? Why?
We suspect this is a result of recent events in Girabania. Our defeat notwithstanding, there appears to be some concern in Garlemald that subversive elements may be rallying in other provinces. Though Yotsu governs Doma, Xenos remains the province's anointed viceroy, and it would seem he has come to assess the current situation in person.
If Xenos is here, we must seize this
Stab his right knee.
and kill him.
How? Were you not there? Oh no, you weren't there. Yeah, you have no idea what happened.
It was so simple, Lady Yugiri. You may recall that we encountered Xenos at Rolga's Reach. We have seen firsthand what he can do. His power defies explanation.
Mm-hmm.
He faced the Alliance, the Resistance, and the Scions, and he defeated us all.
Mm-hmm. And almost killed Y'shtola, by the way. Let us not forget.
He survived and learned from the experience, it is true. But if we are to defeat him, it will not be through simple opportunism. We will require a flawless plan.
True, true, true.
We know his strengths. A prodigious swordsman trained from childhood by the finest Imperial tutors, reputed to be without equal on the battlefield, which is why we must not meet him there. Nay, we keep to the shadows, the domain of the shinobi, and thence we strike. You need only give me the chance.
Were this but a matter of personal revenge, I would not presume to bar your path, for I myself crave that same vengeance. But to draw steel against the Emperor's son is a grave decision, and one that will shape our nation's future.
This is a sneaking mission, Snake,
Do
exactly.
not forget Lord Hien's words.
What, that we should sheathe our swords if the people lack the will to fight? I will not squander this opportunity. If we do naught, our master's life is forfeit.
Even should you succeed, Xenos' death will not win Doma her freedom.
Not succor, dude.
Her doom.
We go thither, and from thence we strike, that Doma may know succor. I hate that word so much.
Can we defend our people against the Empire's retribution? We few against a legion? Do not be a fool, child.
Mayhap I am a fool with foolish dreams of a future that will never be. But I will not forsake them!
I love her. Is there aught we can do to defend them? Is aught amiss, Ray?
Yukiri, wait!
We must needs go thither to provide succor. Must needs. Must needs is said so often and I hate it. It's such a clunky word. Phrasing. Clunky phrasing. Wait, I was in a sanctuary. I was in a sanctuary. Wait, I want to change my glam. Hello? Oh, I'm in a sanctuary. Okay, guys, this is so important. This is more important than anything else that we're doing. Shorts or no shorts? Shorts or poofy pants? This is the most important. But now it looks kind of cold. You're in a cave. Ah, you know what? True. It's getting colder. Poofy pants it is. We gotta stay warm. Also, do we like these gloves? I love them, except for this purple. I think they suit it well, except for the purple. I'm not in love with the purple. But from a distance, it's okay. We're small. It's okay. We'll leave it at this. Sanctuary. Pants. Okay, good. Yeah, I think the purple is hard to see. It's hard enough to see and it's slightly under my sleeves. We can get away with it. I like the little like beads on the, not beads, pins? Buttons, perhaps, along the side. Nope, that ain't it. That is not it. We don't want that. Thank you though. I will not pursue her. It is time for her to think on her master's words and recognize the futility of her course. Those, at least, are my thoughts upon the matter. Yours may be different. Should you wish to give chase, I will not bar your path. We each have but one life, and it is not to be spent recklessly in pursuit of our goals. I pray she realizes this soon. Doo-doo-doo, doo-doo-doo. I think the purple's hard to see. It is a dark purple, too. We cute little boy. We're good. Search for you, Giddy. I really wish that this Aetheryte was on, but I think I remember where the pond is this time, so we won't have the same issue next time. I thought her possessed of greater sense than this. Why is she so eager to risk everything for this mad plan? Because she doesn't want to see things go badly. She wants to rouse the people, rally their hearts. She does not want to give up. and for that we love her. Foolish or no? Ooh, raspberry toast. She's talking to Burbs now. Did Gosetsu send you to stop me? Nope, came of my own free will. Then you came of your own free will. I should be surprised if you agreed with my chosen course. No one else did. But it is not as fanciful as they would have you believe. Scant moments ago, I received the Crown Prince's itinerary from one of our spies in the castle. It would seem that Xenos has no desire to remain in Doma any longer than necessary. He wishes to inspect the moon gates that is this very eve. His impatience is to our advantage. He arrived without warning and gave Yotsuyu no time to prepare. The whole castle is in a state of upheaval. To avoid any delay, he has declined a full escort and will be traveling with no more than a handful of soldiers. The kami could not have blessed us with more auspicious circumstances. I will kill him, sir. I will. You mean we will kill him? Superstore has like 5 whole brands of coffee. This place sucks. My favorite brand of coffee is Nabob. Naboob. N-A-B-O-B. Nabob. Or die trying. You understand the risks. I do. Unlike main characters, I can be resurrected. Forgive me. Of course you do. Perhaps, mayhap better than I. But are you sure? Yep. Thank you. Thank you. I cannot well express what this means to me. We have much to discuss, but we can do so on the way. Yuzuka Manor is some distance from here. We must hurry. Oh, trying to find something for your French press. Rip. Course grounds are best apparently, but these don't seem to say yeah. Whoa! Stay calm. No one knows you were here. No one knows you saw anything. No one knows you overheard 2 rebels plotting to kill the Crown Prince. Ah, stupid, stupid, stupid! You know how this ends. And they only have themselves to blame. You have to tell them. You have to... Thinking emoji? Is he gonna like report us to keep us safe? But that will get us killed! Yeah, use course grind for French press, yes. Which direction do we go? There's a lot of blue side quests here, which makes me think I have ether currents to collect off stream. Oh, it's some distance away. Alright, okay. Let's go. Hello, and barista of 3 years. You're a professional on the matter? You know what? If it's a long run, I want Shiva music. / mount BGM. I want aggressive Shiva music. Heck yeah. I can't get over how beautiful that scenery is. Emperor, that emote is perfect. Ray, I love you. I love all the dancing emojis. Oh, what is that one? It's a Wiggly! I haven't seen a Wiggly in forever! I forgot there was a time where everybody had a Wiggly. What are these? Oh, he's a beautiful. Oh, it's a ugly. Its face is, oh no. But it's a beautiful though. But not its face. What's a Wiggly? The second emote that Sweetling put in. I feel like Wigglies have gone away in place of like the Wiggle emotes, the ones that are like wobbly back and forth, and the sussy emotes with like the butt shaking. I feel like those emotes have taken their place. It's too bad you don't hear Shiva's theme long enough because she dies so fast. Dude, I have emotes for my channel. I'm pretty sure I haven't been in. Sweetling! Oblivion! This is far enough. Let us discuss our plan of attack. Oh, it's an upgrade. Okay, fine. We'll just glam over it. We'll just glam over it. It's okay. It's okay. Everything's fine. It's fine. Xenos' itinerary is as follows. He will depart Doma Castle by ship and approach the Moon Gates. The magic field will be deactivated briefly, allowing his vessel to pass. I will then continue on to these very docks, where he and his entourage will disembark. As you can see, this area is not ideal for an ambush. Wide open, multiple avenues of escape. The manor is better suited to our needs. Let us split up and search for suitable hiding places. Aye. Doo-doo-doo. 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 I should finish getting ready for the long ass drive and go to bed. Plan to be on the road in 7 hours. Ah, and then what? My Chemical Romance, Sweetling. And then MCR. Hello. Do I know what the Scholar AoE heal is called? No, but I am now suspicious. Why do you ask? Why do you ask such a thing? Is it like phlegma balls, like the sage heal? If you keep guessing, you'll get it. Surrounded by walls and deserted, this location appears to be ideal for concealment. Oh shit! I'm in a cutscene. Well, now I'll never know. I think I'm gonna do the gardens in Aquarium Saturday, and then Florence and the machine. Yo. Godlike. Ah, there you are. From the roof, we would have a clear view of the docks. It is settled. We shall lie in wait here until Xenos arrives. As discussed, if all goes to plan, he shall fall within my first blow. If not, then the two of us will have to engage him in open combat. His escort is of no consequence, which means that we will have a 2 to 1 advantage. Nevertheless, he is not to be underestimated. I'm not getting up. Meds are over yonder. Oh, duty calls. Duty calls. We're actually gonna fight him. All that remains is to wait. I trust that you are ready. It's hard. Here, Vel, I'll do you one better. I have to run to the washroom anyways, so maybe in watching me get up, you'll feel inspired, you know? Like maybe you'll be like, ooh, wow, that looked really easy. Terra just stood up. Go get your meds. I'm taking a bathroom break. See you in 1 sec. I made this at work because I remembered this meme format and I was like, this is how Terra reads chat. Here's me, here's the rest of Twitch chat, here's Julie, and here's my 4 fucking mods that I always miss. I figured I should be self-aware. I should be self-aware the way I read chat. Oh my god. You were thinking about me. Literally, Julie, I wanted you to take it that way. That was like my form of an apology of how much I miss you guys' messages. What do we feed you, you smelly boy? Somebody tell me his purring was getting picked up. That's what he usually does. He headbutts for kisses. Can I pet the goats? Please? Please, can I pet the goat? I would like to. Yields a hide and... Ah, it's petting me! What does it yield? Oh no, another one's coming. Oh. Yes! I'm so happy. I'm so happy. We fucking did it. I'm Celeste squishing. I'm Celeste squishing. I can't do it as fast as she's doing. Wait, I'm doing squats. Wait, I got scammed. I scammed myself. I was doing squats. That is probably still to this date one of my favorite redeems. It's an absolute mess the way it's set up. But I'm back. Duty calls. Commence battle for the time between the seconds. Yep, we're gonna get our shit handed to us if we're fighting Xenos again. 100%. We're gonna get slapped down again. I can feel it in my bones. Oh no, but if we do, then Yugiri will be like even more stressed out or even dead. Oh my god, I didn't consider that. She's not gonna die. Nah, it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It might not be fine.
He comes.
I'm concerned. He comes. We hear in Stormblood and Xenos is already at endgame. Literally already at Endwalker gear. Level 90. We're like level 15 grunts and he's level 99 boss in mobile games.
The village is not far, my lord. If it please you, we shall escort you there directly.
If they kill Yugiri, I fucking quit. Same. Pause, champ.
Less a province than a graveyard. The rotting husk of a broken nation devoid of proper sport. But as his radiance wishes...
Oh man, Xenos is gonna be real happy to have somebody attacking him.
Yes, of course, my lord. And may I say how terribly sorry we are that you had to come so far.
Is he just gonna kill him? Why these long pauses?
We labored long to sow the seeds of hatred, of fear, to train them as beasts. Now we shall see the harvest. Let there be savage beasts baying for blood, and not hollow-eyed prey cowering in the dark, or there will be no joy in this hunt.
Have we seen Dami Mommy in combat yet, Yotsuyu? I don't think we have, so I don't really know if she's capable of anything at all. She might be, though. Oh! Oh! Yugiri's a badass, dude. Oh, shit. Fuck. Fuck.
Shinobi? And me without my brute.
Ah, so she isn't really a fighter.
How weak you are. Is this the sum of your hate?
This is only the beginning. For Lord Kyan! For Doma!
No! I poked him. I poked him with my stick.
Mayhap I shall test this new blade of yours. Let us hope it is to my liking, lest your misfortunes compound.
Oh yeah, the blade they stole from the Kojin. Well, not stole, but just like took from their dead bodies.
Then again, I am loath to expend such effort on the unworthy. Come, earn the honor.
I love him. He's my favorite kind of villain. Villains that just want a challenge. I love him. I still think that counts as stealing. You know what? Fair. I guess there were other Kojin that it still belonged to. They still technically stole. Oh, he's gonna anime walk at me again? Oh yeah, he's anime walking. Help! Help! He's walking menacingly at me. It's very intimidating. What if I debate him like this? Yeah. Wah. Yeah, what now? Oh, oh, oh. Okay, we're fine. How much longer must you make me wait? Much longer, you slow ass bitch. Oh god. God, that's such a cool animation. What is this? Is this ouchie? Or is this helpful? Oh, it's ouchie! It's ouchie! It's ouchie! Oh, just you wait until I get in there with my melee combos. You're gonna be like, ooh, ow, this is painful. Ouchie. Where'd he go? Uh-oh! That's gonna hit me. Oh, it didn't.
This day you die. Leave this to me.
Whoa, Yugiri! Whoa! What was that?
All right.
She summoned a bunch of blue oh. 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 Well done, beast. You have earned the right to look on the Ame no Habikiri. We're okay. Wowza. It's getting cool. That was Yugiri LB3. It kind of looked like a limit break. I wanted to say it, but I didn't want to sound dumb.
No, I must fight on. I must.
I can still fight. I can still.
Run, beast, run.
Yugiri, get up. He's got shadow clone jutsus?
Give me
oh my god, he takes no damage. This is a horror game. It honestly is. Ow. The animations are so cool. He's such a badass. Oh, we're okay. I think I'm going to be in the middle of these AoEs. Yeah, I am. Unfortunate. Gamer! What's up, Anakin?
I see.
Do you see? Do you, sir? Whoa! Help! Ame no Habikiri is the sword. Gotcha, okay. I was assuming, but I wasn't sure. Ame. Isn't Ame candy? Ame?
I remember you. Al Amigo, the champion of the savages.
Yes, it is me.
Look ye where the sun
Amaimo no sweet thing, yeah. Ame is rain, right.
Skies. Look ye where the sun doth fall, see azure lost amidst the squall.
Whose voice is this? Who said this to us? Hey? Why does his helmet chip? Uriange, thank you guys, thank you. This is what he said to us before he left, right? And I was like, Crypt? Hello, Daddy. Hello? The helmet is off. He's so gorgeous.
Oh,
he's so beautiful.
How right I was to spare your life.
He's so beautiful. He's so beautiful. Why does he have to be so evil?
Hear me, hero. Endure. Survive. Live.
This grumbly voice, it's doing things to me?
For the rush of blood. For the time between the seconds. Live. The sole pleasure left me in this empty, ephemeral world. Live!
Holy shit. Coming on a little strong. Coming on a little strong here, Xenos. Ray! Xenos realizing you damaged his helmet. You have no idea how horny I am right now.
You are not worthy.
Accurate as fuck, though, Ray. Accurate as fuck. Wait, she's okay. No, someone's gonna jump in. Oh, thank you. Oh, sorry, I bumped the mic. Thank you. Sorry, I was so stressed. Oh, I was so stressed. Oh, I was freaking out. I need some water. I was freaking out already. I was already panicking.
You imperial dog!
I was losing it. Oh.
No, don't. You must flee.
Do you know why I love Xenos so much and why I love that archetype of villain that loves powerful foes is because my favorite anime is Hunter x Hunter, and that is literally Hisoka. It's literally Hisoka, 100%, and I love Hisoka for as twisted and messed up as he is.
We're not going anywhere, do you hear me?
Oh.
We're not running away! What you're doing is stupid and reckless, and I never wanted any part of it, but here we are!
Let's go, Issei!
I've spent my whole life hating myself. For every time they made me beg, for every time I held my tongue to protect the people I love. And then you came along and reminded me of all the things I never said and never did, and it was even worse.
I'm so happy.
Anything to forget, to walk away, but I knew I'd never be able to live with the guilt. So we came, all of us, for you, for ourselves, for Donna!
Let's go! Heck yeah. Oh, her eyes are all glistening.
Death is death, regardless of the name.
Nay, love you.
Yet you seem determined to die, intruding upon this sacred ground, turning weapons you can scarcely wield upon me. Your lives will not even begin to redress the balance.
Quick, somebody else jump in.
How wrong you are.
Yay, somebody else is jumping in. Let's go. Vercure, thank you.
Go, now! Gusetsu, see to Yugiri.
Aye.
I can't see a damn thing. Someone stop them!
He's like, meh.
My lord?
It all started with that smile. That damn smile. Let's go! That was so cool! Hi, Alize! I don't think we were followed. Gods, I have no idea what was going through that man's head, but I'm heartily glad he decided to leave. Oh, and don't thank us. Thank Alphino. He's at the House of the Fierce, patiently awaiting your gratitude! You should have seen the way he turned pale when he heard about Yugiri's plan, and how you, of all people, had decided to help her. He was in such a panic, barking orders, calling for a squadron to be assembled. As were you. I was rather composed, as I recall, though that is neither here nor there. I love both of them so much.
You're my superstar.
Peepatera. Buckma! Buckma, hello. Thank you for 8 months. You beautiful, beautiful soul. Thank you for 8 heckin' months. Mwah. Love you. Can you believe it? We faced the Crown Prince himself and lived to tell the tale. You've no idea what this means for us. Everyone's talking about getting more weapons and armor, and we're not going to stop until we've taken back our homeland. Ah, right. Getting a bit ahead of ourselves, aren't we? We've got wounded to tend to first. We should get back to the village. Doo-doo-doo, doo-doo-doo. Oh, can I just warp? Oh yeah, I literally can just warp. Whoop! We're gonna see Alphino again, guys! I was just in sub for like 20 seconds to make sure I remembered to get the September discount. That's so smart. Did it work for you? Do, 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 do. How are you feeling after fighting that demon? I can only imagine. I suppose I ought to apologize to you for, you know. Anyway, thank you for not giving up on us, the Shinobi too. I'm so happy. Wasn't it just saying like an hour ago, we need something. We need something uplifting. And here we are.
How are you feeling, my lady?
But for 6, did you do it? Wait a second. Oh, okay, no. You scared me. I was like, there's no way.
Much the better for my comrades' ministrations and your most generous hospitality. You need not worry.
Good. If there is anything else we can do for the two of you, anything at all, just ask.
Oh, our little dangling feet off the bench. We're so heckin' cute.
Stare any harder and you're like to burn a hole in them. Go and say your piece, for goodness sake.
I've got nothing more to say to them. I'm going to find out how the others are getting on.
Gosetsu.
Wait, did you actually click the 6 months? Because usually it shows up, Bugma. You sweet soul.
I acted
What the
with
heck?
reckless disregard for my own safety, and endangered I know not how many others in so doing. Scorning your wise counsel, I knowingly defied our master's wishes, and left you no choice but to follow suit.
Nonsense. I followed our master's wishes to the letter. Consider once more his words, and the intent therein. In offering his head, he but sought to shield his people from harm, loyal retainers included. You must value your life more highly, Shadow Walker.
On the other hand, your recklessness did serve as an inspiration to many. Mayhap you should not be so hard on yourself.
That's why I love you, Eorzea.
In any event, if you must apologize profusely, it seems only right that you expend as much effort thanking the one person who supported your plan from the first.
That it does. There are no words which will suffice. But thank you.
No, you good, girl. You good.
And there they are!
Lise! Alphino! It feels like forever since we've seen him. Hello!
12 be praised. When I learned of your rather questionable plot to assassinate Xenos, I feared we would need to recruit a new Primal Slayer.
I'm sorry we couldn't be there. Alize made me swear to stay behind no matter what. I think she was worried I'd hurl myself at Xenos the moment I set eyes on him.
Yeah, and you would.
What? You'll forgive me for changing the subject, but now would seem a good time to discuss where we go from here. Though the Empire has yet to retaliate, the fact remains that we have revealed our presence and signaled our intentions in so doing. It is only a matter of time before the Imperials move against us. Given that we lack the strength to oppose them, 'tis plain some manner of brilliant stratagem is required. Therefore, I yield the floor to the preeminent tactician of our time, with whom I was privileged to share a wound.
Is that her first time complimenting Alphino? Hang on a minute.
If you insist. While in Kagane, we debated a number of approaches and were eventually forced to concede that we cannot look to the Alliance for aid. Even were it possible to ferry sufficient forces and materiel from Eorzea in a timely manner, such a massive undertaking would not only escape the attention of the Empire, It would be a miracle if our ships reached the shore.
Yeah. They'd be bombed at sea, 100%.
Fortunately, according to Tataru and Hancock's intelligence, the Empire has withdrawn most of its forces from Doma in the past year, leaving her relatively unguarded. That being the case, a popular uprising spearheaded by the full might of the Doman Liberation Front may feasibly be sufficient to threaten the seat of provincial government, namely Doma Castle. 'Twould be rather easier said than done, of course, but I have seen worse plans prevail.
Then we must needs meet with Lord Hien and convince him to return, for there is no surer way to inspire our people to rise up as one. He desired proof of his subjects' conviction, and they have provided it, through no lesser deed than openly opposing Xenos himself.
It will work. It has to work. And next time, we will defeat him.
Prage. Dude, I was doing like 100 damage to him when he went angry fire mode. Holy heck, a lot has happened. Hi, Rando. Hey, that's a cute outfit. It's giving very much mage outfit from Kingdom Hearts 2, if you know the one I'm talking about. I wonder if that was your inspiration, because it's giving very much. I should target you so I can see your cast bar? Okay. Boom, 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 boom. I'm never playing Scholar. Sucker? Sucker. Is Sucker their AoE heal? I hate it. I hate it. I'm never playing Scholar. Summoner, dead to me if it means I have to play Scholar. Oh my god, I hate it. Shit. I think I'm actually gonna log out here. It is 16 minutes over my usual stream time. Oh, my bones are starting to feel it. Oh, God, I love this game so much. When are we back? Shit, it's Thursday. We're back to this Tuesday. Fuck. Maybe Saturday. Maybe Saturday we do jumping puzzles. I don't know. I love this game so much. Okay, let's see where I'm shipping you goobers off to. You don't have to play as Scholar. I'm leveling the other healers because you don't like how Scholar plays. I just heard it's so many buttons. I heard it's so many buttons. Beep-a-doop-boo, beep-boop-a-doo, boop-a-doo, boop-a-doo. Let's see who's on. Boop-boop-a-doo, boop-a-doo, boop-a-doo, boop-boop-a-doo, boop-boop-boop. We are back tomorrow. Oh, hello. Hello, game. Hello, game. It's fine. It's fine. We're back tomorrow with it's gonna either be a horror game, maybe Phasmo, I'm not sure. It's gonna either be a horror game or a surprising last minute collab with another streamer of mine. Where should I ship you guys off to? Let's have a quick little look. Who's on? Ooh, a lot of people. Ooh, a lot of people are on. Do. Oh, I never know what to do when there's this many choices. It's too many. It's too many humans. I'm curious about SCP secret files. Nighty night. Thanks for hanging out, guys. I really appreciate you guys for being here. Thanks for coming on the journey with me. We're back to Final Fantasy on Tuesday at 4 p.m. Central, but otherwise we got our horror stream coming up tomorrow, potentially a horror stream, we'll say. And then we got, I don't know what we're doing on Saturday. Maybe Cult of the Lamb, maybe Dark Souls, maybe we revisit something. I don't know. We'll figure it out when we get there. Thanks for streaming. Thanks for hanging out, Evelyn. I think I'm going to ship you guys off to Suddenly a Hero, because he's very cute, and he's very nice, and he's very good vibes. And he's playing SCP Secret Files, which sounds spooky. SCP in general is a spooky game. Whoop. We got 2 raid messages for you. The first is if you're a sub, second if you're not a sub. And we'll be back tomorrow. Eat food, drink water, take your meds if it's something you've forgotten to do until now. And I love you guys so much. We'll see you tomorrow. Bye. Bye. Take care of yourselves. Goodbye forever until tomorrow. Bye.